All right, welcome back everyone to Trovo Titans. I'm ready, set. That is Nighttime Clasher, and we are ready to get into our second amazing day of the playoffs here in Trovo Titans. We have the quarterfinals coming up tonight. We had an amazing day yesterday, and I'm looking forward to today.
Yeah, that's right. We had a lot of upsets yesterday. If you want to catch up real quick, you could probably go back to that VOD from yesterday and see what happened. But we're going to be showing the bracket in just a second here. Our first match of the day is going to be between Esports Empire and Final Stand. And yeah, it'll be a great match. Two teams from the EU region opposed to the EECA, which some of the other teams are from. So yeah, take a look at the bracket here.
Yeah, you want to talk about Titans. I mean, Titan of EECA Navi was eliminated yesterday. Unfortunate circumstances there, but it has opened up the world for the right side of the bracket here today. And probably going to be seeing some very worthy competitor today, grabbing that 900 euro prize. That's right, Knight. The prize pool is super, super huge for this event. And I'm excited to see who exactly is going to be grabbing it. But as you said, Knight, first match of the day is going to be Esport Empire versus Final Stand Esports, and we saw both of these guys bring a pretty good fight yesterday, and looking forward to seeing that continuation into today.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so starting with this first match, we'll probably just go ahead and look at the maps now. Here's the prize pool. As a quick reminder, our first place prize is 900 euros. That is a lot of bread, and of course, all the other teams will still be getting a little piece of that $2,500 prize, along with these Titan points that they can accumulate for a separate leaderboard after enough of these tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Titan points, and we'll get to that towards the end of the show. But it's exciting stuff. You get to qualify for some other events in the Trovo Titan series. But for now, we kind of bring it back to Brawl Stars. Talk about what exactly is going to be going on today. You mentioned the amazing prize pool, even just for getting into that top 16 here and playing in that bracket yesterday. You get a little, a nice, tidy little 50 euro prize, which is not that little. It's a pretty good sum of cash just for qualifying. So now we're in the later stages of the tournament, though, and things have started to ramp up. And as you mentioned, Knight, we're probably going to be getting those maps for our first match any moment now. Any personal favorites from yesterday night? Because I was actually pretty pleased to see Factory Rush in the rotation yesterday.
Yeah, Factory Rush is a nice map to be watching, especially in Siege. It's probably the most balanced out of the Siege maps, and it doesn't just reward some like thrower gameplay and grabbing the first bot and winning. Yeah, I think the Sieges with more opportunities to defend are generally pretty good. Hopefully, we'll see Minecart Madness again. Let's see who get runs over today. Yesterday we had quite a few casualties to the minecart, don't you say?
Yeah, I mean, the minecart was definitely accumulating that unbelievable, undefined KDR, accumulating 0 deaths and infinite kills. Yeah, we are going to be getting into the map pool for today. We'll keep our fingers crossed and see whether exactly Minecart Madness is going to be among that number. Here are your maps for our first match of the day. Keep in mind, we are in the quarterfinals now, so it is going to be a best of 5 format as opposed to the best of 3. And well, it seems that we have been blessed by the Trovo Titans deities today because we are going to be starting off with Minecart Madness.
Yeah, following up with that, it's Nuts and Bolts, which is a pretty good map for Siege. We'll definitely see some Sprout there and some throwers. Sprout being able to defend with that hedge really easily. Ring of Fire, going back to that, we've got Bell, probably some Piper, and maybe Pam and Byron like we saw yesterday. A lot of Pam, Byron, and Leon.
Yeah, I was actually surprised to see it so much Pam too. I mean, yeah, Pam, we saw her a bunch when Scrap Sucker had just come out, and now we are continuing to see her, and I can definitely appreciate it. I love Big Mama Pam. I love her playstyle, and I love watching her played, especially in a more aggressive context, which is not exactly what she's supposed to be oriented towards. But that's what I love about it is you play a brawler. Not necessarily how they were supposed to be played. Probably another favorite among those is Aggro Poco, which we might be seeing in some of our hot zone maps today, most notably doing Beetles.
Yeah, of course, we'll only be able to see Poco if he's not banned again. Yeah, as you were saying, Pam is like they definitely released her thinking she was gonna be like a healer and you like sit in the turret. But like it really feels like Pam used the turret to like fight people now, because the damage it does is more than the healing it gives you. So people just throw it right on top of the enemies, and they usually just use it as like a shield, rather than like the healing, because the healing is not really that significant most of the time unless you're playing Robo Rumble, which is pretty irrelevant.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, yeah. She and Abe, really anyone who can create a turret is going to be super useful in Robo Rumble. But that's an interesting point that you raise about the turret dealing more damage than it creates. Let's see if that brawler is banned out. We are going to be getting into our ban phase for this first match as well, and fingers crossed, will we see Poco banned first? It is usually the rundown of how things go, Knight.
Yeah, let's take a look at the bans here. As the teams make their final selections, we got Meg banned first. That's not overly surprising, seeing she's very, very strong recently with a little buff. Ash, on the other hand, is not as good, but still a top 10 brawler.
Oh man. Well, there goes Poco. He is out of the question today, and our final brawler is going to be Byron. No Byron Ash, no Poco Ash, no really well heal or anything. Pretty standard set of bans that we saw from yesterday too, so expect a good clean match, but does open up opportunities for some other brawlers, as we were saying, or really opens up the gates towards comps that are like not having to account for this, cheese, as you would call it, or the Mickey Mouse, however you want to put it. Yeah, no Meg funny business up in here, which I mean, I really see Meg as just like a strong brawler, not necessarily like as a game changing one. Poco and Byron, though, can definitely switch up how you have to prepare for your games.
Yeah, exactly. And Meg, there are a lot of ways to deal with her. Like in the regular meta, we have Spike, who's really good at blocking her shots. As we said yesterday with the life plant, it'll take her like 5 shots to kill it, which is way too many for just a gadget. And on the other hand, you can counter her with throwers really easily, because if Meg can't find that super, or even if she does have that super, she can't really deal with the Barley or Sprout, because you can't hit around walls. And I guess you can kind of try to get the bat around the walls sometimes, but it's kind of difficult to do.
Yeah, that's a good point you raised about like the whole spike thing, right? Because one of my biggest gripes about Meg is that, like, she shoots a bunch of shots, right? But it's like two totally separate beams. You're not really going to be able to hit the same brawler with both of those beams unless you have like an absolute pinpoint accuracy. Life Plane is definitely going to be one of those. Not necessarily brawlers, but targets that is going to be tough to hit unless you're like literally standing still, just like the life plane itself. With that established, though, we have our picks out. Now it's time to start and speculate about what exactly our picks are going to be within the game, right? Knowing which brawlers are banned out, knowing that we're going to be starting on Minecart Madness. Wonderful will be seeing some Sprout action up in here. Definitely one of the brawlers that I would personally pick for this map.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially on our first map here, which was Minecart Madness. I think Meg was a really solid lane yesterday until we saw Spike being used there. And Spike is just good because he's countering two of the top 5 brawlers, being Meg and Stu. Stu we also haven't seen really banned. Neither have we really seen Spike banned, but those are both top 5 brawlers, and I guess people are comfortable playing with them, or they just don't think it's too annoying. Yeah, because usually we see Stu banned a lot, especially because he's just been so good for probably the last 10 months. Actually, just since he was released, he's been really good. So I guess people have always struggled with that earlier on, but now they're starting to pick it up, and each team has their own main Stu.
Yeah, yeah, and I wonder if, just to deal with the prospect of Stu, we're gonna have some spike gameplay on the side as well, right? Like any life plant can deal with Stu pretty well. Tara might be able to do something with her shades. Minecart Madness, I wouldn't really play Tara though, just because she's basically gonna spawn those shades and they're gonna walk right into the minecart and die immediately. So I mean, it could be played, right? Another brawler that could be played that has the ability to pull is Gene, though he's fallen out of the meta pretty significantly due to a barrage of nerfs over the course of several months. He's still played every now and then, though, especially to deal with throwers, right?
Yeah, absolutely. There are a lot of synergy you can make with throwers actually on Minecart Madness. Just even the Sprout and the Tick yesterday, it was really dominating the entire game until they kind of lost grip at the end. in our final match. But yeah, Sprout Tick and one long range brawler seems to be a pretty solid combo. It's one that I've run personally, and I think it's very very solid. Yeah, we didn't really see any Mortis though for the entirety of yesterday. I think we saw Navi pick it up a couple of games, but really nobody went with Mortis, which is pretty surprising actually, considering he is still very very good despite the creepy harvest nerf.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I completely agree with you on that one night, especially, being both NA guys ourselves, right? Mortis is still heavily, heavily in the North American meta. It just doesn't seem like he's ever going to leave, whether he's being used when he's totally off meta, just to collect bolts on Siege, or just being used as a counter as well. And I mean, he's a really strong counter too, so it's not a bad idea at all. That considered, though, another thing that you reminded me of, Night, is yeah, we saw the double throwers yesterday, which is kind of weird considering that throwers are pretty squishy. You're not going to really be able to stand up on the point that you're trying to control and pick up the gems, right? It wouldn't work super well on like Hot Zone or something like that, but on Gem Grab it seems to work just fine with your mid brawler picking up the gems and the other two throwers just playing for that long range control.
Yeah, absolutely. And those like 2x2 blocks on both sides of the map offer a lot of room for your throwers just to be poking around. And there's not too many ways to remove it because if you're talking about wall breaks, I mean Griff obviously isn't going to be like too good unless you have like a Piper, but Piper struggles to get a super against us in the first place. So you need a gadget brawler, and all those gadget brawlers that break the walls don't really do that well. Colt can break a 2x2 that easily. Brock obviously is horrible, so yeah, it was. I think it's even more viable now than it was before, considering before when I ran it, people would run Brock, and it would make it a little bit difficult to actually play after that because Brock and Piper open the map up, and it's very difficult. And yeah, people could also be running like just all tanks like Pam. Mortis is generally Pam, Mortis, and Jean. Jean offers a little passive healing with Pam and Mortis, just be able to tank shots and deal with the throwers. So if people are trying to call the comms, it's probably not too difficult because some of these maps are similar as what we saw yesterday. So all they have to do is rewind the VOD a little bit and see what was going on yesterday, and it will be pretty easy to pick up on.
Yeah, that's a good point. There's plenty of footage to go through as well from yesterday. We had like a 4-hour broadcast yesterday, so that's a lot of footage to go through and review. Of course, there's going to be plenty of footage of the teams that advanced. And yeah, if you want to go back and rewatch the footage, you can totally get some like good ideas of what your opponents are going to be running today. So with that considered, right, I do anticipate our players are going to be pretty well prepared for what is coming up today. Ban phase is through. Maps are already established. We're just waiting on our players to get in the game. Yeah, we should be starting any moment now. So it is just a matter of time before our players get in their first game. And honestly, I mean, as the prize money ramps up, I can hardly blame them for taking their sweet time to prepare, because yeah, the stakes are really, really high. I mean, we're approaching that 900 euro grand prize.
Yeah, this first match here might be the most close one today, I believe, because the level of teams in this first match are probably the highest. So it should definitely be a good one. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the teams were screaming all last night or even before this. Sometimes teams don't even finish their scrims until they're like completely just like forced by the admins. You have to go right now, and they just leave the rooms. And they're like, all right, whatever, we'll go. Some people are
That's
just
funny.
they're
Well,
working on this fine.
yeah, I wonder if that's what's happening right now, right? I mean, I sure hope it is, because that's kind of like the best case scenario for us as spectators is, yeah, they are going to be really, really warmed up, and they're going to be ready to go for this match, and they are going to power through it, and we're going to get some good games. And always a nice sight to see when our players are also like readying up for their games pretty quickly, one after the other, because you just know that they are prepared and they want to keep that momentum going.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about the momentum and winning. If you can win that first set, you can almost guarantee that you can win this entire game. You just like most of the teams who win the first set, do end up winning or getting a sweep. And maybe that's because they already won a set. But I mean, generally, if you're losing the first set, it's kind of hard to come back because then you lose faith in whatever strategy you prepared or whatever you scripted with. Then people start trying random things or things that they're not really 100% sure about, and then they lose even more games. And I mean, it's not too surprising when that happens because yeah, people that's how people think sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely does build up over a period of time, right? Especially, yeah, I mean, now that you put it that way, you get into that first game and you're like, okay, we're really confident in our strategy for this map, and then you lose that map, and then you're like, well, dang, I mean, now I'm beginning to question what we prepared for the rest of ours, right? We were so confident in that, but it does go both ways, right? It happens for either team, and so momentum is a tough thing to wrest back, but it is extremely important. And as you put it, Knight, super important for that first. Super important for that first set to be won. We're just waiting for one player to get into the lobby, and then we'll be ready to go. I wonder if he is in his last game of his last scrim, but we are just waiting on one player before we can get started.
Yeah, sometimes the players like to go into a power league, and I mean, hey, you'll be stuck for like 10 minutes. So it happens, it happens. I hope he is getting some of that nice elo though, because it would be a shame to make everyone wait and lose.
Yeah, I mean, we want the free load. That's the most important thing. That's what it's all about. You know, we all appreciate the legendary 3 grind, or you know, I don't know, maybe he's higher than that. I can definitely say though that I don't know if I'm ever gonna get past like Diamond 3. I don't think I'll ever make it to whatever's above that. I think it's like Masters or whatever. Who even cares what it is? Yeah, I'm hard stuck Diamond. Deal with it, y'all. But hey, at least I can talk good, right? That's what it's all about. That's what is important here. Is important for the Trovo Titans broadcast. And still, though, we are just waiting on our players to get ready for this first match of the day.
Yeah, well, luckily I can talk good and I'm in Masters, so I've got that going for me at least.
This is true. This is true. Nighttime Clasher is a North American pro, so I know we're talking like the EU competitive spirit here. So you might not be familiar with the exploits of the Monkeys, his competitive team over here in NA. But yeah, Knight, I mean, I throw it over to him frequently because he has a lot of wisdom to share. Let's see what you have to say about this one, Knight. We're going to be getting started in Minecart Madness. Now take a look. We have the Max and the Sandy here from home team, away team. We have the Sprout and Tick, the double thrower plus the Piper. Now, you mentioned, Knight, having one wall breaker and not for free. Ooh, okay, maybe JJM is not going to struggle here. He's going to get that first kill and charge up that super to get some wall break wherever he sees fit.
Yeah, there we go. But the only wall breaker on this field is from the side of Final Stand at the top of your screen. And they're certainly not going to be breaking open walls where the enemy would want them to. Taking a look at this comp, it is what we talked about earlier with the 2 throwers, and you got 1 long ranger. That is going to be the Piper on their side. However, they are running the Max and the Sandy, which Max and Sandy have a good amount of health, so it's going to be really difficult to actually break through those brawlers, especially when you're using a thrower. That's what they're going to be struggling with on the top side of your screen. Kevin is going to be running the Max here, as we saw him play pretty confidently yesterday. So I'm not too surprised to see him running that. And yeah, it's a good start if you're Esports Empire right now. Definitely have a lot going for them as they have all the gems. And Kevin's going to snag that 9th one, actually. They're a little pushed back now, but all Sandy has to do is run in and just make a quick grab on a gem, and it should be fine for them.
And it looks like GJM was really prepared for Kevin to go in and grab that 10th gem, but there was a good distraction from Sandy on the left lane. Once again, GJM gonna push in here. How to win, trying to get that flank up in there. There's a gadget and super combo. Jose will fall. Kevin is in a rough situation, but he will not go down. How to win keeps the back line. That is going to be game number 1 going to Esports Engine. Honestly, we saw an amazing, or rather Esports Empire, we saw an amazing start, honestly, from Final Stand. a very, very quick kill there by GGen, but it just didn't work. I mean, you have a control comp played into this very, very fast, very, very aggressive comp, and Max, she's going to get her super eventually, so she is going to get that speed in eventually, and well, your throwers are not going to really be able to do much to stop that super quick charge. So really good strategies by both sides, but one clearly had the upper hand.
Yeah, the thing is when you pop a max super, it happens around the 30-second mark. So yeah, of course you're gonna struggle before that, but when they get it, you can dodge all the Sprout and all the tick shots, like and even Piper. It's really really easy to dodge under a max speed, especially against those three certain brawlers, which they're just unlikely to pick. I mean, if you had Bell, it might be a little bit better, but Piper really really it's hard to hit the shots. It takes so long to reload, so you're just firing into the oblivion half the time. And yeah, even with like Tick, if you can actually like react to his shots and not get hit any of them if you're under a max speed, because it takes too long for them to fall and you're already completely out of the range and you're safe basically. Sprout, I mean that one's obvious. You can't hit anyone with a speed.
Yeah, that is fair. I mean, Sprout, normally a pretty hard brawler to dodge, right? You have the AOE combined with the ricochet ability of those attacks, but yeah, you're able to juke him out. You're able to dodge him out pretty well with speed. Keep in mind also that you're getting closer and closer to Sprout, which is going to make it harder and harder for it to hit you. So yeah, it does seem to, when you break it down that way, it does seem like, one team very clearly has the win condition just by their comp. Let's see once again, though. Now we are going to see the max from both sides. Sandy from the enemy side this time. There's a Leon as well as the Stu as well. It's a double turrets. Interesting in a kind of tough location to access if they're able to play control consistently.
Yeah, I would say the top side of your screen, Final Stand has the comp advantage here, considering they have a Crow to deal with these mid-range brawlers, which he outranges all of them. It should be a pretty good matchup for them. However, it seems like Esports Empire is coming through at the start here, popping the first max super, followed shortly by Kanan on the other hand. How to win now, holding on to that Sandy, the Leon Invis. He's going to get marked by the Sandy, but it's going to be all fine. Now, he's got to think about where he wants to place this next invisibility totem to allow his team to pick up those last two gems. Kevin snags number 9, and this is really looking like a repeat of last game. There goes the let's go, and yeah, that's 10 gems to none. Minecart now holding Final Stand back. It doesn't look like they have an opportunity to get these gems with only 8 seconds left in regulation. The sleepy shot gets shot by Sandy, so no way to stun. Pro Super gonna come out, but I mean, there's just no way they can get those gems out of there. Yeah, Final Stand taking this first set loss pretty quickly, honestly. Two 10 gem games, two clean 10 gem games from Esports Empire.
Yeah, very clean stuff by Esports Empire. We saw a strong start there by Final Stand, but in the end, right, they were not making the final stand. In fact, they let it go to the enemy side. Now, we kind of reflect though upon the last set, and we already did look at game number 1. It was like a clear comp advantage for the home team, and that's what we chalked up to the loss for Final Stand. But now, it seems like they did have a slight advantage by means of the Crow pick, and that still wasn't really able to do too much for them. Now, I mean, let's be real here, though. It was only a advantage by means of Crow having a bit longer range, right? So you had the advantage in the lane fight. Though Crow was mostly fighting against Leon, so that does even out quite a bit. That considered, I think that game was our last game. Game number 2 of set number 1 was way more representative of what we can expect going forward in this match. That is just set number 1, and it's best of 5. We got to see 3 wins on either side in order to end this match in one way or the other.
Absolutely. And we're going into Siege in our next mode. And hey, if Final Stand like playing Sprout and Tick, they might enjoy this next map because Sprout, this is like his home. If you can't make Sprout work here, you can't make him work anywhere. Yeah, with that shield, he can just chill in the middle, and it's really, really easy for him to find supers, which he'll use to set up a fort on either side of the river, blocking that siege robot But of course, if you're the enemy team, you're going to be wanting to make ways to deal with that wall, whether that's a Frank super, or a Frank super is probably the main way you would use to break those walls if you were to break those walls. Otherwise, you could use throwers or like Rico to just shoot in on that safe from a safe distance. You don't have to get too close, so the bot doesn't necessarily need to be close either. But yeah, we got to think about how teams are going to probably want to grab these bolts, because you can either go with a Mortis, which would be good against throwers as well, or just Buzz, who is probably the most well-rounded bolt grabber out there. So yeah, we could definitely see some like tank comps to deal with the throwers. But if teams are going with Sandy Gene comps, things like that, those might be better dealt with using Rouse or Barley. There we go. There's Mortis and Buzz, actually.
Ooh.
Seems a little bit extra from this team here. But wow, hey, that Buzz radius looks really cool. I never noticed that. Here's Jose on the right-hand side. Unable to pick up a bolt even after using a gadget. Now Kevin's going into with his gadget and no dice. There's a tide for the first siege, and it is not looking good for Esports Empire.
Yeah, the control is definitely in the hands of Final Stand and Esports Empire. They doubled down on the bolt collection, and still they're trying to make it work and not doing too hot. They are going to be able to grab a bolt here. How to Win will drop it, though. Tom picks it up, and now he gets a chance to throw down that Sandstorm. Good kill from Kanan onto Kevin. Jose PG, though, all the while has been picking up the bolts in the background, and he's setting things up for a nice final siege. But for the moment, it does look like it is going to be a high-speed, high-damage Purple Boy coming in from Final Stand. The final bolt tally is a bit of a mystery. There's the super in from How to Win, but no Cigar on that super. Kevin is going to have to make it work somehow. 9-10, honestly. Jose PG is putting in the work on the left lane, and he has this super ready to go for the defense as well.
Yeah, well, How to Win hasn't found very much success with the Buzz so far, very surprisingly. Considering he has a lot of easy targets, actually, on the side of Final Stand. There goes a lot of damage onto this safe, and yeah, that might be game over. Wow, they did a lot of damage there. And Jose, I think he walked around that lake a little bit too much. Should have just gone for a simple bot stun, because he ended up missing it completely. Felt like that was completely avoidable from Esports Empire. It really looked like just a lot of things there didn't work. We saw a lot of wasted gadgets from the Mortis, and Buzz didn't seem to hit any supers. So yeah, they've got to come back from that very, very messy game, especially when they had a counter against the two throwers. So I don't know what to think about it.
Yeah, neither do I. I mean, this has been a pretty dominating performance in the last game by Final Stand, and a little bit unexpectedly so, right? I would say that I personally expected Esports Empire to come back and take that one, especially, they had the Frank super, they had the stun ability, but here's the deal, is you have a couple throwers, especially Barley, right? And they're going to be absolutely wrecking that Ike. Barley is really the big one for me, and it's clear that he was brought to the party specifically to deal damage to the Ike, and he did a pretty good job of attacking mid too. So, pretty good there for Final Stand. Something that Esports Empire will definitely become acclimated to and definitely prepare themselves for game number 2 here, as Final Stand could stand to tie things up. There's the speed, actually, from Kevin, as he is going for the reload speed gadget to get all the way up to mid. Different approach this time. It's going to be the Buzz and the Frank from Final Stand, and interesting to see the Lou here as well, specifically for defense.
Yeah, so we saw him using the survival shovel at the beginning of the game here, but honestly, I'm not sure if he knows that Mortis outpaces Buzz even without the survival shovel gadget. But yeah, it looks like a little bit of a different comp here from Final Stand, as they're adopting their opponent's strategy. Stun goes down from Tom, and Cyclone has hit his stun as well, so they're definitely doing a better job with the tanks. Now, Kevin's going to be off against the Barley and the Frank on the right-hand side, which is definitely a good matchup for him. With Frank against Mortis, it's sometimes difficult, but it's really about predicting. Wow, Kevin, there we go. Finally getting some work on the Mortis, but Cyclone is going to find the stun. Doesn't get the kill, though, thanks to the ice block from the Lou. Now, Lou's holding that super, just waiting to use it on this field here. Looks like Tom's running stun as well as Frank, which is generally not the best option right now. But, hey, it's still not a really big deal. There goes Kevin on Cyclone. Obviously, he's not going to be able to find the kill because Buzz versus Mortis is, like, very, very difficult, if not impossible. Jose throws the last call on the safe, and they're just trying to make as much damage as they can here as Cyclone finds a third stun onto How to Win. Goes in on Kevin as well, and yeah, Final Stand is doing a really good job with these tanks, finding way more eliminations than you expect tanks to be actually making. There's 8 bolts to 1, and while they're dead, oh my goodness, that is a double stun from Cyclone. Another stun from Cyclone. He doesn't finish the kill, actually lets How to Win escape there. There is 9 bolts to 6. They're going to be winning this siege, but they've still got 60% of damage to make up.
Okay, here comes the bot, level 9, just short of becoming the purple bot, and a great defense here so far by How to Win. It is important to keep a substantial amount of damage off of the safe. Tom is going to be able to get a stun off. That Ike is stunned. Level 9 siege bot will make contact. It's going to be close. 63 to 42%, a 21% differential, and the win is going to go to Esports Empire. Final stand, they had a pretty good start, but unfortunately they were not able to pull through all the way to the finish. Sometimes, I don't know, maybe they should just stick with the comp from last time because it worked pretty well, and I think it could have worked pretty well in this context too.
Yeah, we saw How to Win dominating with his level, his 0 trophy Lou, as he throws down the slippery ice at the end of that game. There was no way they were going to lose that defense. Lou is so oppressive on defense. It's just about finding his supers and finding value throughout the control aspect of the game, which he definitely did, dealing with the tanks like Buzz and Frank pretty well, using that ice block gadget is to just get the damage off of him. So yeah, he definitely played a big part in that defense. And think about the differences that would have made if he had run like Sprout or something, because if they ran Sprout, it would have been able to be destroyed by Frank. And yeah, Lou, obviously you can't remove the ice from the field no matter what you do. Here we go though. It is EMP returning to the triple tanks. Jose gonna find a gadget onto Sandy, but no bolt picked up from them. It looks like this siege is going to be a tie. Kevin, though, still going to grab that one on the right. Oh, no, doesn't grab the one on the right. But keep in mind, Tom is 2 gadgets down. So let's see how that affects their ability to control for the rest of this game.
And it is going to be tough. Either it's going to have to be a lightning offense or he's going to be severely crippled for the remainder of the game. There, though, is the stun by Kanan. Kevin was pretty much asking for it. Stun out of the super. The only way to pretty much guaranteed get Frank out of that super is to throw down a hedge or something to push him out of the way. Another stun seems to be able to do it. Here comes How to Win, though. Does look for some value on Tom. Has to abandon ship. Barely avoids the damage from Kanan. And here comes Kevin as well around the right side. Has that super ready to go, but no targets in sight. Soon to be revealed, though. Here comes How to Win once again. It gets shut down by Tom. Doesn't even need that stun gadget. Level 16 siege spot coming in from Final Stand. And this could potentially end the game right here, right now.
Yeah, let's take a look at what the Final Stand team has, though. Doesn't seem like they have too many options of damage. Looks like Sandy is desperately trying to find some damage on the Ike along with the Sprout. Only 20%, and they are down a bolt. How to Win? He doesn't break the wall. He was under the shield and chose to not break that wall. It's going to be recollect. Oh my goodness. Kevin wasting a super, and it's going to get interrupted by the hedge. As we know, even the noise canceller does not. Wow, a double stun from Jose, and I think this is going to be the siege. How do we gotta grab that bolt? 3 seconds left. There we go. They've only got to make a 20% difference, but keep in mind, Kanan does have his wall. It's up to Kevin to break it. Let's see if he can get that done. No real ways for Final Stand to be damaging this bot. Kevin's just going to walk all the way to, oh my, and the wall's going to get missed twice from Kanan as he recollects the missed wall and then misses it again. That is really, really unfortunate. We've seen a lot of Sprout fails in the last day or two. And yeah, it's costing games, you see here. It's costing games.
Well, shoot, that is going to be this one going to Esports Empire, and we are all, well, I mean, the advantage now lies in the hands of Esports Empire. We saw some signs of life from Final Stand, but Esports Empire, nonetheless, they are going to be taking the second set as well as the first, which does take us into set number 3 momentarily, where even just one win by Esports Empire will put them one game away from the win. We call that the match point.
Yeah, I think what Esports Empire did there was really smart. If you noticed, they did switch who was playing each brawler. We saw Jose going to the Buzz, we saw Kevin going to the Frank instead, and then we saw How to Win on the Mortis. So maybe they weren't too happy with how they played that first game. As we know, it was really, really messy, and they made a lot of mistakes. So hey, they switched up who's on each brawler, and it seemed to work a lot better. Their team really seemed to be in sync there, and got a really good defense, and then they got a really good push. So yeah, that's what decides games. Those little changes that you make, not the comp change, but just who's playing which brawler. Sometimes you got to rethink who's best in every situation and just optimize your strategy overall. Really good things we're seeing here from Esports Empire.
Yeah, well, let's see how things turn out in our next set. We're going to be moving on to a different map as well. Going to be getting into Hot Zone Dueling Beetles. And Knight, this is when I was a little hopeful that we'd see some Poco action, some aggro Poco, but yeah, some things just are not meant to be, unfortunately. But other thing that we could see, I'm personally an advocate for Griff on this map, specifically to deal with tanks, but yeah, that's just me. I mean, there are plenty of things that outrange Griff as well. And of course, when we talk about competitive play, it couldn't get more important than that. The idea of actually being able to compete with your opponents at their max range.
Yeah, Griff is a solid option if you're thinking about breaking walls on your side, but when it comes to breaking it on the other and on the enemy side, it's kind of hard to get all the way up because Griff does have to be there in order to get it, and it's often hard for him to push that far up unless your teammates are there to help you push up. Um, let's take a look though. No Griff here, unfortunately. It's a fun brawler on Ring Fire. There goes the totems. Feels like we're playing Sim City. Cyclone on the right-hand side is going to be making a few pokes at Jose. But look at that. Totem goes in the middle. Wow, and How to Win hits a lot of beautiful ice block. He is playing this so well. Oh my goodness. How to Win is being an MVP right there as he takes full control of the center against long-range matchups as a Lu throwing down the slippery ice in the middle. No way for Final Stand to push up here. Kevin going in viz and trying to harass the Sprout, but a good last second hedge. Wow, he's gonna make 2 kills there along with How to Win. This is domination from Esports Empire. Absolute domination. Especially against such a difficult matchup such as a Sprout and a Bell. I mean, Sprout counters Leon basically, and yeah, Bell counters the Lu. So Esports Empire is just playing this really, really well. Seems like How to Win is confident on the Lu, considering he played it really well in Siege as well.
All right, let's see. Jose PG is still keeping up the pressure on the right side. Kevin also hanging in there. I mean, this was a decisive victory for Esports Empire to bring us all the way to the match point. We talked about momentum before we even got started, and it could not be any more obvious that this is exactly what's happening. We've only seen one unfortunate game go to Final Stand, and now Esports Empire, well, they're at the match point. Just one more game win is all that they need. Now, things could go either way still. I mean, we could see the reverse sweep, but it looks pretty improbable. Knight, we were expecting a really, really close match here, but it seems that momentum did kind of cloud the way of things.
Yeah, Esports Empire is doing really, really well so far. How to Win just played out of his mind for the last few games. He's great on Mortis and Lu. And yeah, we actually see him using Ice Block instead of Cryo Syrup. And while Cryo Syrup's pretty good at just getting a quick stun on your enemies, he's making so much use of that shield gadget. Able to tank like 3 or 4 shots every time he pops it, it looks like. And yeah, maybe he should consider a rank 35 Lu because 0 trophies does not do him justice.
Yeah, well, Let's see. I mean, Lou definitely is one of the brawlers that we see repeatedly on this map. How to Win is going to run it once again. No Lou from the enemy side this time. Final Stand are going to be going for that Leon and Bell combo. A strong one for sure. One shot landed onto How to Win. Ooh, and almost another. He is barely alive. Oh, and there's the final shot from Kaden. These are the signs of life that we need to see from Final Stand all along, and it is going to happen. Kaden is playing especially trickily. He is not necessarily spinning, but he is juking back and forth, trying to avoid all damage possible. There's the kill on a How to Win as well. What on earth? This is a completely different Final Stand from what we've seen in our previous games.
Yeah, I want to point out though, I think Jose had a little bit of a disconnect because he got into the game like 15 seconds or 20 seconds late. Nonetheless, it is a Final Stand all the way into their bush. Cyclone on the right-hand side, fighting off against a Crow. Not necessarily the best matchup for him, but he is doing a solid job, putting Jose down to 600 health, finishing him off. There goes the invisibility, and takes out How to Win as well. Kevin, on the other hand, is trying to find as much value as Cyclone did with his invisibility, and does. There's a kill onto Tom. But How to Win seems to be struggling a lot more in this game as he did in the previous one. So Leon 1v1 on the left-hand side, which Cyclone does win. Jose now just sitting in his bush, no real way for him to get on Tom. And yeah, there we go. There's the really aggro totem from Final Stand, and it seems like there's no way they could lose this game. With only 20% left to collect, yeah, Jose desperately tries to go into the middle, but yeah, this one is already in the books, it feels like.
Yeah, it is looking kind of grim here. There's almost no way for Esports Empire to come back. They are going to be given another chance at the match point, though, in the next game. But for now, it is going to be Final Stand to keep themselves in the game. They will have to fight their way out of yet another match point is the unfortunate thing. But we will be keeping count. 1 match point, 2 match points they will have to fight their way through in order just to get to the next set. Set number 4, mind you. We've almost seen a pretty nice 3-0 sweep from the side of Esports Empire. For it to go any other way, we're going to have to see the win here, and then the next set, and the next set. So a reverse sweep, if you will.
Yeah, it looks like they had some issues at the start there, and maybe that's due to the disconnect, but at the end of the day, that's not how you want to be going into a match. And losing the initial like interactions in a hot zone game can basically lead you to a 100-0 loss in a lot of cases, which might have been what we saw here. Nevertheless, going into this next game, it is still the match point for Esports Empire. So Final Stand, they have to be pretty nervous going into this next one. But yeah, if you're Esports Empire, maybe you want to reconsider the Lou pick, as it just didn't work. It doesn't work too well against Bell, and you have to be basically a magician to win that matchup again.
Yeah, I mean, when Belle was finally, nerfed enough to the point where she wasn't banned every single game or every single competitive match, we stopped seeing Lou as much in competitive, and especially on this map. And it's just because Belle is simply better than Lou at mid. But Kevin seems to be a diff on the Bell here, does claim that 1v1 victory. Now it's all about the right side. Jose PG is going to be able to get rid of that turret. And Kevin claimed the kill onto Leon. Now it's a bit different, though. Kanan is going to go for the pinch, and Jose PG is in a bad situation. One more tap, and he is down, but the jukes are just too strong. He's been alive for so long. Cyclone might actually have to pay with his life. Perhaps not. He does get to heal up with Invisi-Heal, but the damage has already been done at mid. The nest eggs are down. Kanan is looking like a good victim. There's the double kill by Jose PG, and well, it's looking pretty good for Esports Empire. They could close out the match right here.
Yeah, looks like a few supers were wasted. How to Win doesn't get much value out of his invisibility, and Kevin throws a spotter to the Oblivion. Nevertheless, though, they are set up really nicely here. 30% lead and counting. Cyclone gonna stay in this zone, but it doesn't look like it's gonna be a long-term arrangement. Falls back, but How to Win just chilling in the zone. They know he's there because the zone is lit up. But yeah, holds just 10% more. They are just a little closer to moving to the semifinals. Kevin throws another spotter, doesn't make it, but Jose finds a double kill, as we've seen him do many times this game. There goes the trap on the right-hand side, but it's just too little and too late. Only a 15% gap for Esports Empire. Wow, and Kevin hits like 10 shots in a row there. This one is in the books. Yeah, Tom is really going to struggle to play this 1v3. That's for sure. 5% left and closing. There we go. That's the game. Final stand is going to be out in the quarterfinals. Congratulations to Esports Empire.
And congrats to Esports Empire on the 3-0 today, though it was not without a pretty bitter fight all the way to the end by Final Stand Esports. It was a very, very close and a very, very tough fight. GG's to both sides. Final Stand is not going to be walking away without their fair share of the prize. They're going to be claiming some cash, money, and means of euros today. But they will not get the chance at the lion's share that awaits first place grand champion. Esports Empire is well on their way to claiming that spot, but they got to get through the semifinals now. They just qualified, and now really our next quarterfinal is going to determine who their opponent will be. It's going to be between Point Gaming and FA Scarlet Stars.
Yeah, absolutely. Next game is coming up here. We might flash back to the bracket, but in case we don't, it is, as already said, we have Scarlet Stars going up against Point Gaming, who did have a upset against FA Verified yesterday. Another very, very good team that I didn't expect to fall in the round of 16 yesterday. But yeah, they are gone, and so is Navi. Point Gaming versus Scarlet Stars. I think I have to bet on Point Gaming here. They just really, really dominant yesterday, and yeah, nothing more to say about that.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Point Gaming take a good win over FA Verified yesterday. In fact, I believe it was the closest match that we watched all day, but we got to see more of their gameplay style, and from that we can, deduce that they are a pretty strong roster. Different story for FA Scarlet Stars. They were playing versus one of the streamer teams that is part of Trovo Titans, and they had a pretty good showing. Partially due to that. I mean, MRK Vice 333, they had a good showing. They put forth a good effort. It just was not really on par with what FA Scarlet Stars had to offer, unfortunately. So we'll see if FA Scarlet Stars was holding back or whether they have some more to show us. But for now, we have seen that performance from Point Gaming that they need in order to head to the grand finals already. So I agree with you, and I think they are the most likely candidate.
Yep, absolutely. And as this game starts to ready up here, and we'll be taking a look at the maps soon. And along with the bans, maybe we will see Poco today. Maybe we will not. There are no guarantees. That's for sure.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, Poco is one of those where we saw him like once. Where there was only one instance where he was not banned, and we were actually, well, maybe not you and I, but I was overjoyed. Right, I wanted to see the mariachi finally in play, and we got to see him just a little bit. So it could be the case once again. Poco's usually a confidence ban, though, and leaving him open does open up the world for the teams that are a little bit less confident in their skills and are a little bit less sure of what the enemy is going to run. So we, uh, yeah, so the teams are having a few issues here, though, which is completely to be expected at this level of play and at this sort of grade of a tournament. So we are going to be throwing to a 5-minute break. So get up, stretch, get some water, and we will see you back in 5 minutes. All right, welcome back everyone to Trovo Titans. I'm still ready set. That is still a nighttime clasher, and this is still the second quarter final of the day. It is the next best of 5. We haven't gotten those issues resolved with the teams, and now they are just preparing for our second match of the day.
Yeah, as we were saying earlier, our next match is between Point Gaming and we've got Scarlet Stars on the bottom side. Yeah, these teams are going to be going on the bottom side of the bracket, no, on the left side of the bracket here, and they're going to be trying to fight their way into the semifinals where they'll go against Esports Empire, who just had a really dominant win in our last game here.
Yeah, they certainly did have a dominating win. I mean, yeah. It does look like we are going to be going to Gaming Scholid next. So let us get into that one. It is going to yeah, this is going to be Scarlet Stars and Point Gaming that we are coming up on. FA Scarlet Stars, they did, have a pretty good they did have a pretty good performance yesterday. Point Gaming, though, we got to see a little bit more of them, didn't we, Knight?
Yeah, we saw a little bit more of Point Gaming, especially from yesterday when they had a really good win over. It was FA verified. That was one of our closer games yesterday. And let's take a look at the match details here. We should be getting into it real quick.
All right, let us get into it. Our maps are on the way. Safe Zone is going to start us off. Gym Fort for set number 2 and Pinball Dreams for set number 3. Those are the only ones you're guaranteed to be played. Keep in mind, this is a best of 5. A bit of an upgrade over yesterday where it was just a best of 3. We were guaranteed only 2 maps yesterday. Today, though, if we make it to the further stages, Ring of Fire and Nuts and Bolts are waiting for us on the horizon. And we really did think we were going to see a set number 4 or a set number 5 in our first match of Esports Empire versus Final Stand Esports, but didn't happen at all. It was a nice 3-0 victory by Esport Empire. Now moving right along to Point Gaming versus FA Scarlet Stars, I think we could just see yet another 3-0 victory.
Yeah, absolutely. Safe Zone going to start us off here. I think we'll have definitely a wall break from either team. Well, it probably won't be Brock, or it might be Brock. Teams could opt with Colt, which is very, very popular in the EU region. Ballot or Piper in the mid is also generally pretty solid. Byron is good as well. And on the lanes, we could still see Rico. Rico's always been really, really good here. Let's go look at the band, see if they take out any of these super strong brawlers.
We love to see the brawlers. I don't want to call any of them broken, right? But they are pretty strong, and they do introduce a interesting dynamic into the game, a new element that we're not typically used to. There's a Byron band to start things off. Still 3 more to go. It is the ABAB style bands. Poco is going to go second. So both of our most important healers in the game have already been eliminated. Buzz also will be joining that roster of Band of Brawlers. It was nice while we had you, Buzz, for match number 1. There's the Stew band as well, which Knight does leave Meg available. It leaves Ash available. I don't think really anyone will be playing that without those 2 important healers missing. But Stew is gone. And of course, we have Meg in the mix as well.
Yeah, Ash is one of those brawlers who is really reliant on those synergies with Byron. So without Byron, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Ash to really make an impact here. So yeah, we're definitely probably not going to be seeing him. And yeah, Stu actually he was a pretty solid option on Save Zone in terms of breaking the walls and just fighting that long range fight. Of course, he can't break the wall immediately; just has to poke around over the water and then find that wall break when he can.
Yeah, so we'll see exactly what the approach is this time. We are going to be getting ready for our first set of this match, our first game as well. All we can do is wait and see and prepare for what could be coming. It's going to be interesting. Definitely excited for a second match of the day. Point Gaming, I think, is our second expected semifinalist. But hey, I mean, power to FA Scarlet Stars. Let's hope that they are able to bring the heat here versus Point Gaming, because it is going to be a tough battle. Kind of one-sided, if you ask me.
Yeah, it might be a little bit one-sided, but I don't think it can get more one-sided than the last match here between Final Stand and Esports Empire. That one went by pretty quickly, and if these teams decide to ready up, hopefully this one can be quick as well.
And it is always the limiting factor in competitive play is how fast the players get ready. It is always when they want to get ready, and as a tournament organizer, you can really hope that you have control over it, but you really don't. The players do what they do, and it appears what they are going to be doing this time is going the exact same comps. It is the mirror match here on Safe Zone to start us off. Nanny, Piper, Colt from both sides, and the wall break also is going to open up these lanes nice and wide for our players to take advantage of them. It's a pretty strong start here for Reyes on the enemy side. He is going to get one shot, now looking for another on Juggernaut. Lifepool also pushing up just as well. There is the homemade recipe. Damage pours onto the safe. A great start here for FA Scarlet Stars.
Yeah, no real surprises so far. Just a good start for the red side. They've got a little bit of extra damage on that safe. Reliable going to be running down the right-hand side, but a nice homing recipe from Juggernaut's going to finish him off. There is the warp teleport from Steel, finding 3 Nani connections onto the safe. Now it's going to be Scarlet Stars firing back. Here comes their Nani, and a full clip from Adita is going to win him that right lane, and Juggernaut finishes off Reliable. It is 2 on the safe in favor of PTG. But on the other hand, okay, there we go. Nani gets taken out. Still an advantage for the side of Scarlet Stars, though. Here comes Steel on the left-hand side against Colt, which should be a favorable matchup for him. Adita finally falls, but with the help of Juggernaut, Reliable does go down. Seems like the Piper has been the biggest trouble for the red side's Colt, unable to connect on the safe thus far. But yeah, basically the next Nani head will decide who has a push. There we go, Lifepool's finding a lot of shots there, and there's no surprise that he has gotten his super. Juggernaut, no more homemade recipes left, it looks like, having used 1 on the Piper and 2 on the Colt. Now it's all 3 brawlers from Scarlet Stars firing away at the safe. It's going to be a hard gap close here if you are Point Gaming. No Nani head in sight. They just have to push up the normal way. Juggernaut's going to find his off of the enemy Nani, though. There we go. He's now trying to get a little damage on the safe, but it's too little, too late. They are not going to be able to get this one as their safe falls. I think they're getting trolled. There we go. Lifepool finishes off game 4. Scarlet Stars to start us off.
That was a little bit interesting, right? Because I was like, wait, is Lifepool not on the safe? Why is he not taking it down? There's 1% remaining. I was like, wait, they just might do it. Point Gaming might claim the victory here. But no, unfortunately for them, that was not the case, although it did seem to be very close. FA Scarlet Stars with a much better showing than we might have been expecting, Knight. This was huge for them to start things off with such a dominating victory. They did let it slip just a little bit at the end. I don't know why necessarily they did, but it did seem like it was by choice.
Yeah, and they made really good choices actually with the comps. Nani is something. It's a solid brawler here for sure. It's not something we've seen a lot in the NA region, but it definitely worked out here. I want to take a little credit here. I think I came up with that Nani strategy first, where you break open the left-hand side and you make an open link for it. When I tried to do it, it didn't have very much success, so maybe that's why I stopped using it. Here we go, though. It is Rico versus Nani. We're going to see how this plays out. And yeah, I think Rico is definitely better than Nani on this right-hand side because Nani can't really shoot around those 2x2 walls as you see here. Steel can basically hold this lane infinitely. On the other hand, Juggernaut is helping Adita finish off Reliable here. There we go, and it is a solid lead for Point Gaming as they win both their lanes on the left and right. No, the mid and left pretty dominantly. Steel holds his, just doesn't want to feed Lifepool with super, obviously, because then there will be a push on their safe. Now Reyes and Reliable pushing back. They are winning their lanes respectively. Okay, here is the game changer, though. Reyes breaks open all the right side walls. Now there is really no way for Steel to win this matchup against Nani. needs to probably use his gadget to push all the way down the lane and just try to just find himself a home in that little wall space at their back. Juggernaut finds a kill on Reliable, and now at a damage deficit, it's Point Gaming as Lifepool pushes all the way up, holding on to that Nani Super.
Okay, let's see. Steel is going to try and make things work on the right side. He does have the extended range of that super ready to go, but his enemy is standing comfortably away from the wall so that he does not get hit by the ricochet. There is the assistance from Reyes, though. The double up on the right lane, and Reyes picks up yet another kill on the Juggernaut. The full clip from Adida is going to take down Reyes, but Reliable is able to take advantage of the situation and claim some damage on that save. More and more damage from the enemy side this time, just like last game. It's a mid-fight for me at night. The control is just off the charts, but that could very well change. Juggernaut and Steel getting some significant damage, going to be pushing back. Reyes here, he just might have to retreat. 25 seconds remain for something to happen here, but the mid control has to come first.
Yeah, let's take a look at this, though. There is a 30% damage deficit for Point Gaming, so they've got to make something happen soon. Lifepool is at the back, just putting pressure in these last few seconds, making sure that this gap cannot be closed. There we go, a Piper Bomb on the save, but it's just not enough. Their push came in at the last 20 seconds, and that's really not what you want to be doing. In Heist, probably you should be fighting for that damage throughout the entirety of a game, not just when you really, really need it towards the end. And yeah, as we saw there, way too late. Lifepool playing great on the Nani. As soon as that wall was broken down, it felt like this game was completely over. And yeah, there we go. Point Gaming falls in our first set. Actually, pretty surprisingly, Scarlet Stars is maintaining their control here.
Yeah, good stuff for Scarlet Stars, and I completely agree. I mean, once that wall is broken open on the right side, you can see the pace of the game has significantly changed. Another thing you mentioned, though, is Scarlet Stars, right? They're playing for control pretty much the entire time. Point Gaming, they struggle to get control of mid for the entirety of the game, and yeah, in the last 20 seconds, they do get a nice chunk of damage off of that safe, but they're still like 20% short, which is, just too much to get in that really, really short portion of time. When you've already expended most of your shots, or really all of your shots. I mean, we saw all the stops pulled out, even Piper with the heart bombs drop down on the safe just to get that little extra bit of damage. So I wonder why exactly it's these last 20 seconds that we see the stops finally being pulled out by Point Gaming. Maybe they were holding back and they didn't want to like pull any big risks, or maybe FA Scarlet Stars were like, yeah, we've already won this one. I mean, we can just kind of hold back now. We don't need to play anymore, and let Point Gaming try their worst. In any case, we are going to be heading into Gemfort for set number 2.
Yeah, there we go. We've got a little bit of a different setup here. Adita going to pop the Sweet Dreams gadget real early on Reyes there, but he's not going to find the kill after Reyes also has to use a slow there. I'm not really sure how a slow is going to help him in that instance because they were right next to each other. But yeah, Steel wins the matchup against Reliable on the left-hand side. Juggernaut's going to fall to the bell, though. It's not a good matchup for Pam, generally. Can't get a whole lot of value of the turret. Now Reyes goes in for another slow onto a disc. They can't kill him even though he's slow? That is really, really odd. But yeah, Reyes is holding onto a super, and Reliable now wins his lane back. Juggernaut is just getting completely pinched out on the mid here. Reyes still holding onto a super. No real opportunity for him to go in. Probably needs on the Rico. Oh, there we go. Goes right on in. But beats the Sandy with super. Slow onto Juggernaut. No real threats here for Scarlet Stars. They pick up gem number 10, and only then does the Sandy super come down. Doesn't have any use for the entire game, and Reyes completely controlling that right side is going to be a huge decider for this game. As, I mean, Sandy can't win against a Crow. That's just ridiculous to expect. Yeah, really, really solid game from Scarlet Stars. That is a 10 gem to nothing win.
Yeah, not only a solid game, but like a dominating one to further drive that home. That plus such a quick game as well, and a perfect record for Scarlet Stars so far. 3 games won in a row. We could be standing to see the perfect 3-0. I mean, at least now this is the 3-0. 3 wins so far. bit and not a single game won for Scarlet Stars. It is unfortunate for them, but it is most certainly well earned, or rather, 0 games won by Point Gaming, certainly well earned by Scarlet Stars. Uh, Much better showing than we were expecting, and I love getting proven wrong, and this is one of those instances where I'm very excited for FA Scarlet Stars to prove me wrong once again. But Point Gaming, like, this is when they need to like really step things up or switch things up majorly. Night, you noted, like, even with the crow slow, like, they weren't able to do anything, and like, here comes a Sandy super, but it's way too late. They're already 10 gems on the enemy side. It's unfortunate. Hopefully we see it change up, but the issues are clear, and hopefully they can address those in our upcoming games before it's too late.
Yeah, absolutely. They've definitely got to make comp switches from the side of Point Gaming. The Sandy went on the lane, the open lane against a Crow, which is never going to win. Here's the correct strategy, though. They go from the middle. That makes a lot more sense, as Sandy can often sit in one of those L-shaped walls and then just hold a choke point that way. It's generally pretty easy to do. So here's Adida, super number one, very quickly. Only needed 20 seconds to find it. Steel chilled on the right-hand side, makes a kill onto Reyes. Very nice from PTG. Sandy has to find a super, or the Rosa and the Mag are going to not find that much value in their offenses. There goes the spotter, but it's not going to make it. What? Reyes walks right on top of the Rosa. Big mistakes being made here from Scarlet Stars, something we haven't really seen them do so far. And Reliable holds that left-hand lane. Obviously, he's going to be doing really well around those walls. Aditya picks up gem number 3. Steel's trying to find his third kill onto Reyes here. And no, he's not going to get it. Reyes goes in with a stun. There is the kill. And a really high standing super. Not sure if they're going to find much value here. But Aditya is going to... Oh, they do find the value. There's the kill onto Angel Tent. And a slow from Steel is going to get Reliable stuck there for a second. But no kill results from it. Steel still positioned really nicely here. Feed comes out from Aditya, but no connection onto the Rosa. Point Gaming is looking a lot better, though, here, as Angel Tense really struggles to push into the mid.
I'm just as shocked tonight. This is a complete turnaround for Point Gaming. There's a jump in from Reyes. Reliable still trying to hold his own. Steel and Aditya actually will fall. Those gems might be accessible to Scarlet. We'll have to see, though. There are all the gems picked up by Point Gaming now. 9 gems in 1 held by Juggernaut. Aditya is going to get him sped up. They just got to find a good hiding place. And not enough time for Angel Tints and Reyes to pick up any more gems in order to stop this countdown. Aditya is going to barely stay alive there, and that is going to be the first win, actually, from the side of Point Gaming. Interesting to see. Scarlet Stars are still just 1 game away from taking themselves to a 2-0 lead, but man, Point Gaming, this is the comeback that they needed so badly, and hopefully it means a little bit of momentum for their side.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw those little changes making a huge difference here. Sandy not going onto that open lane, went through the middle at the start. Juggernaut, they had Juggernaut going on Sandy instead of, I forgot who it was on the other side. But yeah, they switched up who was playing the Sandy, and they did a lot better of a job just going through the middle, staying passive, not always looking for those shots, but just playing that way was able to find them a super within like the first 45 seconds of the game, which actually made their team a lot more stable in the mid area. And he found 2 supers across the entire game that all had a pretty solid amount of value compared to last game where they weren't able to find any value with their supers. And yeah, overall, they were just really good at controlling those L-shaped walls. And when you just have the mid lockdown, it doesn't even matter if you have lost the lanes because it's so hard for them to push in past those choke points. So yeah, really good job from Point Gaming there, making the comebacks that they need to be making at this stage in the match.
Yeah, this is pretty much, yeah, you pretty much summed it up beautifully, Knight. This is exactly what they needed. This is exactly what they needed and when they need it as well. Though it is unfortunate that like they couldn't have started off the game this way. It was decidedly in favor of Scarlet to start things off, and now we're seeing the signs of life from Point Gaming, and hopefully they're able to take that into the next games as well. Just one more win for really either team could spell either a tie or a massive lead for Scarlet Stars. So Scarlet Stars are obviously hoping to take this next game by storm. We saw them start off game number one and get a 10-0 game, which is just colossal for them. For the enemy side, though, Point Gaming, they rested it back in game number two, and hopefully for them, game number three is not as much of a struggle, but it will be a well-fought one for sure, and it will be well worth it. 1-1 would be the scoreline if they won this next game.
Yeah, really, really good stuff we've seen from Scarlet Stars so far. They've just got to make the correct comp adjustments. Let's see, though. They've got to prevent Adair from getting those supers too early on in the game. There we go. We see the slow coming down onto Juggernaut, just holding the Sandy back, not letting him charge too much super. But Adair, look at that. He already found the Mag Super. There is Juggernaut running all the way down. Spotter going to be thrown at a speeding Max. That's not really what we want to be doing here. When you've got Spotter, you don't want to, or like a Gene Pull, you don't ever want to be using it on a fast enemy because it's such a hard super to get in the first place. So using it on those kind of enemies is not a good idea. There's Spotter number 2 actually being missed from Scarlet Stars. Reyes gets the kill onto Juggernaut. Adita pushed back. Juggernaut lost his lane. Wow, Scarlet Stars goes for the team wipe, and Juggernaut is going to miss that stun. What? Just as he connected onto the bell, he falls back. Maybe a little bit of a miscalculation, but Adita being slow there is going to mean doom for him. Nope, base shifts are going to have to be used. Gem number 10 is on the field, but there is no pressure for Scarlet Stars to pick that up. They know they are widely in the lead here and can just play passively until they have a really safe opportunity to get gem number 10. Maybe they won't have another opportunity for a while, though, as it looks like Point Gaming is locked and loaded in the mid area. Another really high Sandy Super comes down from Juggernaut as Reliable tries to win the lane against Steel there. He does find Juggernaut, and Juggernaut might be able... Yeah, he does fall there. And this is going to be the opportunity that Scarlet Stars needs to push back into the mid zone. Steel is about to fall unless he can pop that gadget. Wow, I think he tried to pop the gadget as he shot a shot into the wall, but maybe he didn't press the button. It happens to the best of us. Surely happened to me a few times, but now the gem line is even up.
Okay, Angel Tin's holding the lion's share of the gems. Race is going to pick up that final one to start this countdown, but they cannot afford a full retreat just yet. Here comes the speed from Adita. He's so low on health, though. One shot is going to send him to the grave. Steel tries to hold it, and actually he is going to succeed. He is going to be able to clutch this defense, holding all 10 of the gems, and this is really the ideal scenario, though he is going to be very susceptible to Reyes here, and Reyes, he heals up just a little bit more than he can almost guarantee the pretty safe kill on a Steel here. He's not going to go for it, though. There's countdown for the enemy side this time, and the jump out. Barely enough time. Ooh, in fact, there might not be enough time at all for this to be brought back by Point Gaming. There's a Sandstorm. Angel Tins cannot afford to retreat at this point. Steel is going to go down, and there's the countdown once again for the enemy side. Point Gaming, though, they managed to tie it up. Another kill by Reliable. Adita does go down. Steel, you can't clutch this anymore, man. There's just not enough time, and it looks like this is going to be game.
Yeah, it looks like set number 2 is going to be falling to Scarlet Stars. 5 seconds left in regulation. Wow, PTG, just as it looked like they were starting to make the comeback, it seemed like they were playing too aggressively, didn't find enough Sandy Supers towards that back half of the game. And yeah, when you get a Sandy Super, it really guarantees you probably the next 3, sometimes even 4 gems if you play that correctly. And yeah, it didn't look like that's what they were doing there. Just really too desperate for those gems towards the end and not able to pick any of them up. Now they are down 2 sets, and this is looking a lot like our last match. Just a complete domination from one side. Scarlet Stars, they picked it back up after a rough second game of gem grab, and they're looking really good here.
Yep, so this is looking very, very hopeful for Scarlet Stars. I mean, this is exactly where they want to be. Just one more set, and they will be advancing on to the semifinals, and they will be facing against our victor of our first quarterfinal of the day, which was Esport Empire. We'll see if they're able to finish out their quarterfinal in the same fashion as Esport Empire with a 3-0 victory. Otherwise, though, this is the chance for Point Gaming to come back. They got to get 3 set wins in a row, which was the exact same case for Final Stand Esports, and things seem to be repeating themselves tonight. Things got a lot closer in set number 2, and now moving into set number 3. We started off with the match point. and then the underdog managed to take a win, and then it got finalized. No reverse sweep for you today, and it stuck as a 3-0 on the scoreline. So Point Gaming, I mean, if they can get one win here, then they can shift the momentum once again. But FA Scarlet Stars, I gotta say now, my mind has changed. It looks like they are the more likely victor of this matchup.
Yeah, they are looking good so far. Going into our Brawl Ball set, which I didn't really remember the map, but if they enjoy playing brawlers like Bell is a really solid option on Brawl Ball, probably like Backyard Bull. Yeah, it's good. It's just very good on Brawl Ball. So they should be fine going into these games here. Also, having a solid Sandy is probably going to be important. So maybe Scarlet Stars really likes that because they enjoy their Sandy plays. Maybe we'll see some Spike as well. Haven't really seen much of the Green Man today, which I'm surprised about considering how good he is supposed to be on that ice format. Oh yeah, it is this match. So as we see Bell on all sides, there is the Spike as well. We've got Barley on the right-hand side here, fighting it off. Juggernaut, huge advantage so far. 2 shots down on Reliable. Reliable needs to stay back because he's going to die in the next shot. We have a mismatch though because Point Gaming's Adida is Surge and he's on the left-hand side versus Spike, the number one, oh not number one, but one of the top 3 hard counters for Surge. Adida was definitely looking to play against the Barley here, and if Point Gaming had put the Barley on the left and the Surge on the right, this would already be like game over because of how easy those matchups are to win. Steel finds his kill, but there are 2 nest eggs in that middle area. It's going to be hard for him to push up with those in the way. So basically, Angel Ten's going to get a free respawn there, as he can come all the way up and not have really any consequences, as Adida is still stuck on the left-hand side. Juggernaut is still at a standstill on the right. This is good. This looks like it's going to be a long game.
Yeah, it does look like it's going to be a long game. Look at all the nest eggs thrown down. I mean, as you mentioned, lots of slowing ability from both teams. We'll see what Juggernaut and Reliable have to plan as well. Let's hope they are not running that sticky syrup mixer just for the sake of speeding up this game. Another thing to consider is Adida still on the left side, waiting for Reyes just to have any sort of weak points. But it's not going to come, right? That life plant is going to appear as soon as Adida uses the gadget, but a big win on the right side by Juggernaut is going to allow Steel to push up and disarm a nest egg and go back to his bush. This is pretty much how the pace of the game is going to go until all of these walls are broken down. Unfortunately, Pinball Dreams does tend to get like this at times. Let's see, though. Once more on the right side, Juggernaut will be winning this matchup minorly. Angel Tint's getting some good shots onto Steel. Steel almost gets a kill onto Reyes. Adida can finally afford to push up just a little bit right next to the ball. This is going to be huge, actually, for Point Gaming.
Yeah, Adida, look how far up he is against a Spike. That is really, really impressive. But still, no TPs used by Adida, and Reyes is holding on to one of his life plants, having used 2 of them already. Juggernaut is on his last Herbal Tonic, and Reliable has all 3. There's the first TP in from Adida. Nothing gets done, though, unfortunately. And he is still only 1/3 of the way to a super, I believe. It's going to be really hard for him to make any sort of an impact in this back half of the game. There is the TP, as we see, no dives. Easy block from the Spike gadget. Steel, wow, a perfect spotter. Reyes is going to try to put this one in. A little bit of an overextension, but Adida now on level 2. That might be the difference maker here for Point Gaming, and its nest egg remains in the middle for either side. 30 seconds left in overtime here, and it doesn't look like much is going to get done. Will Adida pass it into the corner though? No one's going to move this up on the left-hand side. Very aggressive. Oh, one more TP left. Makes good use of it. That's the goal. Point Gaming takes their first game in Brawl Ball.
Amazing stuff for Point Gaming to wrest back control of this map, wrest back that momentum as, yeah, one more game win for them, and they will be starting to even out the scoreline. It is going to be significantly tougher for Scarlet Stars to bring this one back in their favor. One win for them, and they will be looking at a match point, and things will get pretty hairy for both of the teams. You know, you don't want to let a match point slip, and you also don't want to be the victim of the match point if you lose that crucial game. But I will say, Point Gaming, it is looking very, very hopeful for them. They were able to get that victory, even in spite of picking that surge into the spike, which I think really does speak volumes about their mechanical skill as well as their team synergy in this mode.
Yeah, this last game gives me faith in Point Gaming. They just played that really, really well. Um, they were able to stay so passive with the surge on the spike the entire game. And we saw Adida not use any of his TPs basically, just so patient and knowing that if he went in, it would basically be a instant death because of the spike totem. On the other hand, we are able to see Juggernaut winning that Barley matchup very, very consistently, almost always tapping Reliable and keeping him in his spawn. Basically, the whole game, the Bell matchup in the middle was a little bit more even, but still, it felt like Point Gaming had the advantages on all sides, and winning it into overtime where their server was still level 1, that is really, really hard to do, and props to them. Here we go, though. It is a switch up from PTG as they pull out the max, something they seem to really, really like after seeing the first set. Steel, though, is going to be up against a Barley on the right-hand side, but keep note, Angel Tense is more further to the right as he really wants to help the Barley pinch out the Jackie before he can get too close. There we go. 2 nest eggs in the middle already, and it looks like Scarlet Stars are doing a lot better this game. Spike versus Sandy is obviously going to be a free matchup. Sticky Syrup Mixer on the Steel. Wow, they're just clapping these balls as they're running into them. Juggernaut on the left-hand side. Look at that. He's just going to fall. No shots from him. And this is looking so dominant from Scarlet Stars. They just got to hold the control and be passive until they can find a real opportunity to score.
Okay, Reliable Angel Tints Reyes now pushing up even more than before. Those really aggressive nest eggs at the beginning, it did work wonders. Ooh, that is not good actually for Scarlet Stars, but for Point Gaming, it's amazing. The clutch there by Adida to get that ball out of the way. When it most certainly would have resulted in a goal. There's a speed from Adida, though. Juggernaut, that speed is going to wear off, but it did provide the room that Point Gaming needed to get out of here. There's the life plant. Reyes is really not going to get any healing from that, but he is going to get significant protection, so he did get good value, but it did fall very, very quickly. Once again, though, Angel Tints has this super ready to go. He's not going to go for the hit on Adida, it doesn't seem. He has other shots to work with, or maybe not to use that super out of desperation. Steel is really the ideal target for that super. There's a great pinch, though, between Reliable and Angel Tints, and now this could be a goal, but more importantly, it is going to be a push up here. Reyes in a tough situation does manage to get the kill on Juggernaut. Now it is a 3v2. Steel, though, still keeps on pushing out Reliable on the right side.
Yeah, here we go. There is the max speed from Adida. Steel really, really low, though, and 20 seconds left in until overtime here, and it seems like PTG has not made any room for themselves, basically being tortured and held captive in their spawn for the last 2 minutes. But let's see if overtime gives them any new starts. Most likely not, because they are definitely at the range disadvantage. Here comes Steel, that runs right in. Can he get the super on the Barley? He does. There is the kill, but Angel Tent is there to finish him off. And Juggernaut he's so low on the left-hand side, and he's not going to get much done. Still no Sandy super found by him, so that's going to be the main limiting factor for PPG here. Steel on the right-hand side, going to get tagged. No way for him to get that kill. And Juggernaut is struggling as well. Adida is, yep, there goes the Sweet Dreams, and no kill again. Steel now runs all the way down, pulls in the bell, and actually this is an opening for Point Gaming if Steel can pass it over. Oh no, if Juggernaut can pass it to Adida, and Adida can just throw this one, despite there being 3 people, yeah, it just doesn't look possible. 10 seconds left, and it's looking like a draw, unless some miracle happens for either team.
Oh, miracle, not gonna happen. Yeah, no one received that bounce pass. Yep, that's a draw right there. And unfortunate there for Point Gaming. It looked like they could have closed it out right there. It was gonna get very close. Similar story though for Scarlet Stars, because it was looking very dominating the entire time, and now, I mean, let's be fair though, they got the defense, right? They were able to keep themselves in this set, and now they have even more of an idea of what is going to be played in the upcoming games. So there's really something to be gained for both teams here, but really I think the biggest loser here, even though it is a draw, is Point Gaming, because they were so close to closing this one out and claiming a set for themselves.
Yeah, and Scarlet Stars, we saw them have a lot of opportunity in the regulation time, but they seem to be playing very passively as to how they want to approach the goal. And sometimes they might be playing too passively, as they never really even went for it, although it seemed like they were keeping control the entire game. So, yeah, maybe some missed opportunities from their side. And yeah, Point Gaming held on pretty well there, considering they didn't even get a Sandy Super threat the entire game. So yeah, they are definitely probably happy with the draw, considering there are a lot of ways for them to lose. But hey, a draw hurts nobody. We were still going to be playing for the Brawl Ball set. Point Gaming needs to win the next game to not go to match point, and Scarlet Stars does want to be going to match point, obviously.
Yeah, yeah. Don't want to go to match point when it doesn't mean a victory for you, is always the case. In any case, though, let's see the rematch here. It is going to be actually a mirror match. Spike on the left side, the Barley on the right, and the Bell up at mid. That's right, we've changed up the comps just a little bit in light of the draw. We'll see how this one turns out. This is going to be the real test of skill, the real test of mechanical skill, more importantly, as the mirror match is typically conducive to this sort of thing.
Yeah, Reyes is winning his lane pretty dominantly on the left-hand side, something we've seen him do before with Spike in that last game. Just really solid on this brawler. Life plan goes down, and actually, I don't know, he just walked out of the range and didn't get the healing at the last second. Wow, a really, really nice spotter from Steel is going to get him down, and Adida falls as well. There goes the herbal tonic from Juggernaut as he tries to heal up in order to win this lane against Reliable. Seems like Reliable is doing a lot better of a job here against Juggernaut. Maybe figuring kind of how to play the Barley matchup here. There we go. It is like 3 nest eggs in the middle, and Adida is going to be throwing down the stick around on the left-hand side. Reyes still tagged, but playing passively, not wanting to die, because a Spike with tag is just so little health. It's probably like 2,500 health. So he's got to be really, really careful here. Looks like another complete standstill, moving into 1 minute of regulation left on the clock. I think we're certainly going to see an overtime here.
Yeah, it is a very drawn out set, and it is going to be a pretty drawn out game even here. But let's see. I mean, Adina is making some good headway on the left side. Steel is avoiding a lot of damage. Reliable is going to get hit by that reflected shot. Juggernaut now tries to push up on the right side. More damage onto the enemy from these reflected bell shots. Steel is slowed down. He is going to get taken down. Juggernaut takes significant damage. So does Adina. He is going to stay alive. Reyes looks for the kill and barely gets it around that life plant. But nonetheless, actually, Reyes is still going to be stuck in the same situation. Steel coming up at just the right time, and Juggernaut is holding these guys back in their own spawn. Not good at all for Scarlet Stars. Point Gaming, though, this is looking amazing. 1 more kill, and they can pretty much guaranteed get this goal. Let's see it. There's the fabled bounce shot from Pinball Dreams, but it's not going to go in. It was captured just at the last minute. There is the mark as well by Angel Tint. That, honestly, that super could have been saved for when the boxes broke down, but they didn't save it.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too eager to find the win here. There's a thumbs down from Adida. He knows that was a mistake from his teammate. Reliable falls on the right-hand side to the bell, though. And PDG is still looking dominant in this game, but they have to rescue that ball from the right-hand side. Juggernaut going to start on the last call. It's not going to be doing very much, though. And I don't see how he can push up all the way here. He's 2 shots to the bell, and yeah, it's not going to happen. Nest eggs, 2 of them are in the middle here. 4. Oh, there goes a spotter to try to finish off a 200 health Adida. Reyes is going to do it, though. It's not looking good for PTG in terms of scoring, but oh, Reliable's actually bringing up the ball. If he can pass to Angel Tent, and Angel Tent passes to Reyes, there's a little bit of a chance. Nah, 3 seconds left. We're going to another draw.
Yes, honey. Yeah, okay, I guess another draw. Whatever. Whatever. It's cool. It's cool. I'm fine. I'm not salty at all. I mean, we've seen one win, right? So we got something to hang on to. You know, Scarlet Stars. Come on, y'all. Yeah. I mean, Scarlet Stars. If they take the next win, though, or really whatever the next game is that does not result in a draw, then yeah, we are going to be at a draw set wise. So we are 3 games deep and still just 1 win on the scoreboard. It does go to show that these teams are a little bit more well matched than they would let on in those first couple of sets. This is definitely, though, starting to wear down on Point Gaming, as they're so close to getting this win and heading into the next set, right? And starting to maybe take back the match. But no, Scarlet Stars are not going to let it happen at all, not even a little bit, right? It's going to be the draw, and the draw, and I think it's pretty evidently starting to take its toll on the players as well.
Yeah, once the 2 draws come in, the players start getting a little impatient, and they might play a little bit more aggressively than they would have otherwise. And that's where we can see the mistakes starting to be made. But yeah, this game was like 3 minutes of just patient play, and it's a little bit of a close match here in terms of the Brawl Ball set. And we're seeing a couple of draws. It's nothing too surprising generally. Brawl Ball at the very highest level tends to be very slow paced. It's completely different from your 600, 700 ladder games where people are scoring like 3 goals in like 2 minutes. It's completely different.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different playing field. It's a complete different ballpark. Whatever kind of ball we are talking about here, whether it's a brawl ball or, well, I don't know what kind of, I guess baseball is what you have in a ballpark. But in any case, right? Yeah, it's a different dojo and a different play style that arises as we start to get a little bit fatigued. Okay, here's a much different play style. You mentioned players getting impatient, and this is exactly what I'm seeing here. Play the very tanky, high risk, high reward sort of strategy. Reyes gets something huge. No way! And the bounce shot to get that first goal in with just 14 seconds off the beginning of the game so far. That has got to hurt Point Gaming.
Yeah, speaking of playing more aggressively, looks, oh my goodness, Reyes is going insane. He just goes straight on with no concern whatsoever. Reliable now, it's his turn to walk down the left-hand side. No goals are going to be found, but they're just running at PPG here. Yeah, maybe they've got to go eat dinner or something, because it seems like they really want this game to be over.
Yeah, someone's mom is calling them down for dinner, and they gotta, like, barricade the door so their mom doesn't break it down. Mom, no, I'm winning Brawl Stars. It's important. It's more important than dinner. Anyway, let's see though. Is Angelton's gonna be able to get this pass off? Well, he is gonna get the stun. Reyes, no,
what?
A bit of a throw. He is gonna get that healing though. Will he be able to get the kill nonetheless? He's not gonna go for it. Hangs onto the super, gets rid of the mark. In any case though, still in the lead. Scarlet Stars have some room to work with here. A couple of tank counters from the side of Point Gaming could net them the win within the next 1 minute, or really just needs to net them a goal here in order to tie things up, and then I don't know, maybe we can have another draw or something. Isn't that how things are supposed to go? No way! And the tricky super from Adita is gonna tie things up.
Yeah, here is going to be the pressure on Scarlet Stars to get something done. Morris already have expended 3 of the survival shovels. No real way for him to make big plays anymore, as he has no gadgets. But he does have the super, and so does Angel 10. Oh, what? Oh, that's a stun onto the Barley. Let's see if Reyes goes for a funny trick shot here. I don't see how he does it, but okay, finds the kill, but is going to get tagged on the way. He needs to probably go in for a Stewie and just, yeah, get rid of the tag and then respawn. Angel 10 passes it over to the left. Reliable chilling in that bush, but with 15 seconds left, they've got to make something happen, or overtime is going to be quite the trouble for them. Oh, there we go. Reyes tries to go in and get a kill, but obviously he's tagged and can't get much done. Angel Tense, though, does have 10,000 health on him, and with the correct ball passes from Scarlet Stars, they could certainly still win this game. But at this stage, they probably want to be cornering the ball. Nah. Of course they don't want to be cornering the ball. They're going to go for this one. Angel Tense wastes the super on a pass, but yeah, it doesn't look like they are close to this goal just yet, as they have to dodge out those curveball shots on the top side. Reliable passing it up. It's up to Reyes to make room for his team as he counters all 3 of those brawlers. There he goes, but he's gonna get the spotter. Oh, there we go. Strong start.
Oh, oh my gosh, that did not just happen. No way. But I mean, you know what, Knight? I'm here. I'm here for it. Holy. That really caught me by surprise. Good stuff, honestly, from Scarlet Stars. They're now at the match point gaming. Meanwhile, are now at the mercy. They have the knife at their throat, and they're gonna have a very tough fight out of this one, especially considering that they countered the heck out of the enemy team with their tank counter picks. Maybe with the exception of Mortis, who was giving them a pretty tough time, got all the way up in Bell's face, and well, I mean, was not doing many favors for Barley either. So with that considered, this is going to be an amazing next game. If not a draw, it'll be either a win for Point Gaming, right, to take them into a 2-1 match, or it'll be a 3-0 closeout here by Scarlet Stars.
Yeah, they are so close to this victory. They can just taste it probably, but they've got to do it one more time. And yeah, they were really antsy that last game, just playing a little bit too aggressively maybe in a lot of instances, and a lot of their plays didn't really go through. But I guess they made enough plays to the point where they could get a few to go through, and eventually got the goal. Yeah, if they go with the Mickey Mouse comp again, Point Gaming's got to be careful of the Morris because they went 3 brawlers who are countered by him. On the other hand, one of these teams could consider Tick or even a Sprout, considering Tick is really good against Barley. Actually, when I play Power League and they pick the Barley, I will usually go Tick on that lane. It's really good for countering other throwers, and it's generally just good on this map because you can hold choke points pretty easily. Sprout, obviously, the wall is going to be a good choke point holder as well. So maybe they've got to reconsider the throwers. If Scarlet Stars is not doing so well on that Barley versus Barley matchup, maybe they switch that up and try a different thrower to really gain that advantage. At the same time, we could be seeing Surge again or something along those lines to deal with the Mortis, as we saw. I think it was Adida from the Point Gaming go with that in the first game. He was good with it. So maybe that might be the adjustment they need to make here in this possible final game.
Yeah, well, I'm here for it, and I am eagerly awaiting. Not even close to being patient. Right, we got to get this over with. We got to get through this next game. This is only the second quarterfinal of the day, right? And despite being a 3-0, it is taking our teams a little while to get ready. But I mean, there is money, there's fame and glory at stake, so I don't blame them. Though I know they are chomping at the bit behind the scenes. We might see a bit of a momentum breaker from the team with a disadvantage at the moment. But all we can do is wait and see how things turn out. It's going to be exciting to see who wins this one. Let's get into it. Game number 3 of set number 3. A win for Point Gaming, and they're heading to set number 4. A win for Scarlet Stars, and they are headed to the semifinals.
Yep. Reyes now has opted for a Surge, maybe expecting that PTG would go with the Mortis of their own. Nevertheless, it's going to be good against Barley if he can play correctly. He is taking some damage initially here, but take note, Juggernaut cannot throw. Well, maybe a little bit of an overextension as he's not going to get much out of that TP. Still, 0% of his super is charged, and Reliable holds this left-hand side with ease. There is Reyes with the kill. Still, though, no super, and 2 of the TPs have been expended. Angel Tens has 2 of the nest eggs on the field and has triggered 2 of the Adidas. Steel is really struggling on that left-hand side against Reliable. Now, it's Juggernaut's chance to hold this side, not letting the Surge get in the range of being able to TP through that wall, which is exactly what he is doing here. He's doing a good job so far. And Reyes, though, now is in the bush, and Juggernaut has to stay away from that wall. Maybe a lane switch does need to be in order here, which we do see coming in. Juggernaut's moving to the left-hand side, but the ball is on the right, and I don't know if they can defend this. Reyes is going to get his first super, but he has 3 TPs used already, so that's going to be trouble for him into the rest of this match. Probably not able to deal with the Barley. Now they go for the lane switch, but it's not really needed anymore if they've been counting gadgets. Adida finds the snipe on the right-hand side, and Scarlet Stars is good on control right now, but we'll see how long they can hold it. Still 2 nest eggs in the middle, and Reyes is going for TP number 3. No, super number 3 pretty soon.
All right, let's see it. Angel Tints has all of these nest eggs set up in middle, and those are going to be impassable, if you will. Adida is going to have to gradually get these disarmed. Unfortunate miss of the super there, but it's no big deal. We're going to have to see how things turn out in overtime. With the walls broken down, Juggernaut's going to be at a severe disadvantage, and it's going to look much more realistic for Scarlet Stars to get the victory. Reyes could switch over to the left, or rather, if Steel switch over to the right side, it would provide an advantage, but it doesn't seem like there's enough time for that. Things have already been locked in. Reyes is going to get kept back by Juggernaut for a while here, and surprisingly, this is going to be a good push for Point Gaming as they near the enemy goal. Adida is pretty low on health, so is Steel, but it is not going to prevent them from playing for control. They are going to have to back up quite a bit, though. Reyes goes for the level 4. Everything is at stake here. Wanted that last bit of damage versus Steel, but it's not going to happen. Does want the reflected shot. Does want that a little bit of extra damage from hitting the life plant. A good attempt also by Adida to put that ball in the goal. Reyes is still getting the dodges. Steel is going to go down. Reyes stays alive at the level 4. Juggernaut's all slowed down, and this is going to be the beginning of the counter push from Scarlet.
Yeah, with 20 seconds left. It's looking pretty good for Scholar Stars as they have a level 4 surge. No more life plants from Steel. No, and he misses the goal. Can Reliable get it in? Yes, he does. That is it. Scarlet Stars take this match 3-0, even though it feels like it was a 5-set game. Thanks to the Brawl Ball set.
Unfortunate there for Point Gaming. Good stuff for Scarlet Stars. They will be heading on to the semi-finals, and they're claiming some extra cash in the process of taking this win. With that, we now have an opponent in the semifinals for Esport Empire. It is going to be, in fact, FA Scarlet Stars. With that, though, we still have another semifinal to establish, a couple more quarterfinals to check out here and figure out how things are going to pan out. Yeah, here's the bracket. We are going to see Point Gaming versus Scarlet Stars result in Scarlet Stars heading onto the semis. On the right side of the bracket, though, we still got FA Kozaki versus Old Nuke to spectate, as well as Old Stars versus FARO later on.
Yeah, that's right. We have another set of games coming up here as our next team tries to find their way into the semifinals. It is, as he said, Kozaki versus, I'm not sure which one of those teams it was. I forgot. But yeah, it is going to be Kozaki, who actually beat Navi yesterday. So they're definitely going to be a team to look out for here going into this next match.
All right. Well, we will see when that happens. Next match, of course, as we have repeated over and over, FA Kozaki versus Old Nuke. We didn't get to see as much from Old Nuke yesterday, but FA Kozaki, we certainly saw a showing from it. They face up against Navi BS. And Navi, we expected to have such like an amazing sweep. But FA Kozaki managed to triumph nonetheless. Let's get a look at the maps and the modes for our upcoming game here, our upcoming match. And night, we're going to be getting started with Split.
Hey, good to see Split again. Feels like it's been a while since I've seen this map, and it is definitely a fun one. A lot of interesting strategies can be used here, but the old reliables are always Rico, and yeah, Rico is just reliable here. He's one of the best brawlers to use. Bot drop and layer cake, you're gonna see probably Piper and Bell interchangeably, along with some Sprout. We've seen a lot of Sprout and bot drop recently, and yeah, I can't blame them. It's a very good pick for dealing with Spike and Bell and Piper. Pit stop and Minecart Madness not guaranteed, but those are really fun ones. Pit stop gonna have a lot of tanks probably, and Minecart Madness going to have maybe some more throwers. We just got to see.
All right, let's get into our bans. We've seen the maps, and now it's time for the second most important portion of the match. Are we going to start off with a Poke ban or a Byron ban? We'll have to see. Well, there's the Stew ban, actually, to start us off. How will Old Nuke respond? Keep in mind, The Poco and the Byron bands are usually out of confidence. There's the Ash, right? We want to get rid of the Byron Ash without getting rid of the Byron or the Poco. But here we go. There's the Poco to follow. And I wonder what our last ban will be. It looks like it is, in fact, going to be Max. So Byron will be available today.
Yeah, Byron being available is always good to see. It's a very it's a high skilled brawler because you've got to be a good healer and you've got to know when to use your shots to deal damage at the same time. And yeah, Kozaki up against Old Nuke here. Yeah, we got some pretty standard bans to be honest. Max though, not too common. We usually see Meg there or a Buzz, but yeah, it looks like we've seen a lot of Max so far today. While she's not the most meta brawler, I guess a few of these teams do really enjoy using her. Definitely not a common pick in NA. I don't think we ever see Max really, unless you're talking about Chepo. But yeah, let's see how this match goes here. First map was split, so none of this really affects it, although Stu won't be there to create a breakthrough.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, it is going to be challenging for him to get that gadget, or rather that super to begin with. Anyway, if he is face up versus a thrower, it would be a little bit of a lane switch situation. But I mean, some other brawlers that could be making a splash here, we could see a little bit of Griff. I'm not sure why we haven't seen any Griff at all, but I love Griff on this map. He's able to break open so many walls just for free. You get such a large wall break for absolute free. Doesn't look like we are going to be seeing it quite yet, though. Here comes Nick with the Gale and Euphoro with the Frank to match. Trick is going to go down, and the Rico over here on the left lane is going to get pushed back a little bit. We're going to see not really any contest here. A bit of a tie on the lane fight on the left side. Nonetheless, just a marginal advantage for our home team in terms of percentage.
Yeah, Trick actually broke open the walls on the side of Kozaki, and that might be a mistake because you never want to break open those walls because it lets them walk onto the difficult zone a lot easier instead of just having one choke point on the left. There we go. Chartdog on the right-hand side is winning very, very dominantly, but on the other hand, a lot of the left-hand side has been eaten up by Kozaki here. Now X is gonna go back onto the right hand side where he fights up against the Surge. Surge is a difficult matchup generally. So let's see. They do get him with the Frank double team. Now 16% remains on the left hand side. They've got to try to find it. Gale stun though onto the Frank is gonna reset that super. Another pushback onto the Rico. This looks like a dominant victory for Kozaki. No real ways for what is this team? The red team to push back onto that zone.
All right, good first win to start us off. Good momentum here for FA Kozaki. Pretty dominant there. At first, it looked a little bit more evenly matched, though, I will admit. Another thing that is noticeably missing from here, though, is the thrower action, right? We didn't see it sprout like we were quite expecting, and maybe we can attribute that to the presence of Byron or like these really tanky brawlers that can accent him. In any case, though, Gale Frank seems to still be going strong as a strategy here.
Yeah, absolutely. Seems like Gale is pretty solid on that left-hand side. Yeah, he just seems really good as a damage dealer for those tanks because he actually does do a good amount of damage on short-range matchups. But on the other hand, he is really, really bad against like Rico or like any throwers. Once you consider the slow-moving jump pad, which he can't really deal with throwers at the end of the day. So yeah, maybe they will go with that again, but I highly doubt it. It just doesn't seem like a really good option.
Okay, let's get it. Nick is going to go for a massive wall break to start us off. Looks like this was the exact same plan of the enemy team as well. Not necessarily a mirror match, though, but here we finally get to see the Griff that we were waiting for. Trick is not going to be able to make use of that super in time, though. Euphoro is going to get that sticky little honeypot down. It is going to slow down Pam a little bit and give them an opportunity to take her down. Big kill also by the enemy B. Euphoro is going to try and help out Nick also on the left side trying to hold things down. Full clip is almost going to send Pam back to the respawn. Here comes a slow as well by Euphoro. Is going to get rid of V and Pam in the same go. Nick will fall. It's absolute chaos, but it is looking decidedly in favor of FA Kozaki to boot.
Yeah, this doesn't look like a very close game so far. Even with the wall break, it seemed like B and Pam from the enemy should be doing really good, but overall they're just getting those matchup diffs. There's the game, 100-33, no contest, and yeah, they're going to be taking this first set with no issues.
No issues at all. Pretty clean stuff. Pretty swimmingly they did take this set. Good stuff for FA Kozaki. They could be closing this one out pretty quickly. It's already set number 1 out of the way, but if history has taught us anything, when the first set goes this quickly and when players are ready up so quickly, the team that is trailing is going to take a really, really long time to get ready for the subsequent games. To try and disrupt the momentum in a way that doesn't require them to, physically win the game. It is, of course, something that we've seen some of the premier teams in the region use. In the past, SK was very infamous for using this strategy of waiting the maximum amount of time before readying up for a game just to break the momentum. And at the time, I believe it was like 15 minutes or something like that, just to be permissive, right? Just to allow them some time if like something crazy went wrong. But when you use the 15 minutes every time, like, yeah, you're playing within the rules, but it does seem like there's an ulterior motive in that situation. And let's hope for the sake of the broadcast that is not the case here, that we do get this match through. In any case, though, FA Kozaki is going to be closing out that first set very quickly, and that number 2 is already on the way.
Yeah, we are seeing a Spike, a Leon, and a Piper from Kozaki here, and that's a pretty common comp. It's definitely we saw earlier today. Okay, pause. X is going to get slowed down here, but he doesn't get taken out, really surprisingly. He is just toying with them here as he waits to pick up that bolt. Maybe wait a little too long because it looks like he didn't get it. There is the homemade rescue from Trick. Nick is tagged on the left-hand side. No real way for him to fight this Leon in a 1v1. Okay, he'll have to use the gadget. Doesn't win it, though. There is Nick on the left. Wow, he actually just shoots 2 shots on the Leon and gets it done. Sure is making some mistakes because he threw the bell tag on the Leon when the Spike was still tagged. You never want to use that bell tag when somebody else is tagged because you're getting no value out of that other than the 700 damage. And you should probably be saving it for this bot, which is going to be a big concern here as a 10 bot is coming in. Oh, it does find the bell super at the last second. And they don't have a significant amount of bolts to their name, so it's going to be difficult to win this. Wow! U4O hits 3 shots in a row and gets the entire enemy team down. There's Piper bombs coming down, bell tag as well, but they were respawning. That's 50% of their safe completely gone, and they have no bolt advantage. Cause X is going to find almost a kill there. He does get out, but no bolt is grabbed. Euphora doesn't get taken out there, and it's looking like a pretty even match going into the final stage.
Okay, just a little bit more time left to go. See how things pan out. Chertonok is going to get taken down, unfortunately. Still just a little bit more time to go. Level 10 Siege Bot coming in. 47% is going to be the difference maker here. Euphoro is going to get a little bit of damage on that thing. X has to get a lot more damage on that bot. Chertonok is going to be able to get up in time. It's going to be a close one, 58% to 53, and 5% is the differential here. Big win for FA Kozaki, although a pretty close one.
Yeah, they are taking that one with little to no issues. Yeah, just really good plays overall. I mean, they diffed in every possible way. It's not like they had a good matchup or anything, but yeah, they didn't have like an overwhelmingly good matchup. But if they want to have a better matchup, a team who can go with Sprout in this next game can certainly bring the game in their favor. And maybe if you are if you are the red team here, you might want to be considering that because they're really struggling to win these 1v1 matchups. And Sprout might be the differential they need because it just claps Spike. Absolutely claps him. And it can clap the Leon Totem. There's so many things you can do with Sprout here. And they might need to make that adjustment here. Bell also did seem to be doing them that much good because they weren't staying alive during the pushes, which is the main like objective of Bell. You need to be really safe with like 5 seconds going into the siege. So just fall back, get the Bell tag on. That's literally all you need to do. And then your team will only be taking like 10 to 20% maximum on that Ike.
Yeah, well, let's hope that they're able to take that into account for their upcoming game. In the meantime, though, FA Kozaki has taken every single win in a row so far, and Old Nuke is having a really, really tough time so far. Now, I mean, this has been the pattern that we've seen through every single semifinal so far. Is like 3 wins in a row by a very dominant team, and then the underdog comes back and like wins 1 in set number 2 and wins 1 in set number 3, and it still goes to the pretty dominant team. This has been a consistent pattern. Maybe it'll continue, maybe it won't. I mean, fingers crossed, right? We got sort of an El Clasico del Trovo Titans in the works here. But until then, all we can do is say, yeah, FA Kozaki is looking very dominant, but Old Nuke can definitely deal with it, right? If they just pick something like Sprout or something.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of some different strategies that they could go with, maybe a team could consider Buzz. I'm not sure if he was banned. Yeah, I don't think Buzz was banned, but they can go with him to collect the first bolt, right? Collect that first bolt, and when you sit like behind the enemy's 2x3 wall, you just sit there and collect super. And you can monitor people in the invisibility totem. Really not let them get too much value out of it if you're not planning on taking it out. Buzz is a pretty good option. We see it pretty often in NA. Not really sure actually right now, but I've seen it used, and it seems to work quite well. If you don't feel comfortable with Buzz, Morris is also a good option because he can do well against Sprout. He can do well against Spike, Bell, Piper. Generally, he's just solid. There's not too much in his way. And yeah, those are good options. And if a team wants to go like a tank and Byron, they can also do that because Byron is still open.
Yeah, Byron still open. We'll see if it gets used even once. I mean, I would like to see it on this map. I mean, it's not really a great damage dealer for the bot. I mean, you know, you're able to get good support on your teammates. You're able to also compete with some of these long range brawlers like Bell, for instance. Bell is available, but it does seem like Piper is the brawler of choice here because she does get the wall break once you are able to finally get on offense. That plus she has homemade recipe, so you only really have to hit an enemy once, and then you pop the gadget, and then you get that kill for free with homemade recipe. So does seem like Piper's still going to be the brawler of choice for mid here. It could change if anyone's feeling a little bit gutsy, right? If we do see the Sprout, then that could definitely throw a wrench in Piper's plans. Now that Sprout has not been picked, I think both of our teams will be comfortable picking it or playing it or you know, doing something with Sprout as you're able to shut down your own lane and also support your sniper at mid as well.
Yeah, that's exactly correct. Now, going into this next match, we have a Leon. Okay, same comp here from Kozaki. And, same comp from old Nuke, I think? Yeah, Nuke. They have the same comp, and both Pipers have fired off one of the homing shots already. Let's see if Nick can find kills onto the Piper and the Leon, who were so low just a second ago. But it's now going to find a retreat behind this life plant. Life plant might get him killed though here. Okay, no, it doesn't. 1,000 health goes his way, and U4O is holding this control in the middle as he's been doing. He's such a strong Piper. Oh, I jinxed him. He just died. But there's, wow, okay, good. Leon totem block from X. Nick finds 2 more bolts, and it's looking like a repeat of last game. Seems like Kozaki is firmly in control. Their hands are on the steering wheel here. Nick has been the main go-getter on that left-hand side. And X, it seems like he doesn't go down. Okay, I jinxed him too. My bad. I'll just stop talking. Ready, set. What do you have?
Yeah, the caster's curse is 100% in effect at the moment, but let's see how things pan out if we don't predict what's going to go on. Well, here's the level 10 siege spot. Nick also advancing up the left side, getting some good damage on the Leon. He is able to get the kill on Turtonog, and here comes the colossal damage on the Ike. In fact, it might be the win here for FA Kozaki. Yes, that is going to be enough damage. A 100% to 0 game for these guys. That is a 4th straight win in a row, and even in almost a mirror match, it is going to be a victory for them. It's going to take us straight into set number 3, and this has been the most dominating match that we have seen so far today. Even in our other matches, we saw some signs of life, but no, does not appear to be the case here. Our next set that we are going to be moving into is Bounty, and this one is guaranteed to take a little bit longer, right? Bounty can only go 2.5 minutes every single time, so we're not going to see any draws, but we're also not going to see any really short matches either.
Yeah, absolutely. These teams are going to be taking a while with the games, but they always take longer to ready up. Speaking of those strategies that they're thinking about, it might be some tanks along with Byron, as that is open. Mortis, Byron, Jackie are open right now. We've even seen some Frank in this map. And yeah, that could be pretty solid. On the other hand, though, Piper and Bell and Sprout and Tick, those are just always reliable brawlers that you can run here. And yeah, I mean, we're still going to certainly see a Tick or a Sprout from either team. That's always something you can guarantee. And actually, a tank that's really good at dealing with Tick, because most tanks are not actually that good against Tick. Um, Daryl is going to be the main pick here because his role doesn't get interrupted by the knockback from Tick's gadget, Last Hurrah, and it can also roll over the head first, only taking 10% of the damage, 280 damage only from him. Okay, there we go. There's the Frank that I was talking about, and a Tick and a Rico. Rico is being brought by old Nuke. It's like a safety for tank. I mean, that was a good pick from them.
Okay, let's see it. Here is the Tick gameplay. Turtonog is going to be able to get the kill on Euphoro. Also, Rico around the left side will be holding the back lines. X really has to get aggressive here, but just doesn't seem like there's really much area for him to go. Though there is a bit of a whipped super as well by Rico. Nick is going to get taken down. Euphoro is going to get pummeled quite a bit as well, but Rico's not going to be able to get the kill. Trick is a little bit too aggressive. Euphoro picks up yet another start. 91 health left, and the advantage is going to be possessed by FA Kozaki. Stomper by Nick will secure a little bit of damage, but not the kill, unfortunately. Good stuff there with the super as well from X, but Rico's able to pick up the kill anyway.
There we go. Euphoro all the way on the left-hand side has the 4 stars and the blue star on his head, but it doesn't matter because they know they have to. Wow, a double stun. That is the advantage for does pick up the kill. 6 stars now on him. Now they've got to make a kill on that Rico if they want to bring this game back. With 40 seconds left, supers on both Frank and Mortis. Those are 3 game changers. There's still a lot of room for Kozaki to bring this game back. There is the Stomper on the Turtonog. Okay, they're all stuck in the back. This is it. This is it. Yeah, there's no way to come back from that. 20 seconds left. They know all they have to do is keep X alive at this point. It's going to be very, very difficult for them to throw this game. X, gotta get back, man. What is he doing? Trying to go for something fancy as they feel like they're in control so far. And yeah, even though old Nuke felt like they were, it felt like they knew Kozaki was going to go with the tanks. They brought Piper's auto aimer gadget, which knocks back tanks. They had Rico as well, so it really seemed like they had that in mind, but they weren't able to play it correctly at the end of the day. The Rico found honestly not very much value. Didn't seem like he was chaining supers after supers, which you should see from the Rico because that's what he's good at. That's the whole point of bringing a Rico. Yeah, it just didn't seem like they got very much value out of their tank counters, even though they brought some safeties. Just didn't seem to really do much for them at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, that does really stink that they weren't able to make the Rico work. But I mean, here's the deal: is I don't think the Rico was ever going to work. Because Rico's a really map specific one, and I don't think Layer Cake is necessarily like a Rico map. But hey, in those maps that like he's good on, then yeah, he's going to counter the heck out of tanks. Uh, but it's a common pattern that we see, right? Rico can be good, but he has to have those walls up. You see it on like Safe Zone too. Once those walls are broken open, then Rico's not going to be that great of a lane pick, but otherwise he's amazing. So with all the walls broken open by Frank, Rico wasn't able to do much, if you ask me. In terms of the other picks, though, I wanna know why X was still playing so aggressive all the way to the very end. But I can't really blame him. I mean, we saw Frank as well. Right towards the end, he was like one hit away from death and giving the game towards towards Old Nuke. So I mean, if you ask me, this is just them trying to keep on playing aggressive, keep on holding their back line away from their back wall and not getting pinched at the back. Once again, though, same comp actually, and X is going to be running the Rico this time. We see the Leon and Gene combo, this time from FA Kozaki. This is going to be interesting. Already a kill onto Rico. X keeps on pushing up. Euphoro is playing very aggressive. He's going to have to pay the price too. What is he doing? Just so aggressive play on these players.
Yeah, and I'm curious as to why they actually went with a Leon pick. Look at that, the Rico super goes down on the Rico and the Leon, but no kills are found because they're both using the healing gadgets or star powers. U4 is all the way on the left-hand side. They haven't found him. How have they not found a Gene in their left-hand side? That is the question. They are still behind here, but it doesn't seem like they can find kills even though they are all the way pushed into the red team side. One star behind and don't have control of that blue star. Yudo, though, does have his pull ready to go. And actually, one thing I'm curious about is that Nick went with a Leon with the invisibility totem into throwers. And that doesn't seem like a very strong option, but maybe it was brought for like Mortis. U4 is really struggling to stay alive here. Still, they're at 1 star behind. And yeah, I don't think they can get it unless U4 can make a really good pull. It's going to be hard to get a tick, especially because the head first can come out at any time. And Trick can just run with his super. U4 does have it, the super, and is holding on to it very patiently. Nick, oh, there we go. Nick is going in, and an auto-aimer stops him just at the last second. Still, though, they're 4 stars behind. Just need to kill on the turn knock. 13 seconds left, and they are pushing into the enemy side.
Just a little bit more time, and it looks like this is going to be a victory, actually, for Old Nuke. Good stuff for them, their first win in this match so far. It's what they needed to stop the momentum. Let's hope it's not too little and too late. It's certainly a common theme that we have seen throughout Trovo Titans today. But, I mean, we talk about the comp that was run by FA Kozaki, and yeah, I don't know if that was necessarily the move, but also they were playing very aggressive even when they didn't need to. I think this was, though, to make up for the fact that they were playing into a tick and they weren't really going to be able to do much if Gene didn't have a super and Tick was backing them all the way into their spawn.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got to change up the comp, I think, because they were looking to counter tanks. They brought Rico, they brought Leon, and they brought Gene. Gene obviously didn't find any value with the pull because there's no way for him to really pull any of those brawlers effectively. And yeah, they brought the wrong comp. They didn't make the right analysis. And honestly, if you're FA Kozaki, maybe they should feel a little more confident about how they actually were playing because it seemed like they've had a dominant advantage in every single game, just mechanically. Maybe they don't really need to go for a counter comp and just play what they're comfortable with, something balanced, because bringing Leon and Rico might be a little bit too far if they're really trying to go for the counters. Just got to play it safe, and they can probably win this one.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see. Only time will tell. Time didn't tell us the story we were necessarily expecting, though. We did get a win from Old Nuke in this last game. Now, though, Old Nuke, they're still at the match point is the deal here. FA Kozaki, they get this one win. They are on to the semifinals. They are locked in. But Old Nuke, hey, with their last win, this is as true as a reverse sweep gets. So if this is the beginning of something, then I'm looking forward to it. It would be the first time that we ever made it past set number 3 in our quarterfinals so far. And we are over the hump. We are nearing the end. This is the third of 4 quarterfinals. And yeah, I would be excited for it. I would be here for it. But the question is Old Nuke able to pull it off? Well, we'll find out. Let's take a look at the comps and see how realistic this is. It is going to be the mirror match between these two. Made the better skilled team mechanically win.
Yeah, here we go. They've both Both teams have a Rico. That is really, really interesting still. I feel like if you're really trying to bring a tank counter, there are better options than Rico, especially in this map, because he just doesn't do well against throwers. And there's so many throwers here. Chertnog, though, is still somehow getting abused by the Rico, even though he is on the tick. And yet we're seeing a repeat of what we've seen in all these games. Kozaki all the way deep into the spawn of Old Nuke. Cause X though is really, really low. 200 health left, but he does have the gadget, as he always does. I think that's his last one though. But with 1 minute left on the clock, they are decisively ahead here and still really good on control.
Scoreline looking pretty good for FA Kozaki so far. Plenty of time to spare, though. Big moves by Rico from the side of Old Nuke. Euphoro, though, is still going to stay alive. Almost gets touched by that tick shot, but he is going to avoid that damage. Nick also avoiding the damage from Chertnog. Here comes the tick super once again. Good defense from the enemy tick. Meanwhile, Trick will be looking for just really any damage at all versus Nick. Nick is in a tough situation, though. He's all the way back into this corner. X isn't going to be able to help out. In fact, X is down 9-4 now. A kill onto 2 brawlers will do it. There's one. Just one more is needed. X keeps on pushing forward, but it is going to pay off, actually. He is going to be able to stay alive and grab a kill in the process. 12-8. Kill on Euphoro will secure the win for Old Nuke. The match point is at stake. 5 seconds remain for anything to happen. Nick will stay alive. X or Euphora has to go down, but it's not going to happen. 15-10, and that is going to be FA Kozaki heading on to the semifinals.
Yeah, that's right. Our third team is making to the semifinals now, which, yeah, we'll be going to our next set of games between, I should know this, but yeah, our next set of game between, I think it was FARO or is it Gang Style? And then, actually, I don't know who's playing against each other.
FARO
you
and
tell
Old
me.
Stars. Yeah.
Ah, that's right.
FARO and Old Stars.
Yep. And that will be a good match for sure. Old Stars, we were able to beat One Piece yesterday, which I figured out what that meant. It wasn't one piss. And then FARO was able to beat Gang Stars. All of those were 2-0 victories yesterday, I believe. And the winner of that game will be going up against FA Kozaki, who has shown they are a very, very difficult team to beat, winning against Navi yesterday and taking a pretty decisive win against Old Nuke here. Didn't feel like a very, very close game for sure.
Yeah, it was not really a close game at all, and it was plain to see, right? Old Nuke, I mean, towards the end though, they managed to close the gap just a little bit. Bounty is one of those, especially in the mirror match, where you can start to exercise your mechanical skill a little bit more. But no, it was not that conducive to a win for Old Nuke, to say the least. Now we're just waiting on Old Stars and FARO. We will be getting into the maps and the bans pretty soon here to get an idea of how this next match is going to play out.
Yeah. Next match will probably, maybe it'll play out the same way as these games have gone today with 3-0 victories. We'll maybe continue the pattern, maybe not. But yeah, we'll be getting into the maps and bans in just a second here, as these teams are probably in the room waiting for the scenes to pass by.
Yeah, let's get into the maps and the modes for our upcoming match. Exciting stuff. And let's get a glimpse of what is to come. Jim Ford is going to start us off, then Dry Season, and then Split. And should we make it on to set number 4? It's set number 5, Sneaky Fields and Hot Potato. Good to see that we're going to have some Dry Season today night.
Yeah, this is the first time we're seeing Dry Season, I believe, followed by Split, Sneaky Fields, and Hot Potato. I really like all these maps. These are maps I would personally enjoy playing, um, especially Gem Fort, where we would have a lot of Terra. Oh yeah, we didn't see a lot of Terra in Gem Fort earlier today. Dry Season, we're going to see Piper. We're probably going to see a lot of Bell and Tick and Sprout. Dry Season probably plays it the same way as Layer Cake, probably with less Rico and less tanks though. Split though, we're gonna go back to Rico. And Frank, yeah, Frank seems like the pick to make today with his new irresistible attraction buff, just being able to pull out brawlers out of nowhere. Here is the bans coming up now.
All right, bans coming through. Let's see what it is going to be. I wonder if Poco's going to be banned. I wonder if Ash is going to be banned. I wonder if Byron's going to... Oh, okay. Well, Mortis to start us off. You know what? I was getting a little bit jaded, but now I'm intrigued. Mortis is going to start us off, then Stu. It only leaves 2 more spots open. Crossing my fingers that we don't see a Poco ban, because that is going to introduce a new dynamic should it not be banned. Okay, Byron's banned. Please don't be Poco. Please don't be Poco. Please don't be Poco. Please don't be Poco. We'll have to get... Let's see. Meg is going to get banned out, which leaves a Poco open night.
Yeah, there we go. Poco open today. I'm not sure how useful he's going to be on these maps. So, yeah, he might be useful on sneaky fields. And dry season if you really want to be pushing it, but yeah, he's open, I guess. Let's see if these teams make that decision later on. Still, Buzz and Poco being open is going to be a really dangerous combo.
Yeah, okay, yeah, maybe I was a little bit too hopeful about the whole Poco being open thing, because he's not really going to be able to be used just because of the map selection that we have in store for us. Maybe Gym Grab or something like that. I don't know. Gym Fort could allow for some Poco play. Really, man, I'm just here for the aggro Poco, but there's no dueling beetles. There's no Ring of Fire in play today. So it is a little bit unfortunate. No backyard bowl either. I would have loved to see that too, or even pinball dreams, but no, yeah, not going to happen today. Poco is still available, just not those maps. So we've seen the maps, we've seen the bans as well. All there is now to wait for the matches. Right, as our players are getting ready in their lobbies, getting that map queued up, and trying to predict as well what the enemy is going to be running.
Yeah, these teams do have to be making those correct predictions. And after this round, all the teams will have an even better idea of what each other are running, seeing the quarterfinal games and the round of 16 games. Yeah, there should be sufficient data to look over, and that's not even including like the analysis that they probably did yesterday and over maybe even the scrims that were happening before this tournament today. So yeah, there's a lot to look at for all these teams, and it comes down to the decision making in the comms because a lot of games are won in the draft. Not even it's not even about how you play. I mean, it doesn't matter how good you are. You can't win certain matchups. You just can't.
Yeah, this is fair. I mean, yeah, you get into a game and it's unwinnable sometimes. And like let's say even you are in a game where you have like one brawler that is countered by an enemy brawler and you still manage to win. That is considered a feat. That is considered a real challenge. And it's something that we remark on a lot. But yeah, I mean, it is something that you can appreciate as a spectator, something that is hard to fight your way out of as a player, and definitely something you should be worried about. Yeah, we're going to have to be waiting for the players to get ready. It is going to take just a moment, but we're here for it, and we are ready to go when they are.
Yeah, we are always ready here. As Redward set is always just he's always ready to go.
You know, they call me ready to say they call me Redward, they call me Redward, or I've been called Ready Sethathan, you know, or Ready Rich, or whatever you want to call me. You know, I'm here for it. I'm ready. I'm prepared. Most importantly, but yes, matches should be upcoming in a moment here. All that there is to do now is kind of chill out, wait, and wait for these matches to get started, wait for our players to queue up.
Yeah, they should be queuing up in a second, or I'm gonna go to their houses, knock on their doors, and make sure they do. Well,
I
I don't
will
want to
go
have
and
any
press the button
issues with
for
these
them.
players. Yeah, exactly. And oh, there we go. There's the magic word. It is Emma in the middle with the Max. Oh, Max from all 3 teams. No, all 2 teams. I'm losing it here. But yeah, Tyrone with the Sandy is going to be good against the Pam. So I'm interested to see why he's on the right side and not the left. He's leading his teammate Jocko. to deal with the Terra and her shades that are going to be coming probably pretty soon. Emma is going to find the first. Let's go. There is Kage, but getting more value, having it on 3 people. Pam, though, is already setting up for here. Has the turret in the middle area, in that L shape. Look at the Max, desperately trying to take it out. Come on, yeah, you can't hit that. There's Emma with 7 gems on max, and yeah, 8th gem can be picked up, but oh, and a good stuff from Turon. There's Sandy Super from Stell. No Terra Super yet, and Kage has a Super of their own. Turon throwing out his own Super. Let's see if Blue Team can make advantages of that and pick up the last 3 gems that they need, which Sandy Supers usually allow for.
Yeah, well, he's going to have to get another Sandy Super first. Emma's still hanging on to those 8 gems. A good pull by Par. It's not going to work out too well for him, though. Tyrone is still able to get the kill. Emma just needs 1 more gem here. And Emma is going to be able to pick it up and bring it all the way back. 10 gems to 3. Very dominating lead here. Emma's going to be hanging out at the edge of the sandstorm for whatever reason. We'll be looking for that next super as well. Stell is trying to bob and weave his way in there, but it's just not going to work out. Kage also too far away from Emma. There's the dash forward, another sandstorm down, just for a little bit of a flex to show that, like, yeah, we were only operating at like 2% of our power. That is going to be the win here to start us off. Old Stars BS with a clean win at the beginning of the match.
Yeah, very, very solid win from them there. They did what they needed to do in terms of holding the middle zone and having the Pam actually use her long range to an advantage as they held her on the left-hand side and forced that Terra actually onto the left side instead of the middle, which would have made it a little more difficult for the Max to pick up gems because she's not really good at dealing with those shades. Needs 2 shots to take them all out, or even 3, depending on how they are walking. Yeah, both teams were able to find an equal amount of Sandy and Max supers, I believe, but Pam being able to hold that control with that Pam turret, as we saw the Max try to shoot it like 5 times, just can't, you can't hit it. I mean, I feel like you should know that, but you can't touch that Pam turret in the middle. So you have like a thrower or something. So yeah, it was really difficult for them to push past that, and just free gems for Old Stars.
Yeah, pretty much free gems there. I mean, the 10-3 scoreline says it all. It was, pretty smooth sailing there towards the end for Old Stars, and I do anticipate they'll be able to replicate that success in the next game because honestly, those were good picks as well by FARO. Yeah, pretty good picks by FARO, but we'll see. I mean, we'll have to get into this next game as well. See what they're playing.
There we go. It is Giaco switching out the Pam, opting for an Ems here. That's pretty interesting, considering that I don't think it does so well against some of these matches, especially a Rico. It's going to be kind of hard because you get severely outranged. Emma has yet to pick up a super though. Para all the way on the right-hand side has a little more health than Tyrone and definitely has the advantage. Oh, wow. Tyrone, early Sandy super down. Let's see if they can find any kills with it. But Emma is certainly using the real estate to find more gems. Tyrone goes for the stun. Met with a stun as well, but from Giaco's help, they are able to secure the kill. Stell now goes with a stealing gadget. There is a big super on the right-hand side. No, not a very big super. I take it back. Emma retreats now with Giaco because they've got a little bit too much to deal with in the middle and are losing damage from the root sands. Giaco gets a good super on the top left-hand side. Kage forced to use a phase shifter to get out of his grasp. Emma now needs to probably play a little more passively as Kage and Para are running in. Wow, Para runs right on top of the Ems, which maybe not the best idea considering Ems is the hard counter for Sandy. They need to keep the Rico on the left-hand side rather than put the Sandy on the Ems because that's going to end in a loss 100% of the time. Yeah, they mismanaged the lanes. Definitely started good with the Rico on the Ems side, but towards the end, I don't know why they went for the switch because that's just not going to do them any good. It's just not a good match.
All right, and there we go. That is going to be the first set going to the side of Old Stars BS. pretty clean sweep for them. Good stuff from the side of FARO, but it was not on par with what Old Stars had to offer. We'll see how things go in our next set, though. We are going to be moving along to another game mode as well. We are going to be getting into some bounty here, and this is when we get to see a little bit of dry season as well. 2 minutes is as long as a game takes. And so we are guaranteed to be at least 4 minutes of in-game here, right? Blue Star also going to be pretty vital here. No ties in just 2-minute games each.
Yeah, All Stars seem to be dominating in this gem grab set. I wouldn't be too surprised to see them doing the same in dry season. Obviously, the meta is going to be a little bit different. Probably not too much Sandy or Ems or Rico. Actually, I said Rico would be bad in the other map, but they still use it anyway. But that's not the point. Basically, in dry season, you have to run like throwers, or you have to run Piper or Bell. There's not a whole much to negotiate. If you want some shorter range brawlers, you can use Jean or Ruffs. Those generally counter the tanks on this map because they're able to level up a ton with the field promotion and the buff from Ruffs.
Yeah, pretty much, right? So I think like yeah, and it also surprises me as well, Knight, because uh Colonel Ruffs is becoming so much more meta now, and I'm not exactly sure what is causing it, but it seems like everyone is saying like, yeah, Colonel Ruffs is like the choice now. When it seems like for a few months here, he was like not that strong anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Some certain brawlers don't feel too strong on maps, mostly due to the introduction of these. Well, okay, so if Bell is had that recent nerf, it completely changes like the long range or mid meta basically. So we're seeing a lot more Max. We're seeing a lot more of Byron, and especially Max. Like on Gem Grab, we saw it counters like Poco comps. So because Poco just feeds the max supers over and over. Same with Byron, it completely feeds a max. So yeah, there are use cases for her. On dry season, I think we could see Poco. Honestly, it would be pretty solid, definitely, if you know what comp you're going against. But you have to be sure they're not going a Jean or a Ruffs, or you might just throw the game like that. Let's see though. There is the Ruffs here from Jean and Ruffs on the top side of your screen, and a Brock. Interesting. Brock's not too good right now. So I'm actually surprised to see a team running him. Okay, there is the first star in the favor of Old Stars, I believe. Yeah. On the other hand, there is a Brock wall break coming down, and Emma is going to be struggling a little bit because you get two shot by the Brock, and no walls is going to be a huge pain. Yeah, Emma needs to switch lanes probably pretty soon here. Let's see if the tick makes that adjustment. Tyrone just chilling in the middle. And Giaco not close to his Piper, which is not a good thing because right now they're getting no value from field promotion while the other team is. There we go. There's the switch that needed to be made. Emma now on the left-hand side. It's up to Old Stars to make the similar lane switch. And look, we see a buff going to the Ruffs instead of the Jean or the Brock. That's certainly a mistake. Probably accidentally picked it up there. I mean, it happens. You always want to be putting it on your Jean or Brock. And still, a pretty stale game so far. But it is All Stars in the advantage here. Yeah, they're just playing really, really passively so far.
Okay, Tyrone is going to have to pump at that super to get out of there. He might have gone down if you weren't too careful, but really everything warrants the care and the caution with which Old Stars is approaching this game. They only have 1 star to work with here, and look how stacked Kaga is right now. He is pretty much a couple of field promotions away from being at 7,000 health, and he doesn't even have a power-up. And there's the missed attack as well from Tyrone. Kaga is not going to go down. Never mind, he is actually. Giaco is barely alive. That would have been actually the game-changing kill. It would have thrown things in favor of the enemy team, but no, it is still going to be Old Stars taking this one, although so narrowly.
Yeah, it seemed like they wouldn't really get into that position, but maybe they started retreating a little bit too early and got on their back foot towards the end of the game. And yeah, that was just trouble for them at the end of the day. Well, it was almost trouble for them. Gladly though, they take this match and continue their domination over this series so far. They're looking to pick up that second set, and if you're a FARO, maybe you need to reconsider a comp because Brock just doesn't do it. It's just not that strong. You see, they use all their three gadgets breaking open that right side. Then Tick just switch to the left hand side. What are you going to do after that? There's just not a whole lot you can do. And they also made a mistake where they threw the Ruffs buff to the Ruffs instead of the Gene, who had already 6,000 health. That would have made like a 7,000 health Gene, which would have been a lot better compared to the first, no, compared to giving it to the Ruff, because Ruff doesn't get that much value. He's not there to like get kills. He's just there to chill with the teammates.
Yeah, and he was chilling for a long time with Gene, but he wasn't able to get any power-ups on a Gene, right? And even like a single treat onto the Gene would have meant a lot. So I think that like that would have been pretty impactful is the deal. If refs were even able to get just like one little super in there as well. So I mean, we'll have to see as well how things play out in our next game, especially with Gene. But we'll see. We'll see how things play out anyway.
Yeah, if it might just play out the same way though. A lot of teams are pretty stubborn on what they are running, and maybe Brock is something that's in these guys' blood, and they might want to go with it again. But if they really want to make those really want to win, I think a really solid comp is just Gene, Ruffs, and Tick. That one's really reliable, and seems to win nearly all matchups, but it loses to Sprout really badly. So they've got to think about what they want to use there. And again, this is the analysis work that they've done. Hopefully, I can't really do it for them because I don't know them too well. But yeah, if they want to counter Ruffs, Sprout is a natural pick. If they want to counter, if they want to counter Sprout, then go tanks. There's your rock paper scissors in the draft, and they got to make those choices.
Yeah, a little bit of rock paper scissors action, definitely at play. Even with Poco in the mix, right? But something tells me we're not going to see it at all. I would love to see a little bit of Max play in here, though. Seems to be getting a little bit more popular in dry season, a little bit more Max than we've already seen. Also the double throwers seems to be particularly strong as well, so something that I would like to see. With that though, I think we do away with the Gene, right? It didn't really do much in the last game. It didn't get pulls when in pretty much ever, unfortunately, despite taking up a lot of real estate by means of getting upgraded by Colonel Refs like for the majority of the game. Of course, I am talking about FARO with that Gene combo there. So Old Stars, though, they're still in a pretty good position. They have won 3 games in a row. That last one was very narrow, though, so they are going to have to play not so cautiously when they don't need to, because I do think it is holding them back a little bit when they could be picking up some kills when they do clearly have the advantage in certain situations.
Yeah, exactly. And taking advantage of the early, if you have an early lead, like when you get the first blue star, for example, then it's really good because you're forcing them to push into you. You don't have to make the play. And that's actually one of the best uses for like tanks because you can always grab the first star. You're always forcing them to push into you. And actually, in like earlier tournaments in the beta days, people would always be racing to the star with Mortis. I don't know why. That was such a big thing, but you just wanted to grab that first star, and it was apparently like a pretty big deal. Now, I guess it's kind of the same way because the blue star is a lot better than just a regular star, where you can still get a draw. It has a lot of impacts on the field a lot of the times, actually.
Yeah, once upon a time when Snake Prairie was in competitive play and was a commonly played map, I really enjoyed just like getting some Mortis up there to the star, picking up the star, and then hiding for the remainder of the game. and my teammates would too. And we just like, hide in a corner or like try and escape the enemy team and win by 1 star. The enemy didn't see us for the entire game. So it's like hide and seek for 2 minutes straight. It was a fun time. It's not going to work on dry season though. Just not enough bushes to make that happen. Not enough real estate on the map to make it happen. Though we do have actually the mirror matchup in this game right here. 1 win For Old Stars, it is going to send them into set number 3 with a massive advantage. They just need to win one more set. After that, and they'll have the win. But already, we are seeing good stuff from FARO. They have the advantage. There's the kill onto Emma as well. No blue star for either team yet, though. Stell is doing a good job of protecting it. Park could be the one to grab it, though. He is taking significant damage from Jiro. Emma, once again, steps up to the plate on the right side, looking for a little bit more damage. Doesn't look like it is going to be coming anytime soon, though. It's more about control than anything. Giaco is really just trying to power up Tyrone. Then they will start making some moves.
Yeah, looking at those little interactions there, we saw Emma dying earlier, and even popped the gadget to try to stay alive. But you gotta know that 856 divided by 2 is 428. So if you're under that, then don't even bother popping the gadget. We do have buffs on both sides, though. On the Piper, wow, there's the kill onto Para. Para doesn't activate the sandbags, so he's gonna lose his life there. And Kage pops a homing gadget, but the Piper wasn't within killing distance in terms of health, so they didn't find a kill. And yeah, it's with only 25 seconds left. They've got to make something happen real soon. And Tyrone does pop the homing gadget, but doesn't get the kill because Kage, it was at 5,500 health. It's just like 500 more than the blue team Piper did have on him. Par definitely making a lot more value out of it, but it's not going to be enough at the end of the day. Just 1 second left. No way for them to bring this back. That is the bounty set for Old Stars.
Old Stars, in classic quarterfinals fashion, are going to be taking the first couple of sets by storm. It's been pretty one-sided throughout this entire quarterfinals phase of the second day of Trovo Titans. But I'm here for it. I want to get to the grand prize, okay? But I mean, we still got to get through the semifinals, but we're about to have that fate sealed. Old Stars are looking like the most likely competitor for FA Kozaki in our second semi-final following the end of the quarterfinals. FARO not having a good day, though. They haven't won a single game in this matchup so far, though they do have a little bit more time on their hands. We're going to be moving into Hot Zone, and this is when they'll get their last chance. Now, Hot Zone is pretty much the perfect mode for this comeback, though, because Hot Zone is one of those modes that can kind of swing either way.
Yeah, Hot Zone, it's pretty difficult to get in. If you get the first advantage in Hot Zone, you can hold control for a very long time. But we've seen a lot of really close Hot Zone games where one team controls the zone for like 20 seconds and the other one holds the solid control for 20 seconds. It's just about how you use your supers. There's a lot of supers that can just completely take control of the zone. There's like Lou. Not Lou wouldn't be used here, I guess. But yeah, Frank, you can zone people out of the hot zone. You can also use Rico just to destroy like 2 or 3 enemies at once sometimes. So there's a lot of ways to win on splits. Definitely see Rico. Might see Tick as well. Seems like these teams really like playing Tick as we've seen them use it all over Bounty here. So yeah, Rico, Tick, Ruffs. It's a really solid comp. Surge and Edgar as well. Just good for getting over that wall. And yeah, Edgar especially good against Frank. And Surge really good against Frank too now. He used to be pretty bad because Frank would just pop the noise canceller and stun him after the jump landed. But now you can knock the Frank back over and over. It's actually a pretty easy matchup when you do it correctly with Surge.
Yeah, and Surge is one of those that I really advocate for on this map, just because he can counter the heck out of those throwers. And you're not often going to see things that counter Surge here. You could play like Colonel Ruffs, and we have seen a lot of that here. But if you just decide not to play the same lane as Colonel Ruffs, and never have a run in with those sandbags, then you're gonna have a pretty good day. Of course, the counterplay though is to just put your throw on the same lane as Colonel Ruffs, but now you've been forced to double up on one matchup for the entirety of the game just to be safe versus one brawler of the enemy team. You're setting up your final teammate to be all alone in a 1v2 for the rest of the game, and it's not really a good situation. So it is possible, right? Another way you can deal though with the frustration of Surge teleporting on you is just get rid of the walls, and then he can't use the walls at all. But that teleport is still like one of the best abilities in the game, and it's something that does need to be played around since it is very possible.
Yeah, it's very, very strong. In League of Legends, you have to wait like 120 seconds before you pop another flash. But in Brawl Stars, you just need 5 seconds between each one. You can
And
just
it's
go right through the
free.
wall and then yeah, and take someone out. Really, really different here. But yeah, Surge is really strong when brawlers don't have the right gadgets. They don't have like a Ruffs or like a Spike. Obviously, Spike's not going to be used here, but when they have the certain brawlers that can just hard counter Surge, it can be very difficult to get that first super and even do anything in the game. But when there's no like things to take out a Surge or block him, you can honestly get to level 4 like every single time and just completely destroy whatever you are planning. Level 4 Surge is just so good. It prevents all like the groupings and it's value. It's value. What can I say?
And once upon a time, right? You could use that first star power in order to just deal colossal damage, right? Since what is it even called? To the max, right? You get that shot to explode at the end of its range, and you can just get ridiculous damage with a single shot, hitting all of those little shrapnel shots as well for free. We love things that are for free. I'll tell you what else is for free. That gadget from Giaco is going to be super impactful, getting Toroni onto that point. Also, Kaga is getting that free teleport onto the right side. They're going to be pairing up Colonel Ruffs and Surge together. This is going to be an interesting one. Kaga is going to get pinched very hard. Good moves from Giaco and Emma to get that pinch going on. Toroni is going to have a rough time on the left side. Does deal some good damage. Giaco also avoiding most of the damage as well. Still, he's going to use that jump pad as well. Interesting stuff. A jump pad in and a teleport means a very bad day for a Gale. But on the right side, it's a nice time for Emma, as Emma is pretty much all alone in capturing this point. It's about to get it all the way captured.
Yeah, it looks like they've got full control of the right-hand zone. Even a powered-up Surge is unable to take out the Rosa. Now they just got to zoom in on the left side for the last 2%. Still cannot do anything about this, unfortunately. There is a match point for Old Stars as they continue to dominate throughout this series.
Okay, match point incoming. We could be one game away from our semifinals. This is going to be a really, really close one. Or perhaps, I don't know. I mean, we are close to the semifinals, but I don't know if this match is going to be so close. It has been a total 5-game win streak by Old Stars BS, and FAR has not been able to stop it at all. Even in the last game, we were not able to see like any kind of turnaround. I don't know. I think maybe the comp choice did have to deal with it a significant amount. I can't say really that the Colonel Ruffs mixed with the Surge was really doing it for me. But I mean, like, you know, the effort was there. It just was not able to deal with the tankiness of the enemy team.
Yeah. When you don't have the options to deal with certain brawlers, as we've talked about, especially on that map, where if they didn't have a whole lot to kill the Rosa and the Frank, they had the Rico on the left hand side, I believe, but it was still too difficult for them to take out the Rosa on the right hand side. The Surge doesn't do great against the Rosa, even though you can kind of TP on, shoot a shot, and then like jump. I don't know. You just don't do that much damage, and when the Rosa has the shield, you're just completely out of luck. There's nothing you can do to a Rosa.
Yeah, and it seemed to be exactly the case. I mean, Rosa even used that first gadget in order to plant the bush down there and just healed off of it for free, which is interesting, right? Because usually now, if we see the bush being used, it's like to connect up a bunch of other bushes on like Hard Rock Mine, for instance. But besides that, it's going to always be unfriendly bushes being used to slow down an enemy and guarantee yourself a kill. So interesting gameplay. I wonder exactly what the counterplay could even be. I think Griff would be a great choice, but you know, that's just my opinion. That jump pad is not going to be too meaningful if there are no walls to jump over. That plus we're looking at tanks here, but no tanks actually from the side of Old Stars BS this time. FARO, they came prepared though. They got the long range comp. Let's see what it's able to do.
Yeah. Here we go. We got a jump down from Giaco there. Isn't going to keep him alive, though. Just 56 health left on par, but he knows his interaction. A Surge cannot two-shot a B. There's Tyrone on the right-hand side fighting off with Rigo. It's going to be difficult, though, because he's in the open. No real ways to take advantage of those walls. There are none. Giaco, though, is powered up, but only at level 2. It's going to be really hard for him to get anything done, and he loses the buff. Not before his team is already 40% ahead here. Wow. Very significantly winning this match. Para now holding the chunky shot, waiting to toss it on that surge when he eventually TP's in. Actually, no, I don't think he has TP's left. Tyrone, though, doing such a good job holding down that right-hand lane, especially because it's against the Cult. Yeah, it's just a hard matchup in general, and he's making really good use of it. Griff, though, big stupor. Tyrone needs the bounty castle to stay. The Stell broke the wall when he was using the bounty castle, so no healing was done, unfortunately. And they're slowly losing that lead with 1 minute and 30 seconds left in this game.
There's enough time for a comeback. Question is it going to happen? Giaco with an unfortunate positioning on that super. Para also still trying to defend this left side. Emma, we'll see if he has any gadgets left to work with, but he does have a super to work with. It's going to get tossed over to Giaco. Stella is going to be playing defense around that super. It's not going to do much, though. Giaco does pick it up. Here comes a bunch of damage on Kaga. There is the kill. Giaco will be able to capture this left side. He just has to dodge out Para. Para's really split. I mean, that is the name of the map, but he's split between defending or attacking. It's so difficult for him to make the decision. There is the slow as well. Para and Stella are able to shove off the competition from this left point. A bit of a whiff super there for Stella, though. Emma just has to get a little bit of footing on this point. Kaga's still trying to keep the control over here. There's the tree as well. A jump up by Giaco. Just one more tap on that point, but Para keeps it safe. Tyrone is going to be a prime target for Para. Giaco just needs to step on a little bit, but it's not going to happen. Tyrone also trying to get on anywhere. Still will be able to start capturing this right side. And no way, this could be such a close game night.
Yeah, it's just 1% left, but it seems like they are going to get it. Stell could not get that last 5% in time. That's the match. Yeah. They are going to be moving on to the semifinals and facing off against Kozaki on the right side of the bracket.
That is absolutely huge. Such a close game to end off the quarterfinals stage of Trovo Titans. With that, though, we have all of our semi-finalists locked in. We only have 3 matches left to go for the day, 2 semifinals and 1 grand finals. Before we get to that, though, we got to give y'all a break. We got to give ourselves a break, and our players need the chance to get up and stretch and get some water. We'll see you guys back in 10 minutes after a short break. Welcome back, everyone, to Trovo Titans. I'm still ready set. That is still Nighttime Clasher, and this is still the premier Trovo tournament when it comes to Brawl Stars. This is going to be super exciting as we are heading into the last 3 matches of the day. We're going to find out who is making the big bucks here tonight. It is the semifinals, followed by the grand final.
Yeah, let's go back to the bracket as we see who is in the semifinals so far. 4 of our top teams from 16 to 4.
All right, well, we can see it here. Esports Empire will be facing up against FA Scarlet Stars. Both teams got their 3-0s versus their opponents in the quarterfinals. On the other side, though, FA Kozaki versus Old Nuke resulted in a 3-0. FA Kozaki will be facing up against Old Stars. Also, we've got a 3-0. Very curious night how we've seen each of our teams that is in the semifinals get a 3-0 in the quarters. I wonder if it's going to happen the same way in the semifinals.
Yeah, if I were to predict, I would say that Esports Empire can make it. Oh, what is going on? Something is happening on my Discord. But yeah, Esports Empire is able to probably beat Scarlet Stars here. My prediction would be Kozaki would win against Old Stars. But I think those are fair predictions to make going into these next matches. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think that FA Kozaki could definitely get the win. As well as Esports Empire, I think will probably get the win. And it seems like, Knight, you agree with me, right? Esports Empire and FA Kozaki will get the 3-0s. So that leaves Esports Empire, right, and FA Kozaki to determine between them for the grand finals. This is going to be interesting to see. Going to be a little bit mysterious. I think, you know, Kozaki, given that they took down Navi, that there were some circumstances resulting in a little bit of like connection issue for Kozaki, but or rather for Navi when they faced Kozaki. But still, I mean, they've had a really, really good showing. Esports Empire is who we thought was going to be the most likely candidate to face Navi, and I would say, I mean, we can still stand by that. These are going to be some great teams headed into the grand finals, but hey, maybe we'll get an upset here in the semis that'll make us change our minds.
Yeah, Esports Empire, they clapped Final Stand early, I mean, and they were able to beat Pharmacy Senders, I believe. Let's go to the maps, though. But yeah, I think they beat Pharmacy Senders the other day. I gotta check real quick. Let's see. Yeah, no, they did not. But they beat Final Stand, who beat Pharmacy Senders. Actually, that's really like impressive that they were able to beat them. Considering Pharmacy Senders is in the top 4 of Brawl Masters EU, they're playing that out right now. So I'm curious what would have happened if they made it into the Trovo Titans top 8. They would have to play 2 tournaments at once. So yeah, I'm glad they aren't here to delay.
I've seen that one before. I once casted Brawl Masters with Trav, and he was supposed to be playing in a different tournament at the time, and so Bot Trav, which was his name at the time, he name changed to Bot Trav, but it was literally a bot playing for him. It was definitely funny to watch, but of course you can't really risk that at this stage, right? This is where the big bucks start to factor in. We are going to see a layer cake, factory rush, and dueling beetles guaranteed for at least 3 sets, and I wonder if set 4 and number 5 are really even that important. I mean, we have seen these maps already. We've gotten our fill of Safe Zone, we've gotten our fill of Pinball Dreams, but what we have not seen is a set 4 and 5 the entire day.
Yeah. Set 4 and 5 maybe are an illusion for today. Let's take a look at the ban and see how that will shape our match here. As my ban page loads, hopefully we do not see a Poco ban. Poco wasn't banned in the other game, but we didn't really see him, so that was kind of a shame. Layer Cake though, and Factory Rush, that might warrant a Piper ban if these teams aren't too good with Piper. Safe Zone as well is where Piper can be used. But there's our first ban. It is the Skeleton Mariachi himself. Buzz, second ban. Another very, very strong brawler right now. Let's see. The other ones are probably Meg and Stu. We just got to see Megan Stu or Megan Byron. Oh, Piper. Yeah, as I said, Piper is a good ban here because of Factory Rush, Layer Cake, and Safe Zone. Teams are agreeing with me, as they should be. Yeah, waiting for the last ban from Esports Empire now. It is going to be Byron. Yeah, another long-range brawler that people just don't seem to like because he's on the strong side.
If you don't want to ban Ashe, you can actually just ban Byron. It's basically like taking Ashe out of the mix as well. Those are the bans for our game today. And yeah, we will be going into Layer Cake first in just a few moments.
All right, well, all we can do now is wait for these to get started. It is a recurring theme, but hey, I mean, we got to get the teams a little bit of time to get ready for their match. We can speculate a little bit, too, about how things are going to pan out as well, given the maps that we have, given the bans that we have. I'm pretty surprised, actually, to see the Piper ban, which is one that we have not seen at the entire competition so far. It's definitely got to be a targeted one. Let's get it, though. We're already going to be getting into our first game. Very, very, very speedy. It looks like as we advance towards the later stages of the tournament, our players are even more ready for their matches. Jose PG is going to be able to pick up the blue star, and Kevin claims the first kill of the game. How to Win will be playing for control around the right side. Reyes is going to get trapped in this right side. He's going to find the bullet, take a little bit of damage. How to Win still keeps him trapped. How to Win also trapped a little bit himself. Meanwhile, Jose PG might have to bite the bullet, but not in the way that it prevents him from going down. Might get a bullet to the face. Here comes Reliable, though, with the lane switch. Kevin is blocked off the left side. Very, very good start for Esports Empire, and not really the same case, actually, for FA Scarlet Stars. They've not been able to get really more than one kill yet. That kill on Abel, though, was very important. Jose PG has come back for more, though.
Look at Leon dropping down that totem back there. Seems like it's not really useful considering he dropped in an area where there's all grass. But I mean, where else are you going to put it? There is a little bit of an advantage in favor of Esports Empire here. Not a significant one, but they've got to just hold out for these last 45 seconds, not letting Reliable pick up a super. Otherwise, I mean, you can make a kill onto any of these brawls relatively easy as they don't have any knockbacks. There comes a last hurrah and a head first coming in from the tick, and there's the kill. He's gonna be down. Now it is gonna be our red team in the lead by just the blue star, but 20 seconds left. There is still room for Esports Empire to take this back. Reliable on the left-hand side. Needs to maybe not go in with the invisibility, but probably just needs to stay safe for the remainder of this match. There is How to Win, popping some mines. There's no way they can pull this one back. 3 seconds left, and it's gonna be red team taking our first win in this series.
Interesting, because we were predicting a pretty.
Muted.
Oh yeah, I was practicing my Spike impression for just a moment, but it's fine, it's cool. I just had to warm up, you know. But really, I'm curious, right? Because yeah, we saw Esport Empire having a bit of a tough time. They had a good start, but this was not the outcome that we were anticipating.
Yeah, they definitely held control of the game for the most part, but towards the end there, they really started slipping. We saw the tick panicking, popping a gadget and a super on a Leon, who wasn't even invisibility coming towards them. Just things that just you don't expect at this level of gameplay. And yeah, wasting those resources like that is going to end in a loss for them at the end of the day. Maybe the Leon pick wasn't ideal for Reliable, as he wasn't able to find any supers really until like the last 10 seconds of the game when it was already decided. But yeah, they need to probably change up the comp here, and they could win even more decisively even.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, just a comp switch could work wonders here. Let's see if it's able to do anything. Here we have it. How to Win coming around the right side on the Leon. Might have a tough time versus the Rico. Does need line of sight in order to attack Rico, and Rico, well, does not need it at all. He's able to ricochet it around the wall. Interesting to see. Jose also coming around to the left side. Is going to get locked in this left side. Taking some major damage as well. Kevin also trying to get some good shots on Angel Tens, but ooh, no way. That Mark is not going to be able to take down Kevin. 38 health remain on him. He is going to have to deal with the Mark, though. Just a couple of shots could take him down. Meanwhile, on the right side, How to Win still trying to push through. The advantage is in favor, actually, of FA Scarlet Stars, surprisingly. And there's the next kill as well. FA Scarlet Stars further their lead, and Reliable gets the kill, too. A 5-star lead plus a blue star for FA Scarlet Stars.
Yeah, We do see Rico on the right-hand side. It's good against Leon. I can't imagine why you would be using Rico in the first place, because they just saw their opponents go with Sprout and a Tick, 2 brawlers that completely counter Rico. And hey, they're still going to go with it. They did identify how to win in that bush. Oh, he's going to get found by the head first, forced to leave the bush. And a trick shot comes out from Rico, but no kills are found, no damage is found either. Spotter goes into the Oblivion from Kevin. Reyes is pushed all the way back on that left-hand side. How to win is winning this right-hand side pretty okay right now. It shouldn't be doing too well against the Rico at the end of the day. But yeah, he needs to find a super and going for a play. They're still 5 stars behind with the blue star not in their hands either. Reliable pops the bouncy castle to stay alive on the right-hand side, and Reyes goes head first. Yeah, there's no coming back from this. 7-star and blue star deficit, and yeah, it grows to 9. They were forced to push into them the entire game. Scholar Stars playing very passively and playing very well, holding control of that game. Yeah, they took this one with no issues. First set seems to be decisively in their favor after that second game. First one was a little more close.
Yeah, it was a little bit more close, but this was the warm-up, really. And it is looking very hopeful for FA Scarlet Stars as they take the first game. We are going to be moving into set number 2 as well. Factory Rush is going to be at set number 2, and we could see a little bit more of the Bell action. Bell's pretty much a no-brainer on this mode. You're able to take down that bot pretty much solo. It is important to keep Bell at mid, but I mean, if you're able to take down a bot, level 10 or above, all on your own, that is such a massive advantage that you wouldn't want to do without it. So we got Bell, Leon probably also pick, which leaves just really one more brawler to pick here. I think Spike might be an interesting one just for fun. I would love to see some Spike, getting around the corners, getting rid of the Leon totem, that lollipop as well. But I mean, Knight, surely there are better options.
Yeah, on Factory Rush, Leon totems are so strong on the lane as well. You can use them to pick up bolts like really safely. Obviously, with Buzzing, then they're gonna. Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say Morris is gonna be the main bolt picker. Here is the race. Looks like Kevin wins it, and Reyes essentially waited a survival shovel to get nothing done. Now, Barley and Lou and Morris. This is something we saw really commonly in around July, started by AQM in the EU region, using it mostly to get the first spot, win it, get a lot of damage with Barley, and then just defend a Lou. And it's a very reliable strategy for the most part, unless your enemy has a wall break. Usually the wall break on the snap would be Piper, and as we see here, Piper is banned. So this strategy is super viable right now, and Jose goes for a really nice slow. There is the last call on the safe along with one regular shot, and they've got a significant control advantage here with all those brawlers from Scholar Stars stuck on the right-hand side. Kevin just hiding here, waiting for the Mortis to make a play. There is the survival shovel from Reyes, unable to get much done. Guz does get the kill, though, and it's going to be turning more in the favor of Scholar Stars here as they pick up 4 balls and they increase their lead to 5, 6, 7, and 8 as they hold more bolts on their heads. It's looking a lot better for them. And How to Win doesn't have his slippery ice to deal with this bot.
All right, just a little bit of time to get through here. How to Win is going to be keeping up the defense with Lou. He doesn't have a super, though, which is a massive disadvantage. There's the super, and the bot is going to actually get trapped around that edge. Perfect defense, or nearly perfect, just reliable, just got a little bit of damage there. But really the more important factor is the bolts at mid. Kevin has to get in here and pick up some bolts, otherwise he's not going to be able to do this. A missed super there for Angel Tints. Angel Tints might get frozen. How to Win has to hit these shots. He is able to, but the bolt gets deposited anyway. 1 bolt advantage for the enemy team. Now 2 bolts. There's just no way to come back. It's going to come down to a good defense. And wow, interesting. Jose PG takes down Reyes. Reyes with the ultimate sacrifice there, diving into the Ike, but does not get any damage, unfortunately. Let's see a little bit of damage from Barley from the side of Esports Empire. Meanwhile, Reliable needs to get this super in here. He is able to do a little bit of damage. Kevin is trying his best to tank. It's going to be close. Yes, and there it is. The advantage for FA Scarlet Stars. It's going to be the 3rd win in a row. So dominating for the team that we did not expect to be the such dominating victory here.
Yeah, as has been the case for this series, Scarlet Stars have been dominating, and they continue to do so. Reliable, just doing a really solid job there. And we've seen him play these brawls like Rico a lot, actually. We saw him play on Ice 4. No, not Ice 4. It's Gem 4 now. We saw him play it there a lot, and he's really good with it. We saw him play on Layer Cake just now. So it's definitely a brawl he feels comfortable with. And on a map like Factory Rush, where we don't really see Rico too much, it actually is a secretly good brawler on those lanes, being able to keep control between those 3 barrels between the bolt on that lane. And he struggles with only like the Sprout matchup, but we didn't see Sprout yet. Still waiting for somebody to pick Sprout because of how good he is on defense and holding the lanes against like Rico, Spike, Bell. We know how badly he counters all of them. Maybe not the right call right now because of the Mortis, but yeah, Sprout is an option with Overgrowth. You can always stay safe from the Mortis because you can just walk into your Ike zone. The Mortis will not go for you most of the time. Sometimes we see Mortis dive into the Ike zone and get some kills, but it's not likely.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's super likely either, especially with the presence of Mortis here. I think that's going to be a main deterrent for Sprout, and perhaps even the pick of Mortis to begin with is sort of an account for the possibility of Sprout. It is very frustrating, and it's also pretty evident that Sprout is not really necessary either, since Lou is able to work so well. Another thing to note is the lack of Bell, but here's the thing: is the team that didn't play Bell also lost, so maybe the Bell is the choice here, because the thing is like, Lou, you're wholly dependent on whether you get your super or not. Yeah, you're able to defend pretty well without your super, but you're still pretty dependent on it for that easy defense. Same goes for Bell, but here's the deal: when there's a Bell on the enemy team and you're playing Lou, you're forced into that matchup where you have less range, right? And you do less damage, and it is harder to hit your shots, not only because you're outranged, but also because you got to hit all 3 of them to do like any sort of substantial damage. So I think that is going to account for a comp switch. Yep, and it is. In fact, Jose PG is going to switch onto the Bell this time. We see some other changes as well. Kevin now on the Stew. How to Win picking up that Rico, and a bit of a switch up from the enemy team now. Angel Tins on the Rosa. Interesting. Playing the bushes too. Rays on the right side with that Mort, and Reliable now on the Frank.
Yeah, this is something that I wouldn't really have expected. But I guess Rosa's okay against Mortis, so maybe they brought it for that. Here comes a stun from Reliable, and he really just did his team a huge disservice. No kill is found, and he broke open all the Rosa's bushes. Reyes finds a kill onto the Barley, but with that bot being tagged up and Reliable not having a stun to open up these walls, there's not going to get much damage, if any. Still at a bolt disadvantage, though, is Scarlet Stars picking up the kill onto the Bell, and Kevin's going to fall as well. No real way to deal with a Rosa because he has so much health. Reyes going crazy on the left-hand side. I don't know what he is doing, but he's doing something. How to Win can't... Oh, How to Win gets the kill because Reyes just goes in a little aggressive here. Let's see if Jose decides to tag the Frank, because technically the tag should only be used for the bot. Good move by Jose to keep that, keep it in hand. We have the bushes all the way on the right-hand side. Angel Pen's just chilling as he picks up a ton of bolts for his team. They've got to make a lot of damage here, or they could be in trouble. Okay, there we go. We have the Bell tag on the bot now, and it looks like this push is going to do nothing again, as we saw it do nothing in the first stage as well.
Okay, let's get into it. Jose PG hanging around the nest egg here. There's a super from Reliable. It is not going to hit anyone, though. Reyes also picking up yet another bolt, trying to equalize the bolt count here. Reyes is going to have to dodge out a lot of damage. Just one more shot from Jose PG could take him out. Kevin could dash forward too. He is going to go for something, but he's not going to get the kill on Reyes just yet. There's the bat, and Kevin is going to be able to get the defense. Reyes goes down 8-4. The undeniable advantage here. But here's the deal. They got they got to deal more than 18% damage here. Is it going to happen is a big question. Reyes has to get the defense. It's going to be hard to defend as a Mort. He has to get a kill on someone. How to Win is going to be the victim there. The double bats. One more swipe, and How to Win is down, but the damage is all. There's no way that we're going to get an 18% defense. That is going to be the win going to Esports Empire.
Yeah, there we go. Esports Empire picking up this, their first win in this series, actually, after a failed defense from Scarlet Stars, changing the momentum of this match after a rough starting 3 games.
Yeah, a rough few games, but that's the momentum breaker that they needed so badly, and they fought very, very hard for it. Admittedly, though, the comp from the enemy team was just a little bit strange, right? It is weird to see like the Rosa here on Factory Rush. It certainly, had its merits. It certainly worked a little bit, but it just wasn't able to get on the enemy safe. Here's the deal with the comp is it seems like they were just trying to get like that one push in, right? You have Frank, you have that one push potential, but the thing is, if you're gonna run Frank for the one push, you might also want to run like Barley or something that's able to turn out a lot of damage. Not Mortis and Rosa, right? Like Rosa was able to set up at mid, but it's really no secret where Rosa is. She's gonna be in one of the very few bushes, or maybe that really green bush that she clearly planted there. She's not that hidden. It's gonna be pretty easy to tell where she is, even if you're like a Bell or something that is not that good at bush checking.
Yeah, Bell is not really good with checking those bushes. I don't know. It seemed like they weren't able to deal with the Rosa, funnily enough, on that right side for most of the game. Rosa was just like harassing them. Maybe Scholar Stars has to consider a different approach though, because that comp just didn't really seem to do a whole lot. They weren't able to get any damage on the push, even though they had two pushes and they had a Frank. I feel like they could have done a little bit better with having control before the bots started, because then they could push the Frank up and get a stun on the Ike and get enough damage to where they would be in a comfortable place to defend versus a certain threshold. We just hear the swords dashing as they go to the first bolt. Reyes winning this one today. It looks like they're going with the same comp, and it might work a little bit more in their favor because there is a Mortis they can harass.
Yeah, well, let's see how it pans out. Now, Reliable is going to get some good value over here, picking up a ton of bolts. This level 3 siege bot from the enemy side, but Jose PG is already dealing damage to the enemy. Counterwin also has that Lou ready to go to get the defense. Angel Tints and Reliable, though, are going to be avoiding most of the damage. We're going to see that stun onto the level 3 bot. Also note, Jose PG is running the slow gadget, but here's the stun onto the Ike, and look at all of that wall break. Lou is pretty much going to be null and void now that he cannot get that bot to walk around the area where he's able to lock him in with the super. Unfortunate, Reliable does also threaten how to win out of here. Does have to slip around on the right side, but it's all fine. Angel Tints does get stunned, though. Kevin gets good value. There's the double bats as well. Kevin picks up the kill. This is great, actually, for Esports Empire. Reyes, though, unfazed. It's going to get out of there and pick up a bunch of bolts in the process, too.
Yeah. How to Win is picking up the Lou. We saw him play this brawler really, really well earlier, so I'm not too surprised to see him go back to it. It just makes sense, but they're going to have to make a defense here, especially with this rank coming in. I don't know how they're going to pull this off. It doesn't look really good for them as the Lou super didn't work because the wall was broken. Oh, they just got completely clapped here on defense. 2,000 health remaining on that Ike. And that's not too promising considering a Rosa with a super can just walk at it with a super and then get the damage. Mortis can even get, I mean, they're just in a really, really bad spot here and they have to make a one push and defend at the same time if they want this win.
Okay, Angel Tin's now pushing it in. Kevin trying his best to defend, but it's just no use. There is the win for Esport, or rather for FA Scarlet Stars. The Esport Empire will be going down here, and that is going to mean, unfortunately, a set number 2 victory for FA Scarlet Stars. Unfortunate, at least, for Esport Empire, as that is going to be a match point potentially incoming.
Yeah, absolutely. Here is Dueling Beetles up next. Scarlet Stars continues their domination after that siege set. They seem to find good success with the tanks actually, because there was a Mortis on the enemy side, and they were actually able to do something with the Rosa, which otherwise would have been pretty bad. They read their opponent correctly there for sure. It's because the Lou also does horrible against Frank because Frank can open up the walls and then the super is wasted and you can't defend at that point. Dueling Beetles may be another case for tanks if that's really what they're into here. Of course, Byron and Poco being banned, it does take a little of that out of the mix. But hey, if they're dedicated, they will do it still. What makes sense is probably a Stu and a Leon, though. We could be playing Sim City in this next match. Just gotta wait.
Yep, Sim City. Yep, that's what we love to see. So now we just gotta wait, it would seem, for our next game to get underway. But they are rolling through pretty quickly. Here's the deal, though. I mean, let's move really into our next set, right? Dueling Beetles is going to be our third set. And now we can see some perhaps like a little bit of Griff. I don't know. I'm always hopeful for the Griff here, but it just doesn't seem like it is really going to happen here. I can remain hopeful, though, right? That it will end up happening. That's about it, though.
With certain bands like Buzz as well on like Dueling Beetles, that was a pretty solid brawler because you can throw that big hook into the start and then just camp behind the walls, and it was really easy to find supers and go for throwers. Yeah, Dueling Beetles could be a case for throwers if they are enjoying like Stu or Leon totems. Of course, then you counter throwers with like Mortis, which all these players seem to really like. We see a lot of Mortis and Leon actually today. I'm not sure why, but I guess they just like these brawlers more than some of the previous competitors who didn't really seem to love Mortis on most of these maps.
Yeah. I mean, he is a lot of fun to play. I can't knock him for that. Oh, here comes the sneaky time. Wow, way to just make me jealous that I don't have that pin. Anyway, both teams, though, seem to be running the Leon here. Also, they're running Sandy, but Howdwin is going to be picking up the Jesse, actually. Jose PG also trying to keep things up on the left side versus Meg. Meg, of course, not banned in this matchup, is going to be available. Jose PG going for the retreat as well. Lots of speed available to these guys. That is going to help them stay out of the way of Angel Tints, but Angel Tints is just this wall of health that is going to be able to get real close. No cigar on that super, though. Good bait there by Jose PG. It's going to be the playstyle is attack a little bit, then run away. Attack a little bit, then run away. Control, though, does seem to be in the hands of our away team here. Esports Empire having a tough time keeping control, but they are staying on this one exact area. Reliable, though, does get rid of that totem, which is going to be a huge, huge blow for Esports Empire.
Yeah, we're seeing Meg for the first time today, actually. As okay, there comes the big bat as Angel Tens takes out his foe. How to win, though, with a really good slow. That's going to keep both of them down. Reyes falls first. It's going to be an advantage for Esports Empire now as they fully control the map with their turrets. How to win is going to be throwing one across the L shape, which is going to be really, really hard for them to take out because those shots can literally bounce behind your wall. That's really, really strong. There we go. Reliable takes it out with the help of a Sandy super, but the Sandy didn't recharge enough of the super after he activated it, so he's not going to have it for a while. Meg also doesn't have the super, nor does Reliable, and they are in a lot of trouble here with only 20% needing to be collected from Scarlet Stars. Using that Jesse was a pretty solid pick because no throwers were there to deal with the turret. Look at that turret. It is so oppressive. They have to take it out before they even decide to move up. Easy win here for Esports Empire, showing some more signs of life, but it's not over yet.
At Esports Empire, I mean, they had taken a win before and then unfortunately let it slip to the side of FA Scarlet Stars, though this could be the beginning of the comeback. If they win this set, then they still do have a tough path ahead of them, 2 more in order to secure the victory, and really Scarlet Stars, they only need 1. So Scarlet Stars could not be in a better position right now, or perhaps maybe they could, right, had that last loss for them not happen. Scarlet Stars, though, they could switch up the comp and make this happen. I think really the Jesse pick was working wonders for Esports Empire, and I would say it's either going to get switched off because they anticipate a counter from the enemy team, or they're just going to stick with it and hope for the best.
Yeah, if they really don't know what they're supposed to be going in terms of comps, though, sometimes you just gotta guess or copy the other person's comp. And maybe that's the case here because Jesse seemed to be a pretty solid option, especially when making your own turret and dealing with the other player's turrets, kind of similar to how Pam works. But yeah, a thrower would definitely counter the blue team's comp here. So Scarlet Stars should consider like a Sprout or a barley. Just it's so easy. Use the overgrowth and you can just destroy everything in like a 1 mile radius.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you just get like such a large area of influence. It's insane. So, I mean, considering that, I wonder if I don't know. It's like it's hard to make predictions for the upcoming game, right? Because oh, okay, we're flip flopping, right? We're like, oh, okay, so Esport Empire, they're totally gonna win this. They're totally gonna 3-0 this one. Then Scarlet Stars really shows us up and says like, yeah, well, what if we won 3 in a row and then we win set number 2 too? And now it comes to set number 3 in Esports Empire. Okay, they're back to winning again. Something is fishy here. And I wonder how it's going to turn out. Of course, it is going to come down to how our upcoming games go. Our next game is going to be coming up shortly. FA Scarlet Stars certainly want to take the win here and tie things up in set number 3. Otherwise, Esport Empire is going to walk away with a win, but it's not going to be too bad because FA Scarlet Stars will get, once again, the fresh set to work with, and they won't have to be fighting themselves out of a set point at any turn.
Yeah, let's get into the game though. It is going to be the same comp from Esports Empire, and we have, okay, there is a Penny and a Jesse from the side of Scarlet Stars. I really like that change, actually. They're able to deal with the turrets, and the Penny turret is going to be nearly unbreakable. There's literally no way for them to destroy it. Kevin is camping out this right-hand side. While he is invisible, it's going to be pretty obvious where he's going to be most of the time because he has to come through the choke point. And not putting in the middle for his team is also a little bit of a downside. Here is the Meg Reyes going with the first super, and he's going to really just clap the Stu on the left-hand side. Stu does not have the range or the damage or anything to deal with a Meg. Reyes is going to be the main playmaker for this team here, while Reliable waits for his first Penny super to get something done. Jose now trying to go onto the Jesse and the Penny, but splits a little bit of his damage up and ultimately gets the kill there. Here is the swell though from Angel Tent as he gets that kill. Kevin did go invis on Reyes, but he's going to let Reyes recharge his entire super. That is not what you want to do, especially when Meg is so strong. There is Angel Tent's going to get taken down, but there are 2 turrets on the right hand side and very little options for the side of Esports Empire to take them out, though there is a Jesse turret. Let's see. Oh, it's placed wrong. It's not going to get the turret down. That could be a huge mistake that costs them this game at the end of the day. But yeah, there is, there's no way for them to take out this turret. Big Bat comes out, takes out Stu. How to win, no turret is up. Kevin, though, does find, oh my goodness, and the Captain's Compass is going to finish the Leon off. Pennymore holding choke point at mid. And it's, even though they do have a percentage advantage, it's looking to be slowly diminishing as Meg steps into the zone along with Jesse, starting to get a lot closer. With 1 minute left in the game, it's probably going to be based on time now and not so much on who gets 100% first.
All right, let's see. Reyes is going to be looking for that next super. He's going to have to work real hard, though. Kevin is looking for the pinch. Reyes now trying to push in. Jose and Kevin protecting the turret here. It is going to fall, though. Reyes needs this kill. Angel Tins comes to assist. This turret, though, is going to be such a nuisance, but it doesn't seem to be enough of a nuisance to net the victory. That is going to be, in fact, this game going, or rather, this set going to Esport Empire, which is going to bring our scoreline to 1-2. Scarlet Stars, they have their 2 sets under their belt, but Esports Empire really showed them up on Dueling Beetles.
Yeah, absolutely. Dueling Beetles goes to the side of Esports Empire. Now we're going to Safe Zone, and Safe Zone maybe, I think it will favor Esports Empire a little bit more because it really seems like Scarlet Stars likes playing their tanks and they like playing the more aggro brawlers. And Safe Zone really rewards patient play. And yeah, you're not going to get anything done with tanks there, that's for sure.
Yeah, and especially, you know, if you are playing like some tank counters. Now, keep in mind, like, Byron is out of play here, so there's pretty much no chance of tank counters like Colette being in play, as powerful as she might be when it comes to getting substantial damage on the enemy safe. We can expect, though, some tank counters like Rico, which are going to completely disable even like the idea of bringing a tank over here. Now, something that we have seen a little bit though recently is, in fact, like BB combined with I believe like some Edgar, or rather Max as well. But even in that composition, you're gonna have a healer, and there are no healers really at anyone's disposal in this situation. So while unfortunate, it does pretty much solidify the meta, which is going to work better actually for Scarlet Stars than for Esports Empire. Let's see how they approach this. Comps are coming out. We are going to see actually the mirror match here, the same mirror match that we saw on shooting, or rather on safe zone earlier. It is the Colt Nanny with the Bell mid.
Yeah, here we go. It's the same strategy we saw before with Colt, Bell, and Nani. It looks like How to Win is running with the Slick Boots star power. That's interesting. Usually Magnum Specials is like really good here because you can shoot the safe from over the water. But nevertheless, it is Esports Empire taking the early lead here, finding a lot of damage onto that. Oh no, finding a little bit of damage on the safe and a lot of control in the mid. It is Jose finding the kill onto Angel, but no way to stay alive. Lifepool now has his super, probably needs to use it to get a TP up. No TP is going to be used by him, and How to Win is just going right in on the safe. Jose is right behind him. Oh, wow. And the entire super goes onto the safe. Jose is where he needs to be, and the map is basically completely open now. There is no resemblance of safe zone left. Here's Lifepool TPing down to the bottom. It's up to Angel Tense to defend this while his teammate goes at the safe. Nice tag onto Jose, but How to Win is still on the left-hand side. Angel Tense is now backed by Reliable as they fight this from both sides. It's looking a little bit better for Scarlet Stars, but still they are not out of the water yet.
Okay, Angel Tense is going to be helping Reliable get this kill on Jose PG, and this might be the game changer here. 45 seconds remain, but a substantial amount of damage is coming in. Angel Tense is really trying to tank that Nanny super, but it's not going to happen. How to Win looks for the kill on Angel Tense and does eventually get it. And here's the damage pouring in from Kevin as well. Lifepool and Reliable have to team up to get this one. How to Win will be looking for the kill, but he's slowed down and he is marked. Not a good combination. Now the slow's gone, but How to Win still has that mark on him. Reliable looks like a reliable kill, a reliable target for How to Win and Jose PG as they look to push up the right side as well. Jose PG has this super ready to go. Lifepool needs a kill here, and the damage continues to pour in. This is the comeback from Esports Empire. There's just no way it doesn't seem for Scarlet Stars to do anything at this point. That safe is going to fall, and that is going to be Esports Empire taking their third win in a row.
Yeah, there we go. They take this one pretty dominantly, and they're starting to turn this series around in their favor. After a really good first game heist, winning it was over 40% to spare on their own safe. It just seemed like they were winning all the individual matchups like relatively easily. And maybe it's like if you're the Scarlet Stars right now, you need to change up your comp because those Nani matchups are not working out for you. You might want to switch to Rico and have Rico just sit there and install the Nani on the right hand side, or the left-hand side for them. And you know what I mean. Rico just needs to sit on the lane, install the Nani, not let them push up, because there's no Piper to break open the walls, really. So that should be a pretty solid option. But yeah, they've got to make a big change in their strategy because playing this mirror matchup is not going to work for them. They're going to lose this set and maybe even get reverse swept.
Yeah, and for their sake, let's hope that they don't get reverse swept because they were looking very strong at the beginning. But really, I mean, Esports Empire, I think they have fought really hard so far, and they were looking at like the most likely candidate to make it onto the grand finals from this side of the bracket. And to see them, lose a couple of sets in a row like this is a bit uncharacteristic and a bit unexpected. So it's good to see them coming back from this and taking their third win in a row. Let's see if they're able to continue the success. And once again, Knight, this is what you're saying. I mean, the mirror matchup, it's not working well. I mean, it's working great for Esports Empire. It's not working well for FA Scarlet Stars. We'll see if they're able to bring it back this time, if they've learned anything that'll help them get a win here.
Yeah, seems like they're doing a little bit better in terms of hitting the shots, but how to win? Look at that. He is already on the safe. No mercy. As Angel Tense tries to defend it on his own, but it's not going to be easy because he needs a teammate to help pinch. There we go. There's the pinch. Now, can they get him down? They do. Lifepool is firing out his Nani Super. Oh, the enemy. Oh, Jose TP's onto the bell and gets an easy kill, but him being slowed allows Reliable to finish him off. Now is Lifepool doing a little bit of damage. 7% done at the back end. Colt, what did Colt do back there? Colt threw a silver bullet for some reason, even though the Nani was already down. Here's Jose PG now, trying to use his super. It is his turn to fire back. Goes onto the bell, though, instead of the safe, and gets tagged as a result. How to win. Jose all on the safe. They are doing so much damage, as only 50% of Scarlet Star's safe remains here. Tag goes on the life pool to finish him off. And Reliable is going to fall as well. Kevin very, very low in the middle. Now it is Scarlet Star's turn to push as Lifepool goes in on the safe with his Warp Blast. There he goes. Wow, taken out in like 2 seconds by How to Win. It's looking very, very bad for Scarlet Stars.
Okay. Looking pretty good so far. Not for Esports Empire. Let's see if they're able to get good value with the teleport from Jose PG. He is going to try and get a little bit more damage on the safe, but he is stopped dead in his tracks, quite literally, by Angel Tense and Lifepool. Kevin now looking for some damage on Lifepool. Lifepool does skirt most of the damage from Kevin, but not from How to Win, hitting that full clip. Reliable now looking for the kill. Another pinch. Angel Tense is able to pick up the kill. Good stuff as the pressure continues to build up from the side of FA Scarlet Stars. If they get this win, they will be snagging the match point up in the next game. Do we see enough damage from the side of Esports Empire? Kevin's going to go down. How to Win has his super. It doesn't reach the safe, though, and that is all she wrote. That is going to be the match point incoming for FA Scarlet Stars.
Yeah, there we go. Yes, Esports Empire are on their way for a reverse sweep against Scarlet Stars, and Scarlet Stars have to start making some huge changes. We are going to Pinball Dreams, though. Hopefully, we do not have 3 or 4 draws on this map, but it is a possibility for sure.
Well, with that said, now we have to wait for what could be the final game. If it is a game for Esports Empire, then, well, we're going to be heading to set number 5, which is going to be the first time that we've seen that today. Admittedly, it's the first time we've even seen the set number 4 today, but where better for that to happen than in the semifinals when things really start to crank up the heat. That said, though, do you think, Knight, once again, that we'll see the mirror matchup? Because it seems like, yeah, we're going to see the same exact comp every single time on Safe Zone.
Yeah, here it's a little bit more diverse, but you definitely need a thrower or a thrower counter on your team just in case. Mids are obviously can be Bell. Yeah, Bell is probably the best option here. You can use Leon also if you don't think they're going to go a thrower because your totem will get a lot of value. And yeah, the totem will be really good if you don't have a thrower just because you can make your own bush on your side where there's no bush.
Well, now all we have to do is wait for these guys to get ready. I mean, I think really the limiting factor here is going to be Esports Empire, because now they are 1 game away from being taken down. You know, they had been a couple of games away from being taken down, but that's substantially more comfortable than being just 1 game away from defeat. So now they are certainly taking their time, planning meticulously, waiting to see, what kind of tricky stuff might be tried by FA Scarlet Stars in this situation. Because if they get caught off guard, then they might even lose the game before it even starts.
Yeah. This game is this map is where you have to draft those rows correctly. Otherwise, you could be losing in just your picks. Sometimes we see a Surge matchup against Spike earlier. We saw a Surge matchup against Barley against Spike. So there's like a bit of rock, paper, scissors on the lanes. You can use a lot of brawlers who are solid, like Sandy and Spike or Terra, but they all get countered by Barley. But if you want to counter Barley, you use Surge or Edgar or Tick. Yeah, it's going to be difficult to make those right calls. I'm not here to make it for them, but they've got to have done their homework
on the enemy teams. It is coming down to the wire here on Pinball Dreams, and it's anyone's game at this point. But I think Esports Empire has a lot of momentum going for them.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's see, though, if they're able to use it to their advantage. We are headed into Brawl Ball here for the final set. Reyes is going to get this pass around to the right side. Kevin and Howdwin also are going to get a good defense. Jose PG now pushing up. Howdwin trying to move up around the right side. Reliable also getting a good super in there. Lightning offense, not really. At least not from the side of FA Scarlet Stars. Esport Empire, however, are going to be keeping up the pressure. Kevin is going to be getting a good pull here whenever he sees fit. I mean, Reliable is going to have that super ready too. Angel Tense likely has that gadget ready to go to prevent the pull. There is the block, though, on Reyes. A perfectly timed super from Howdwin. And Jose PG and Howdwin are going to keep these guys locked into their spawn. Here's a big challenge, though. They're facing against a bunch of tanks. And well, they're all squishy brawlers as well. So how are they going to get this ball in the goal? They keep on killing them, but how are they going to do it?
Yeah, it looks like they have a lot of the right tools for the older throwers, but the Terra is like the bane of their existence because she's going to be charging the supers basically for free. And if Kevin stays on the Mortis, hopefully Jose can use his slows correctly to deal with Reliable on the right-hand side. But yeah, it's not an easy matchup for them by any means. I think that's the last sticky surf from Jose, so they are going to be in some trouble here. Keep in mind, during overtime, these Sprout walls aren't going to be doing anything, and Sprout will be a complete sitting duck in the open. Reyes goes in on Jose, no kill though, but Kevin now has a super. He's going to probably use it on this Jackie. Oh, doesn't use it on the Jackie. Now this is actually an opportunity for Esports Empire to push this ball into the goal. Angel Tense on the left hand, waving his Frank super.
Kevin hanging on to the super as well. Here's a super in from Jose PG that's going to open up some space. Kevin and Howdwin perfectly timing that combo to get the kill on a Mortis. Now it's down to Reliable to defend and Angel Tense to defend. It just seems like these guys keep on pouring out of the gates. If they're able to play their cards right, then they will be able to walk this ball across the board into the goal. But with all these walls broken down, it is going to be a challenge. Jose PG is also going to be facing some challenges here. Ray is swiping right through him. Reliable has the pass potential. There's the pass to Angel Tense and the super from Tara, but it's just not enough to keep Angel Tense from walking it in. The match point is on the way once again, and once more, it is from the side of FA Scarlet Stars.
Yeah, there we go. It's not looking too good for Esports Empire, as they have lost their momentum here in the Brawl Ball set. As we expected, yeah, they're going to go for the tanks. What they have been doing throughout this series, they seem to be really confident in their ability to play the funnier brawlers like Frank and Mortis. So yeah, maybe a misread here from Esports Empire, as they went with two throwers against a team that likes to run Mortis. It just seems a little bit off to me.
Yeah, it's a little bit strange to me as well. I mean, like, a couple of throwers is definitely strange to be playing on this map when there are, like, yeah, there are walls that you can use to your advantage. But here's the deal: you're not going to be able to get that ball in the goal, and that was the most severe aspect that was preventing the score there by Esports Empire. And so now we find ourselves, FA Scarlet Stars, they have just one win to go, and they'll be able to close things out, as they've been trying to since the beginning of set number 3. Sport Empire, they've been trying so hard as well for the reverse sweep, but maybe it won't happen. I mean, if they are going to be picking comps like this, with the possibility of tanks from the enemy side, which is actually very possible in Brawl Ball, and it's very common, then maybe it is looking a little bit grim for them. If they chose something a little bit more well-rounded, or like at least have like a single tank counter in there, then I think they could very likely have taken the win there. Really what they needed to do was kill all of the tanks around the same exact time, rather than all focusing on one and just allowing them to trickle out of the gates. But that is what they had, or that's what they had to do in order to get kills when you're running Sprout and Barley.
Yeah, Sprout and Barley are good options against certain control brawlers like Sandy, Spike, and Bell. But against Mortis and Frank, you are in for a rough time. I mean, I think they did pretty good regardless how they dealt with those tanks, despite that very difficult circumstance. They did pretty good actually, and honestly, they had chances to win, but at the end of the day, they were just fighting an uphill battle, and it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, it is. It is unfortunate. I mean, we can definitely be hopeful for FA Scarlet Stars that they're able to bring this one back and at least take us to a double match point. It might even be the only instance of that occurrence today. But man, or rather hopeful for Esport Empire that they take us to the little match point. But FA Scarlet Stars, they have worked really, really hard to get here. And they've, they showed up Point Gaming, they showed up Esport Empire to boot, and now they just have to get a strong finish in here. Let's see if they're able to do it. Here are the picks. They do bring in the Spike for the single tank counter. Also, never mind, they do actually have Bell over here for the tank counter as well. Same exact comp, though, from the enemy team. And it did win them their last game. Reyes is going to try and get in here. No way. And he gets the kill onto Spike. Reliable just now has to get a little bit of damage on how to win, but the slow is too much. This one's slowed down by Barley, and a great super out by Jose PG that prevented the goal just then. But how many times can they repeat this? Angel Tints does get that irresistible attraction. Kevin, though, has the super ready to go. Reliable won't be able to get in front of the goal in time. Kevin won't be able to get up to the goal in time to get that tricky shot in there. And still no goals for either team so far.
Yeah, here we go. Angel Tense is in a bad spot. He needs to be here to defend the goal, but no. Wow, Reyes just doing what he does with Morris. He's going to almost find the kill on Jose, but Jose is forced to use that spotter just to keep him at bay. Oh, Reyes tried to go in again there and could have used the super to finish it off, but obviously that wouldn't be a great use of the super. Kevin is their main DPS here using Spike, but no fertilize, so he's going to be a little bit pressed on health as Angel Tense can one-shot him with the gadget, as he does to the Barley there. Stun is ready on the right-hand side. Reliable gets it. Oh, here we go. Reyes with... Oh, he didn't get the pass correctly. Otherwise, that could have been a goal. No result from their push there. And I think they're running out of gadgets. Both teams, actually, which is going to be a little bit worse for Angel Tense if he can't get those one-shots on those 3,360 Brawlers.
Okay, Reliable still pushing in. Does manage to get the combo there with the super, but Jose PG emerges from the ashes victorious, but not for long. Reyes swipes by and gets the kill as well. Reyes does have to retreat, though. He is marked up, and he will be taking substantial damage should he push in on Kevin. There's a super as well from Kevin. Reyes keeps on dodging, though, and Kevin is now locked into a battle, which he is doomed to lose. Reliable looks for the goal. There it is. Reliable gets the goal. 15 seconds left on the board for a response from Esports Empire. If they're able to get the goal, then we'll head to overtime. Otherwise, it's a win for FA Scarlet Stars. The clock is ticking down. There could be a goal. No, it would have been a goal if there'd just been a little bit more time, a little bit more finesse to get that trick shot in. But in the end, it is going to be FA Scarlet Stars heading on to the grand finals.
That's it. FA Scarlet Stars had a rocky set 3 and 4, but set 5, they just crushed it. They used the funniest tanks in the world. And I'm actually surprised still, because Esports Empire didn't seem to really be making the adjustments that they needed to make in their comps. Because still, Spike, Barley, and Bell is not good against Immortus. Spike doesn't have as much damage as he used to with the popping pincushion. And yeah, if they really wanted to counter it, or they were really confident, they could have just gone a B. B would have been a way better option, or even Griff. We've seen Griff being used here to break open the walls, and it's a solid option, really, if you want to deal with the tanks. Just, yeah, maybe some minor errors.
Yeah, well, it is what separates the people who, get knocked out in the semifinals from the people who get knocked out in the grand finals or win the grand finals, right? So with that, though, we could definitely say that FA Scarlet Stars are deserving of heading to the grand finals. But who is deserving of being their opponent? It's going to be either FA Kozaki or Old Stars BS. We saw both of these guys shut down their opponents in the quarterfinals with 3-0 victories, though admittedly, as did everyone. Everyone who made it to the semifinals got a 3-0 victory over their quarterfinals opponent. But FA Kozaki and Old Stars BS, I think this is going to be a good one, though we do have some biases regarding who is going to be taking the win. Now, Knight, I do think that FA Kozaki has a very good chance of winning this one, but I would be pleasantly surprised to see a win by Old Stars BS.
Yeah, All Stars BS is definitely a strong contender here, but Kozaki, we have to consider how good they've been against like these top teams so far. And while they beat Navi with some connection issues, they still played really well in my opinion. And just seeing them play all these games, I have faith in Kozaki to win this game. One on one, one for one on predictions, by the way.
Yeah, all right. Well, let's also get our maps and modes shortly. But yes, here is our bracket. Check it out. Esports Empire and FA Scarlet Stars. We just watched that one, and FA Scarlet Stars now hanging out in the grand finals. FA Kozaki and Old Stars are going to be coming up soon as well.
Yeah, our next match should be coming up soon. We will see. I think the band page or the we might see the band page or the bracket. I'm not sure, but we will see something soon as these teams get ready for one of the few matches we have left today. So in the chat, leave us your prediction on who do you think will win, and I for one think FA Kozaki will have it.
Yeah, I think FA Kozaki is a very realistic winner here, and I would love to see them face off in the grand finals versus FA Scarlet Stars. But of course, only time will tell who the victor is going to be. Let's take a look at the maps. Of course, set number 1, we're going to be starting off with some Brawl Ball, Pinball Dream. Set number 2, Hard Rock Mine. Set number 3, Dry Season. And we were very quick to speak last time and say, oh, well, we'll only see 3 sets. And we saw a sweep through the first couple of sets by FA Scarlet Stars, but then it got really interrupted by a 3-4 victory by Esports Empire. Let's take a look at the bans so that we can get a better idea of how this match is going to play out. We have seen a lot of Poco Byron bans today. Last time we saw a Mortis ban as well. First ban now, though, is going to be Stu.
Yeah, Stu is a very, very good brawler, and I'm not surprised to see him banned. Yeah, he wasn't banned in the last match, and he was used quite a bit, actually. Not as much as I thought he would be used, but he was used a bit. Old Stars, seeing the power of Reyes as Mortis, probably want to ban him out here. That seems to make sense. And now we've got Meg. Meg is OP. That makes complete sense. Here we go. It is Max actually banned. Yeah, that seems reasonable. I guess they don't like Stu or Max, the movement brawlers, and maybe some teams are not good with certain builds. But yeah, we've seen Kozaki ban Max a few times throughout this series, so this makes sense. And yeah, we'll be going into the match in just a moment here.
Yeah, well, now all we can do is wait and see how this is going to turn out. I'm excited for it. I'm excited to see who is going to be the worthy opponent for FA Scarlet Stars in the grand finals. But one of those teams is going to be walking away with 900 euros in prizing, which is considerable ramp up from the 50 euros just for reaching the round of 16. It has been a brutal battle, very, very bitter, scuffle all the way to the end. And we'll see who our contenders are going to be for that. With the bans in place and the maps in place as well, all we can do is anticipate and wait for our next set, which is going to be Brawl Ball, actually.
Yep, our first set is going to be Brawl Ball. And we're following up from Pinball Dreams here. Hopefully we don't have too many draws. And if one team likes to run tanks, that's certainly one way to prevent it. And I'm not sure if they have any. So yeah, Poco and Byron aren't banned, so they could use those brawlers and see if they want to run over any small boys like the throwers.
Yeah, that would definitely be a good way to speed things up. It could be a very speedy first set. Could really establish the momentum. If you get swept in Brawl Ball to start things off, then you're probably not going to be too optimistic about the remaining sets. So the momentum would certainly be in favor of one team or the other, just based off the first game even alone. We'll have to see, though, as we are waiting for the players to get ready. We're waiting for them to prepare for this game. They have the bands out. They know that it's going to be Pinball Dreams. They just got to decide on what comps it's going to be, whether it's going to be tanks, whether it's going to be more control-based, a little bit of Bell action up in here. We will see.
Yeah. Look, if Belt is open, that'll probably be the go-to for Factory Rush. Piper is also, yeah, Piper will be used on Layer Cake. No, wait, no. I'm looking at the last set's maps. I, I'm being a little silly. Belt is good on Brawl Ball, just in general. She can really hold the control and against long range, but she also has the tag for all those tanks that might be used. Especially against Morph, it's so good because his healing becomes like basically less effective. Okay, here we go. It is Kozaki running the B, Griff, and Sandy. It looks like I know what their idea is. They want to break this map open in case of tanks and just clap them with B. Here is U4O. He missed a chunky shot on the left-hand side, but he's looking to find it again on the Bell. Here is a great wall break from Nick as the Sandy is completely in the open now. Wow, X has done a great job pushing all the way on the right-hand side. Did miss the stun, though, which would have gotten him the barley kill. No barley kill, though. And right side is still not broken up, which Nick needs to get to ASAP, or Terone will find a lot of value and be a terrorist on that right-hand side. Here's X, though, still trying to find a Sandy Super, but no dice.
Yeah, no dice. Let's see. X is going to try and get this win on the right lane. Emma is doing a pretty good job of keeping him back. Tyrone was as well, but Nick has successfully pushed him back. Euphoria also pushing up around the left side. The B is definitely a good choice to be able to deal with those tanks. There is the trick shot. Euphoria had to take a moment to line it up. Tyrone got the kill in the process as well as the super, but it doesn't really even matter because the goal is what Euphoria wanted so badly. X now has that super down. Pretty aggressive super too. It's not going to really force anyone out though. There is the honeypot. Euphoria is going to go down to a lucky shot from Emma. A well-placed one though, to his credit. Nick also will fall to Tyrone. And X has it to go for Tyrone now. Yeah, not going to be able to reach, and that's a Sandy versus Barley matchup. It's never going to go the way of Sandy. Euphoria also now going to kill Tyrone once again, smashing him to pieces with those three attacks all in one barrage. X getting that pass over the lateral pass to Nick, and that is going to allow a little bit more defense. Here comes the goal, though. Tyrone will be getting the goal, and it's all tied up now, 1-1, and only 30 seconds remain on the clock before overtime.
All right, here we go. U4O holding on to that chunky shot. No, doesn't find it. Now Nick with a big Griff super. He's going to be really, really good in overtime. And honestly, the advantage goes very, very well to Kozaki here in the overtime because they have a Barley, and Barley just sucks. Griff and B are going to terrorize all these brawlers, I think. Here comes the slow. Only gets to Bell, though, but Terron's still going to be taken out by X. X has a standing super. Kind of is wasting it, but I guess it doesn't really matter. Oh my goodness, they don't get the goal. They don't get the goal. I just choked on my words. Move for a pass to Nick. Nick can get it.
You're not the only one joking, Knight.
What is going on?
Oh, unbelievable. So close to a goal. This could very quickly become an upset. Or, hey, I don't know. You were talking about Pinball Dreams. It could be a tie once again. Giaco is going to try and push up versus X over here. There's the super from Nick. Trying to push back quite a bit, but Nick is now out of a super. Emma has the range on him. Euphoria also is hanging on to that killer B. Tyrone is still alive. So is Emma. So is Giaco. There's the combo. The dirtiest Sandy gadget combo that we have seen. And that is going to be the win now, going to the side of Old Stars BS. Pretty surprising. We were expecting the win to go to the side of FA Kozaki, but just upsets all across the board today.
Yeah, I mean, they should have been winning that one, honestly. I don't know what happened towards the end. We saw the Sandy Super being thrown for no reason. Then we saw the guy missing the goal, which was like a gimme. And then we saw them miss another walk-in. And then, I don't know, man. It's just things are not going right for them in that game. But in terms of playing, overall, I feel like they were playing a lot better and they had a better comp. So, I mean, I guess that's kind of part of it. Yeah, they're doing a very good job and need to keep it up, not get too upset after that loss there.
because that would be unfortunate to lose your momentum so early in a game. It is a 5-set game, so you've got to keep it strong throughout, not just on the first set.
Yeah, gotta keep up that strength throughout. I completely agree. You cannot just channel it all into the first set and exhaust yourself. Sometimes you just gotta say like, okay, you know what? We'll take the loss and we'll mentally reset for the subsequent sets. For now, though, of course, we did see the win go to Old Stars. FA Kozaki, they can cut their losses here, really, but I don't see why they would, because every single set is so valuable, and they still got a couple more chances here at taking this set for themselves. And it was a pretty close one. And honestly, they just choked pretty bad at the end of the game, right? I think that they really should have won that one. And given that these mistakes, these careless errors just happen from time to time, right? They're not like consistently happening for Kozaki. It just kind of happened all at once. I am pretty hopeful that this is not going to happen again. And I do believe that they have a very good chance of taking this next game and maybe even the next one to get a set one win overall.
Yeah, they need this next they need this next win in Brawl Ball if they want to escape these outcomes from FA Kozaki, because it looks like they have brought the analysis. That Griff and B pick was really smart, I think, and it almost paid off. Again, it's really disappointing to see them just miss it at the end there when they had everything lined up for success. Nick did a great job on the Griff. He knew when to push up, when to drop those bombs there, and stayed pretty safe throughout the game, and got so much value with his supers. Able to hit usually 2 people at once, and that's basically like a recharge. You gotta hit like 2 coins after that. So yeah, he should keep playing Griff if anything, because it'll do good against tanks as well. It's so fun to see Griff just shooting at tanks. You can shoot like 1-2 of those supers, and they're just flying everywhere. It's just really satisfying. I wish I could be playing some Griff right now.
I would love to be playing some Griff right now. He's probably one of my other favorite brawlers, and Nick is going to be having a ball here playing the Sigma cash register male on the right side versus the walking wall of health that is Frank. Emma is going to go down, though. No more healing for you, Frank, as Euphoro is going to look for this pass over to Sandy. There's the stun. It's almost like he didn't even need it. That was so buttery smooth. Great stuff here to start things off. For FA Kozaki. X once again trying to push up the right side. That wall break by Nick at the beginning of the game really has changed the landscape, quite literally, but also it's changed the overall pace of the match, as X is no longer really countered by Barley here. But meanwhile on the left side, more attention needs to be paid to Giaco, or perhaps not. X is going to look for the kill onto Giaco. He's not going to be able to get out of the way of Tyrone, and despite being in the lead, the control is going to be on the opposite side to Old Stars BS.
Yeah, here's the Sandy Super from X, picking up I think that's the Rude stand? I'm not really sure. I think it is. All right, Giaco is going to throw out his super there, and he's going to get it back immediately. That is a really good push from them. Now Nick has to get a lot of damage here. No, he's not going to get it, as Giaco scores the ball at the last second before he goes down. Here, Yudo has to help out X on the left-hand side, because Frank is probably going to be difficult for Sandy, considering Sandy doesn't have a DPS. Here comes the Rude Sands, preventing the Frank from healing up, but a Herbal Tonic will cancel that out. Now it's going to be up to Nick to win this lane against the Barley, which is a little bit more difficult considering that Griff doesn't have that long a range. Even Barley just outranges him in the open map. Emma can definitely hit some shots on the B. Does really good against B, actually. Being able to 3-shot and has a little bit of a longer range. X is now looking for X is looking for another super. And Griff needs to take advantage of the super, because B doesn't really get much value out of a Sandy super. So Griff really has to go in there and try to melee the Frank. Still, we don't see the lane switch coming out from this team, which is kind of a strange idea, considering they still haven't gotten this Frank down. Nick needs to go to the left, and it is Emma walking all the way up, having the Byron super in hand. Maybe pass it in, but they pass it up too far. Now, Giaco is going to be slowed on the left-hand side. Nick is still fighting off against Tyrone, not getting too much done. Giaco is going to be passing it in just a second here. No, Nick can get it out. But okay, they've got to get it over to Giaco. And then, okay, there's a missed stun. But I think it's still going to be a goal.
for the red team. There we go. Very good. Brawl ball set from them. Even going up against the Griff and the Sandy and the B with the Frank and winning, that is something else. Frank keeping him off of the Griff was probably the best part. Best thing that they could do that game, and they did. And I don't know. If blue team was able to switch those lanes, they would have been able to fight it more efficiently, but that didn't happen.
Yeah, this was honestly, a little bit of an upset for FA Kozaki, considering they were like the expected victor in this situation, and Old Stars completely showed them up. So we have another upset on our hands. FA Kozaki, they did have a good start, but here's the thing. I mean, if you're playing Griff, right, and we saw how optimal the matchups were. We saw the wall break for Sandy to be able to face up against Barley, and that just completely shut down the early game. That plus you have Griff into Byron and Frank, and you're going to be able to get massive value with that super. So I think, man, if they struggle to get a win with that comp, then this is not looking good. This is not good for shadowing for the remainder of the maps that we have. Of course, that's just set number 1. There is still a chance for FA Kozaki to bring this one back, but Old Stars are looking very, very good right now to be able to pull off a win when their comp was so countered.
Yeah, and those are the things you have to know how to do as a top team. You have to change the play styles in a certain match to be able to just get the victory at the end of the day. You have to play differently because usually if you were to use Frank and Byron, you would just heal the Frank and you would just run right in. But here they were trying to hide around the walls and just charge the super very slowly and then pull out the super on either the Barley or the B, I believe, because Sandy would be able to stun you. So they had to completely change what they were doing in this match to not get the full extent of the hard counter. And yeah, it worked for them. And that's the kind of skills that you need to have. And that'll help them throughout the rest of this series for sure.
Yeah, let's hope that it does work to their advantage. Or at least it obviously has, but let's hope that it continues to work its magic throughout the rest of this series. There is still a lot more Brawl Stars to be played, at least 2 more sets. We are going to be moving into the next set shortly. It is going to be on Gem Grab. And then even after that, right, Old Stars, they have another opponent to face should they take the W here in the second semifinal of our match day. They would have to face against FA Scarlet Stars, of course. It's not all set in stone yet. Let's take a look at the comps. It is going to be actually a Leon totem from both sides, as well as a Rico from both sides, but things are going to get a little bit different when it comes down to the mid-brawler. We do see that Fire Safe from the enemy side, and the Piper to deal with Giaco from the side of FA Kozaki.
Yeah, here we go. It is Tyrone pushing on the right side, trying to get into that bush where X will have a lot of trouble with him. Nope, opts to fall back though, but is sitting on a super. Now they've got to deal with Nick on the left-hand side. Giaco is trying to help pinch him with... What happened? Where did the Rico go? Okay, anyway, Giaco is going to be trying to set down this turret, but U4O is throwing down his Piper super, so it can't be placed on the left. Now it is in tandem with a Leon Invis totem, which is really, really cool. And it looks really cool on top of each other. Here's Giaco, though. Has 3 gems on his hand, but doesn't know that Nick is in that bush right there. This is going to be some trouble for them. Oh, my. Oh, and Tyrone is able to kill him because he is under the 8-bit totem. And now they've got a huge advantage going into the second half of the game. They've got a little bit of a gem. No, they covered the gem deficit. There we go. Now Emma staying alive back here with the bouncy castle. U4O on the top side, on the bottom side of your screen, is about to get ambushed by Tyrone. He doesn't have the jump. Giaco is collecting gem number... Nope. Tyrone is collecting gem number 8. And yeah, with the 8-bit turret just so safe there, it's really easy for Giaco to pick up these gems and not really be too worried about being safe because he can always just hit the green button. Tyrone, on the other hand, is safe on the right-hand side. There's gem number 10. Tyrone's going to find the kill and go invis. Nick's going to try to get a kill, but it's not going to do much for them as that's still 10 gems to 0. No, 10 gems to 6, what am I saying? And there's no way for blue team to reset.
Okay. Nick now trying to get around the left side. Giaco is looking pretty elusive. Tyrone, though, is the prime target, though, and X just doesn't have enough health to make it work. He did actually do a pretty good job of threading the needle between the turret and Giaco on the 8-bit there to hit Tyrone at the end, but it just wasn't enough. good stuff here from the side of Old Stars. And it's going to be their 3rd win in a row, and one more win, and they will be on their way to a potential 3-0 sweep in set number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. We are moving towards the possibility of that. Yeah, we are at the top of the screen. What is it? Kozaki versus I feel bad for forgetting, but the red team is doing such a great job so far. And yeah, they continue to dominate in this gem grab set. And while it started out badly, they have the 8-bit turret going for them. And basically with the 8-bit turret, it makes it really hard for a Piper to win that matchup, because the slow 8-bit is sure, that's easy to hit, but a fast moving 8-bit with 6,700 health is just non-negotiable. Here is the 8-bit in the totem just chilling. And a trick with the totem actually is you can actually stay outside of the totem and on the other side of the grass, and they'll think you're in the totem. They'll be shooting into the totem while you're not in the totem at all. I like to do that sometimes with Leon, where I put the totem down and then walk to the other lane, and then they think I'm under the totem when I'm actually not, and it really confuses them. Yeah, that's just a little thing that these teams might try. We saw Giaco doing a little bit there earlier. Now Nick's trying to find his super, and doesn't really want to fight against Emma on that left-hand side, because that's going to be a losing matchup 100% of the time. As we see there, we're trying to shoot at the mid instead to get that super. Tyrone, though, does find a kill all the way back onto X. Giaco picks up gem number 8, gem number 9, and this is looking just so bad for Kozaki, as Uforo gets the kill on the right-hand side. There's gem number 10, though. There's nothing they can do here. The 8-bit is so safe here. Invis Totem has a new turret ready. There's just nothing they can do.
Even Uforo with the super is not going to be able to do much. X does actually get some impressive damage on Giaco, but Uforo is the last member, and he's not really able to do anything. Wow, very clean set of 4 victories in a row here for Old Stars. It is going to send them into set number 3 with so much momentum behind them. The win at their backs, sending them straight to the grand finals. It could be the outcome, but hey, as we learned through our last semifinals, even 5 wins in a row does not mean that you are going to be getting that win so swiftly. In our last semifinal, FA Scarlet Stars, they had to fight for it all the way in set number 5, as they unfortunately folded in set number 3 and 4. So will that be the case for Old Stars? Well, we will find out as we head into our next game mode, which is in fact going to be Bounty.
Yeah, we are going to Bounty, that is for sure. Old Stars is going on a rampage here. And yeah, one thing I want to point out in that last game, I saw them dropping a Leon totem on top of the 8-bit turret, which is like kind of pointless, because when you're in the 8-bit turret, you can actually like see where the 8-bit is, because it like connects like the power line to the turret. So I was just like, that's funny, because they know where he is. It's no secret.
That is funny. Yeah, it's like, and you can see it in a bush too, I suppose. I wonder if that's like a feature that will ever be removed, or whether it's just like because Plugged In, I think, was in the game before the it was definitely in the game before the invisibility totem. So it was just the nerf in anticipation of the lollipop drop yet to come in the game. Though, let's get an idea of what's going to happen here. We love the new radius of Buzz over here. Looks very, very nice. Let's take a look at the brawlers. So this is very, very aggressive, actually, from the side of FA Kozaki. Hopefully for them it works out. It is going to actually provide them a lot of control to boot. There's the damage, though. Never mind. No, U4 is going to get out of the way. And that is going to be a very tidy early lead for FA Kozaki.
Yeah, Tyrone is trying to do the damage on this team, but it's not going to be easy. There's Nick with the stun. Oh, he gets taken out by the head first with that buff going. Oh, wow, U4 just goes right in. Whoa, it is Tyrone being a star player here, absolutely destroying the enemy. Gonna go right on top of this Frank and then shoot those 4 bombs out. Not gonna get any damage, but that was just funny to see. All right, Nick is pushing into the right-hand side. Taro doesn't have a super though, so they're gonna have to stay safe. Okay. Oh, they take out the BB, and it looks like Kozaki is not being very coordinated in their pushes. It really seems like they're going in one at a time and dying and not really pushing together as a team. That is their main downfall here. And with 30 seconds left, they've got to make something happen. Just a kill on Tyrone is not going to secure them a victory. They've got to get a team wipe, if anything. X is now pushing in. There is the kill. Oh, what? Okay, no, there is the kill on Tyrone. Now it's going to be Emma fighting up against Nick on the right-hand side. Nick opts to not use the super, and that's really, really odd considering he could have just killed Emma right there. Giaco now buffing himself up. This is the final stand for our red team here. Just a 1-star advantage, and oh, what U4O misses the buzz thing. Oh my goodness, they're gonna win. They got it the last second.
Oh
Even
my
with
gosh.
the buzz, super miss, they managed to clinch the victory. And honestly, it was expected. These tanks, if you like get the kill at the end, you're not gonna get any deaths basically. So your Stewie mission can just be like a net positive, and you don't have to suffer any consequences basically. And yeah, that's exactly what you should be doing. When they finally went in together, it seemed like it worked. Shocking, isn't it? Like almost like that's what you're supposed to do with tanks.
I mean, I guess you just full send it all the way into the enemy spawn, and you start off like that, and you just keep on pouring in there. And if you die, cool. You know, as long as you are netting more kills on them than they are netting kills on you back, then you're fine. And you know that really does get at the core definition of the game mode of bounty, right? Is just kill them more than they kill you. Yeah, but usually it does not happen in such a should I say barbaric, sort of hyper aggressive manner, right? It's usually not brute force like that, but in this case, it seemed to work really well. Let's see if it is attempted again. No, in fact, the entire opposite. It is going to be almost a mirror match here. We do see the Bell and the Leon from both sides. We loved the Bell with that lollipop, but the difference makers here are going to be Pick and Colonel Russ. Colonel Russ does not seem to be hanging too close to his teammates, but he is going to be running the old promotion, actually. Going to be looking for the buffs onto Emma throughout the game, just trying to get those passive buffs in there, while he's also trying to get a little bit of damage and get a single supply drop over to one of his teammates.
Yeah, here we go. It is Nick on the left-hand side, sneaking all the way up with the invite. Oh, going to be found by Giaco. Emma now trying to hunt down X on the right-hand side. They do find it, and the last hurrah is wasted. Emma not going to fall, though, and gets the tag onto U4O. Oh, and a great shot while backing up. This is such a dominant start here from the red team, but Nick is coming in on the right-hand side. I almost thought that supply drop was going to accidentally find Nick, but not yet. Not yet. That's a invis on the right-hand side.
All right, X is going to secure a good kill on a Giaco, though. Just a little bit of progress towards taking these guys down, but it is looking very, very hopeful for Old Stars BS that they are able to close out the win here. Tyrone is hanging on to so many stars, and as long as he is able to stay alive, which is incredibly likely, then this win will pretty much undoubtedly be going to Old Stars. He has no super, though, and it's going to be challenging to keep himself alive. It's 12-2. There's not enough time for Nick and U4O to push in, really. Like, they healed up the full health, but for what? They're not going to be able to make it to their targets in time. That is going to be a match point incoming for Old Stars BS. One more win for them, and they'll be headed to the grand finals.
Yeah, well played for Old Stars BS. They just clapped that game, and I wouldn't be too surprised if they did it in the last game too. Yeah, if you are Kozaki right now, you may have to just go with tanks in this next game, no matter what, because that is what that's like maybe the only way they can win this, honestly, because it's going to be really difficult to play these mirror matchups and just win based on mechanics. Sometimes you have to like admit that, and you have to accept that as your team, and you just have to go with the Mickey Mouse. It is what it is.
Yeah, you just got to go with the Mickey Mouse sometimes, and sometimes the Mickey Mouse is the most secure option, right? And sometimes you just got to bite the bullet, right? You got to swallow your pride and go for the statistically most probable, win condition, right? And that is probably what we're going to be seeing the next game. We still got one more game of dry season left here. Now, whether it's going to take us into set number 4 or whether it's going to take us straight to the grand finals, that is a mystery. What's probable, though, is that we're going to see something very secure. And yeah, that is exactly the pick from F.A. Kozaki. Old Stars are going for the exact same thing. It is the mirror match. It is going to be a match of mechanical skill and synergy only. No more team diffs.
Yeah. I just hear these brawls going in and out of the invisibility like they want to be annoying me. Here we go. The invisibility tones fall, thank God. X versus Tyrone on the right-hand side. X finds the super first. Now he's going to be looking for Emma. But Emma just sniping out Euphorio. Tyrone is going to go down. Now X is in a really bad spot here with Giaco and Emma on his tail. No, the rough spot doesn't find him. And Tyrone is going to be trying to find the invisibility himself. Oh, Invis totem wasted here for X. There's Tyrone with kill. Euphorio and Nick slowed down on the left-hand side, but no real way for Giaco or Eva to capitalize.
Nick still trying to get some value on Giaco, just wants to get that first super, that second super off. Euphorio does have the super to his name, but he is not able to get rid of that lollipop. It's going to have to hang on there for just a little bit longer. Tyrone is running out of time on the value of that super, but you see the nest egg that is going to be preventing entry through a major choke point. No more gadgets from Tyrone. X, also that gadget will be expiring soon. We're nearing that 30%, or rather that 30-second mark. Yeah, one more gadget left for Tyrone. It's going to last the rest of the game. Euphorio is still trying to get something, but he's just not able to get anything. 4 stars difference, and only 20 seconds left to make this catch-up.
Yeah, here we go. Nick is trying to make a last-second play here, but Ruffs can only do so much in these like stressful situations. Tyrone, though, is going to stay alive with Invisible Heal. No real way to kill him on the middle end. Yeah, that's it. They're going to take it. They clapped Kozaki. Not what I expected, but they deserve that win.
Oh, no doubt. They absolutely deserve that win, even though it was not the win that we were expecting. Now, Knight, it's time to take a step back, zoom out, and reflect a little bit. We thought it was going to be a 3-0 for Esport Empire, and we thought it was going to be a 3-0 for F.A. Kozaki, and we could not have been more wrong. It wasn't a 3-0 for either team in match number 1 for the semifinals. It was a 3-2 victory, and for the opposite team. For Scarlet Stars, they are in the grand finals. F.A. Kozaki also not getting that 3-0 like we were anticipating. Rather, it goes the exact opposite way. It's the caster's curse, but Old Stars BS, no doubt, they fought for it for a 3-0 victory.
Yeah, we are in a solid spot now. In the finals, everybody has settled in. I've been wrong on nearly all my predictions here, so you guys tell me in the chat during the break who you think is going to win between Old Nuke or was it Old Stars? I don't even know at this point. Old Stars and we got, who's the other side? Scarlet Stars. There we go.
Yeah. Well, guys, make sure to leave your thoughts in the chat. But also, we are going to take 5 minutes, so make sure you get up, get excited, get some water. We're definitely going to need to take a short break. Our teams are going to need a short breather as well. We are nearing the grand finals. Get excited, get hype, and we'll see you back in 5 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to Trovo Titans. I'm Ready Set, that's Knight, and we are getting ready for the grand finals. We have two phenomenal teams who have made their way through the gauntlet. We're talking FA Scarlet Stars and Old Stars BS. Knight, we have watched their entire journey through this process, and I couldn't be more excited to see what they have in store for us.
Yeah, a lot of these top teams have already fallen. We saw FA Verified go down, Esports Empire, Final Stand, Navi, some names from the top of EU didn't make it to the finals. But FA Scarlet Stars and Old Stars, both stars in Brawl Stars, have proved their worth to make it to here. And these are their underdog stories from either side of the bracket. They will be playing for 900 euros. That is enough to buy you some Michelin starred meals at your local European restaurant. So yeah, we will be getting into the maps and the bands very shortly.
Yeah, definitely can go snag some meals at your local European restaurant, which we do not have where we live, because we're not in Europe. But it's cool, we love Trovo Titans EU, and we're excited for what our players are gonna go and spend their share of the prize on. Get excited, guys! Get hyped! We are gonna be getting the maps and modes rolling out pretty soon here, and of course, to follow that, the bands. If you're just now joining us, this is how it goes. Maps come out. It's going to be a best of 5 format. And then we are going to have the bands come out A B style. That's 2 bands per team. And they go with home team, away team, home team, away team. Let's get a look at the maps as well, Knight. We've been seeing this map pool throughout the day and see which ones we are going to get for the finals.
Yeah, let's take a look at the maps in just a second here. We have Nuts and Bolts starting us off. Split Hot Potato, Shooting Star, and Gen 4. The 3 maps we are guaranteed here are all very thrower heavy. So yeah, that's going to be kind of the meta we have going for us here. Of course, on Shooting Star and Gen 4, that's going to be a different story. Shooting Star, possibly our first time seeing it today. It is, in my opinion, the most interesting map to watch. The meta there is just so diverse, and the gameplay is never repetitive.
Yeah, never, ever repetitive. We never see a Sprout to every single game. We never see a Sprout counter. It is absolutely riveting every single time. Shooting Star though is another one of those where the comps are just so unique. It's like we never see the same thing twice. Mirror matches are pretty much once in a blue moon. Let's get the bands out here though. I'm sure we'll be shocked by these. No Poco, no Byron. I am absolutely sure of that. Let's get our first ban rolling out. Previous times it has been Stu to start us off, but it could also be a little bit of Ash. Ooh, Buzz, a pleasant surprise, and definitely an important one from the perspective of Nuts and Bolts being our first map.
Yeah, Buzz is going to be banned out here. Old Stars is going to go with Meg, and I don't remember what they banned in the last game, but they did ban Meg before, so they're doing it again. Oh yeah, it was Mortis. Mortis and Meg are their bans, and now Scarlet Stars will ban Poco, as they have been doing. So yeah, that all makes sense. Keep in mind some of our top picks, such as Stu, such as Byron, are still open. Bell is open. So yeah, those are going to be some brawlers to keep in mind. Obviously, with Mortis and Buzz banned, there's going to be no real solid ways to pick up bolts here in Siege, which is our first set. And that's going to make throwers a lot more prevalent as well, as you're going to be able to use Barley and Sprout relatively safely. But keep in mind that Jackie, BB, and Frank are still available to deal with those throwers.
Right, well, let's see. I mean, yeah, this is going to be the strat, right? Is a double thrower. We got to see the Sprout. We got to see the Barley as well. And maybe something specifically to deal with those brawlers. I wonder exactly what the choice is going to be, though, because Buzz and Mortis are eliminated, and it's going to be a real challenge. Yeah, so let's see how things go as we head into our first match momentarily, or rather, our first set. Yeah, but this is the final match. There are no more matches after this. Get excited. It's going to be exhilarating.
Yeah, let's get into it here as the teams finalize their picks. I think we'll probably be seeing a lot of the similar things that we've seen these teams play from this tournament. And obviously, they should be watching all their enemies while they're playing, while they're waiting, hopefully not just sitting there twiddling their thumbs. But yeah, they might be plotting deviously. And in terms of how they planned, I think Scarlet Stars has the advantage here, right? Because Old Stars just got off of a game, and they might be a little bit tired or worn out after that game. And Scarlet Stars had that entire time to prepare and get ready for this match. So in those terms, they do have the advantage. On the other hand, though, All Stars has a lot of momentum going from that match. They might have momentum going from that match to this one, which could start them off really strong. So definitely advantages from both perspectives. Yeah, at the end of the day, it's going to come down to how they draft their brawlers here on our first map, which is Nuts and Bolts. I think we might see some Lou picks. I think Lou would be pretty strong. Yeah, I think Lou would be good because he would be good against the tanks, but still countered by throwers.
Yeah, I would like to see some Lu too. Of course, Sprout is still an option in terms of defense, but yeah, I mean, you also got to consider the mid fight is a huge component of this map. Now, Sprout's going to be really useful, but you got other brawlers that are going to be specifically targeted at Sprout, and going to have to deal with those. Let's talk about though the other brawlers that could be showing up here. Right, Sandy is a typical pick over here, but with the presence of a couple throwers, Sandy's going to have a real rough time. We could see though a tank maybe making the rounds, maybe a tick as well. A tick and a tank combo. I love to play on Nuts and Bolts, right? You got a little bit of Frank action in there. Also break open the walls once you get that super out, and you're in for a good time. Maybe not a long time, right? As you're going to be just feeding the enemy super most of the time, but definitely going to have the opportunity to pick up some of the bolts. No doubt both teams are considering this possibility and will be preparing for the tanks accordingly.
Yeah, absolutely. They've all got to come with the appropriate responses to different brawlers. And I guess that's the name of the game, especially in these kind of maps. Any map where throws are viable, there's always a rock, paper, scissors element because of how it works. On open maps, honestly, there's less ways to rock, paper, scissors because you just got to play the range and hit your shots. That's all there is to it.
Just hit your shots, right? It's always much harder than it sounds because you got to deal with your enemies juking you out, and also dealing damage to you in the process. You got to be leading your shots. You got to be accounting for your own movement when you're shooting, and you also have to consider the fact that your enemy is shooting at you and you don't want to be taken down too swiftly. Let's get into it though. Already getting ready for our first siege, and here comes the Frank from the enemy side. Actually, a Sandy coming in. No throwers, surprisingly, probably due to the presence of Stu here, who can easily break through those walls. Both teams are accounting for this possibility. They're also both pretty prepared for the throwers as well. We see the Gene pick, and we also see that Frank pick and the Stu pick to account for some wall break action.
Yeah, here we go. First bot in the favor of our blue team, Scarlet Stars, and Giaco is putting up his Frank to body block for the shot. Tyrone is going to try to shoot it a little bit. Wow, a great pull from the Angel Tens to get that, to pull that guy all the way over, breaking a little bit of the walls, which would be solid for their team. Standing super goes really high for Emma though, and I don't know if they're going to be able to find too much value out of it actually. Tyrone does make his way into it on the right-hand side. Reliable now going for the let's go. 2 bolts on his head. Now they're adding 3 bolts to their count. Giaco needs to be careful about how he uses stun. Uses it very, very well. Angel Tense, though, does bring him in. And, he has that gadget. Okay. And I don't know why he was scared of going to stun the Sandy, because the Sandy would know stun him. Here we go, though. It is their turn to defend now. Reliable, though, is on the max, which is one of the most reliable ways to defend. Angel Tense probably trying to find that Gene pull and then pull the bot away. Doesn't look like it's going to happen here, though, but the bot is getting whittled down. No real problems on this defense, but they've got to get the control back because they only have a 1-bolt advantage.
And that Stu turret is also decaying gradually in health. There goes the last shot from Angel Tent, and we're all tied up in terms of bolt count. 1 more deposited towards the side of Scarlet Stars. Old Stars is still trying to keep up the defense, trying to keep up the bolt lead, and it looks like it is going to happen just narrowly. And a level 8 siege bot will be coming in just at the end. All they need is 4%, and it's pretty much guaranteed at this point. There's not enough defense from the side of Scarlet Stars to make the defense happen. We see some signs of life, some attempts, right? You cannot falter this early on, but it is going to be a win for the side of Old Stars to start us off here in set number 1.
Yeah, here we go. That's the start to this match. Scarlet Stars are able to pick up the win with Frank. Frank didn't do. It doesn't seem like a very good brawler against the enemy, Gene, Max, and Sandy, but he was able to play it well enough so they didn't have to worry about it. Also, they brought the active noise cancellation gadget, which definitely did help a little bit, just in terms of the matchup against Gene, which Gene still can pull Frank, I believe. Although I believe that should be balanced, where Gene can't pull the Frank while he has that gadget. Just my thought. I don't know why it only stops the suplex supplement, but as a Frank main, that would help me greatly.
Well, we love the Frank main. Any Frank tips? Yeah, but the deal is that yeah, Frank has been a huge force to reckon with so far on this map, and it's something that we're going to have to consider going forward as well. Right, only one more win required for our enemy team in order for them to take this win and head into set number 2 with a tidy win under their belt. Of course, the next set is going to be Hot Zone, so there is the possibility for the underdog to come back as well, but Old Stars are looking pretty good at this point with our first win in Nuts and Bolts. Question is, though, what are the picks going to be, right? Because we did see the stew from the side of Old Stars, and that seemed to be putting in a lot of work. Another thing to consider is the Frank that was pretty much able to hammer home that victory towards the end with the stun on the Ike. There was just no chance of defense. It seemed like, you know, on one hand, FA Scarlet Stars, like, they were doing pretty well for the majority of the game, but here's the deal, is they did not bring good enough brawlers to be picking up those bolts at mid, and it looks like they are going to be switching that strategy now going for the Frank, but this was hard predicted by Old Stars, as they are going for the Primo specifically for that Frank counter.
Yeah, now it depends if Reliable is holding on to the correct gadget. Otherwise, he could be countered hard by the Primo suplex element. Let's see, though. Giaco is running right at him. I can't see what's going on at the backside of the screen, but it looks like the bot is coming out on the right-hand side now. They are not in the right position to be defending here. Reliable might need to use a stun, but nope. He will just opt to tank the damage and use the irresistible attraction. A perfect use of that gadget here as he holds on to his super. But Angel 10 is now down a spotter. Here we go. Can he get the stun? I don't know if he has a gadget. No, he doesn't have a gadget. Obviously, he just used the other one. So he has to be very careful of this Frito. He's going to be completely countered. Giaco right in on them. Will he do another jump? No. Opts to retreat and then get the bolt. Good play. Tyrone's doing a really good job on the stew. Always just poking away at Reliable. There we go. This is looking like... this is already looking like All Stars have won here. They have so much control. So many bolts to their name. And they have this push as well. Oh, Giaco can't get out of the way. He opts to not use the jump on the Frank. That's really odd, actually. But Angel 10 is going to be trying to play defense here, along with Reliable. They should be fine in terms of defending this bot, as it goes down under 10,000 health. A few hits on the safe brings them down 20% health. But Giaco is sitting on the left-hand side. Very dangerous to Reliable. I'm not sure why he doesn't just jump in now, but I guess he wants to just pick up a few balls. There we go, in on Reliable. No real way for Reliable to win. Okay, I jinxed it. He can win the matchup with the help of Angel Tense, but now Tyrone's got to bring back home a few more bolts if they want to win this one. Oh my goodness, such good stew dodges. Dodges like 3 shots in a row. Giaco is all over them on the left-hand side. They've got to get that 7th bolt. Can they get it? That's a tie. They are going to be winning this one, assuming that Angel, Reyes, and Reliable cannot just go nuts on that safe, even without a bot. Let's see how they go about this push, though. They've got 13 seconds left in regulation, and it really doesn't look that convincing to me. Yeah, this one's over. This one's definitely over. All Stars has taken the first set, and they are making good progress on this match already.
Yeah, good progress already from Old Stars, one of the teams that we did expect to go down even, but they really showed up. FA Kozaki, who, keep in mind, took down Navi, pretty much the Titan of EECA. Keep in mind, they're also heading to the Brawl Stars World Finals that's going to take place in just a little over a week here. I believe it's like 8 days before that event starts, which is exciting in its own, but it's also really good news for Old Stars, as you know, they took down this team that took by Navi, but it's also horrible news for FA Scarlet Stars. They know the power, they know the magnitude of the enemy that they are faced against, this opponent, and that opponent has now taken them down in set number 1. We're going to be heading into set number 2 momentarily. It's going to be Hot Zone, and this is going to be FA Scarlet Stars' possibly only chance at really turning this around, because here's the deal. these kind of swing modes, or however you want to refer to them. We're talking hot zone and we're talking heist here, can really go either way. They're the least reliable modes probably in the game, with the exception of Siege, which went the way of Old Stars. So Scarlet Stars, they can still get a win in Bounty, and they can still get a win in Gym Grab, but it's going to be much less likely than them getting the wins in these first 3 modes.
Yeah, let's go right into the next game though, and it is a Rico Ruffs and Surge. This is bringing me back to 3 months ago, the meta on this game. Wow, both teams are using it. That's really surprising, actually. No teams go for the tanks, actually, even though they really seem to like break. Anyway, Reliable holding in the right-hand zone. Surge is just chilling at the back on both sides. Seems like this is going to be a long game. Emma, seems like they're not even moving. I'm not sure what's going on here. But they need to be ready to place those bags like Angel Tents is. Because right now, if Reyes can technically teleport and kill Tyrone. Yeah, exactly. There we go. Gets the first TP. And the first super. Tyrone is now a little low on health. And yeah, that was completely preventable from Emma. All they had to do was sit in the zone and have the bags ready. But they failed to do that. Emma does find the first buff, though. And they're going to distribute it over here to Tyrone. They're going to break that wall open. Perfect. There we go. Giaco is now ready to go in on these this right side zone. Maybe not. Falls immediately. 52% to 50, and Reyes was able to find a little bit of percentage there. And 1 minute 52 seconds left, so there's plenty of time for these players to win their respective zones. It's going to be a very patient game here as bags just get placed down. Emma actually takes the buff, but has another one for Tyrone. Tyrone probably needs a little bit of help to win this Surge matchup, so Emma is there with the buffs and help out.
Okay, getting very close here between the two teams. Just a little bit of capture on the left side for our home team. It could spell victory. We'll have to see. Scarlet Stars are still not able to get on that left point. Rather, they're going to choose to defend the right. But here's the thing. 1 minute and 10 seconds left in the game. It really could turn around. Angel Tins is going to get a good defense versus Giaco, but with those sandbags expended, it's going to result in a team wipe for Old Stars. And now they will take back the lead. They just have to sit on the right point. And now that they are in the lead, they can pretty much afford to abandon the left side and fully focus on the right. It's not what Tyrone's going to do. He is going to go for damage. Unfortunately, whiffs the super a little bit, but does get good control in the surrounding area. Emma, though, takes significant damage. Does reflect a little bit of damage from Reyes onto Giaco as well. Tyrone picks a kill on the left side. No more capture for Scarlet Stars on that left point. Old Stars just have to defend this for a little bit longer, and they will be guaranteed the win. They'll just be an insurmountable lead ahead of Scarlet Stars, and it looks like it just might happen. Reyes keeps on defending the right, but now really all that has to happen is Old Stars has to defend the left, and the clock is ticking down. It looks like that is exactly what's going to happen. The 20% lead will be insurmountable at this point, and this is going to be Old Stars taking the lead in their 3rd win in a row.
There we go. Old Stars is doing what they've been doing throughout this entire tournament. Just sweeping everyone, I think. There we go. That is the win for them here. Hey, if this keeps going, I don't think that Scarlet Stars can stop them. It's not looking good after that set. They just seem so in control after the back end of that. During the back end of that game, they were just completely dominating their sides of the map, not letting anybody through. Not letting anything through, and just sat there on their zones, chilled. Yeah, they just waited for the enemies to push up into them, which I don't know why they pushed into them when they were ahead 10%, because that ended up making them lose the game. Once it was 3 buffs to 1, I mean, that's game over, right?
Yeah, it's pretty much bad news. And let's hope it turns up a little bit more in favor of Scarlet Stars in the subsequent games, because they have really been hurting these past few games with the losses they've incurred. 3 losses in a row. The momentum is clearly one-sided, and I mean, it could get more one-sided, but at that point, if we even see another win go to the side of Old Stars, then it's pretty much game over. Right? 4 wins in a row means that only 1 more win is going to bring Scarlet Stars to the match point, and their fate is pretty much sealed from there. There's, mentally not really that much of a recovery strategy from that mindset. Let's see, though, if Old Stars will be keeping up the momentum, or the Scarlet Stars are going to have something to say about it. Here's a Gale Frank from the side of Old Stars, which is going to be a pretty pretty Mickey Mouse, but it is reliable. That is for sure.
Yeah, I don't want to be that guy, but I feel like this game is already over. Sprout versus all three of these brawlers, they lost cause. Look at that, Reyes blocked off. He blocked himself off from going in. He had to recollect the wall to be able to stand there. At least he recovered from the mistake, though. Now he got to take out Emma. Is he going to do it, actually? And yeah, they're behind 40% already. This is not looking too good as Emma collects the last bit of this left-hand side. Now Giaco and Charon looking to go in on the right-hand side. Giaco goes for a stun under them. Now here's the irresistible attraction. Angel Tense goes down. Charon trying to kill Reliable. Doesn't really need to kill, just needs to chill and sit in that zone for the last few seconds here. Yeah, he's healing all the way back up. Yeah, this is over. This is not even gonna be close.
Unfortunate news. This one is going to take us into the next set already. Honestly, shocking, but it is well earned by Old Stars. They will be taking us into set number 3. Heist is going to be our next sort of, as we called it, like a swing mode, if you will, that could result in a win for either team. But by now, the momentum has snowballed to a point where it just seems like Old Stars are going to steamroll the competition, really. Scarlet Stars are going to have a rough time waiting for them in Heist. It's possible for them to come back. If it is anywhere, it's got to be here or in the next game. Otherwise, I mean, 2 more wins for Old Stars within this set mean that they win the €900 prize.
Yeah, they're just possibly 2 games of hot potato away from eating nice Michelin-starred dinners. Hey, this is certainly very exciting for them. I think with this momentum that they already have, this one should be no issue for Old Stars going into this next set here. Hot potato, though, it is a game of patience. Although the games are sometimes fast-paced, you got to play it really well on those lanes. Otherwise, you could completely lose control of this map and get spawn trapped. No tanks are going to be played here, though, but do we have a wall break from Old Stars? There is a Stu and there is a Griff, so it's quite obvious what they're trying to do here. Taro needs to break open that left-hand side. He does. There's Reyes all the way on the right now, but Giaco needs to heal up and then find some offense on that Barley. Emma taps him once. Angel 10's going to have to fall back. 1 nest egg in the middle. And this is looking like a really, really good start for our blue team, Scarlet Stars. And the thing is, this wall break comp is probably going to take a while to get started. So they won't be doing so well in these earlier stages for sure.
Let's see. Giaco is going to be dashing forward even more, making his way up to the enemy side. Does get slowed down, though. It's pretty much a gimme kill for Angel Tins. Reliable, also marked, is going to fall very quickly to Emma, and here is the damage from Reyes onto that save. It is going to be very tough for Emma and Giaco to make it towards the enemy side if they're not able to break open more walls. Giaco does have the super, but he doesn't have the guaranteed kill on Reyes, and there it goes down Emma once again. Tyrone does pick up the kill with Griff, though. Reliable, still trying to get damage. It looks like the wall break comp is not working out so well because the walls have not been broken open enough, and Tyrone is trying to use this wall to his advantage, but it's just as well being used to the advantage of Reliable. Here comes Reyes around the right side, though. There's the pinch between Emma and Giaco that is going to get a little bit more control for them up around the right side. Reliable and Angel Tents keep on pushing it on the left. Only 27% remains on the safe of Old Stars, and this is not looking so good. Tyrone is going to try and get the kill. Ooh, Reliable stays alive by just a hair. Giaco will pick up the kill, but here's the last bit of damage. Reyes has sealed the fate of Old Stars, at least in this one instance. That is going to be the first win for FA Scarlet Stars of this entire match so far.
All right, so going into this next game, they might need to pick Edgar to deal with those brawlers if they really want to counter. Edgar should be pretty solid against Bell, Barley, and Rico. It really does counter those 3. Just it's so easy to kill all of them. Yeah. And maybe they need to make that little adjustment here going into this next match. I think that would really guarantee the win. Maybe they're not too aware of it, though. Only NA, it feels like, knows about the Edgar pick.
Yeah, I don't know. It's something about the NA vibes in the Edgar, and something about Slash looking remarkably like Edgar and things like that. But it's okay, cool. We'll ignore it for now, right? The Edgar vibes are not being felt over here in this region, but maybe the parkour master or CEO of Brawl Stars or whatever he wishes to refer to himself as will be arriving in our next game. Hot Potato is kind of infamous for the Edgar and BB strategy. Edgar solo, might be more of an NA pick, but Edgar and BB has, kind of been heard around the world and been seen in the monthly finals in the last month, and has definitely shaken up the meta for Hot Potato. So I think we could see that strategy as, either a move of desperation from one team or the other. We'll just have to see. Once again, there's going to be the Rico and the Barley, and, well, wall break from Tyrone. Interesting that we see the Piper this time. Looks like Piper is here specifically to deal with the Bell pick.
Yeah. Let's see what they've got. Piper is pretty good against Bell, but I'm not sure how viable this strategy is. It's certainly not like anything I've ever seen. Their Piper's gonna fall, and I don't know. It just doesn't look so good so far. I think the Piper's respawn. They're just always respawning here. Diaco needs to break open these walls and doesn't break them all open. Even leaving Reyes with that 3 blocks right there is going to be really, really devastating for them in the long run. Tyrone walks up on the left-hand side, is needing to use this super on the safe. I don't know why Tyrone doesn't use a super on the safe, but he really should consider it. There we go. Emma has gotten some wall break. Tyrone got a little bit of wall break too. It's looking a little better for them, and they haven't lost a significant amount of damage on their safe. So I think the cards are still in it for them to win this match. Tyrone now looking for a way to use this Griff Stupor. Yeah, he has to be more comfortable just throwing it on a safe. Here comes the wall break, I think. There we go. That should be really good against Reyes on this right-hand side. Oh, and a good super from Reliable along with a heal. This is going to be really, really tough for Old Stars to come back from.
Okay, let's see it. Diaco and Emma and Tyrone are just pummeling away at this safe, and meanwhile, a little bit of damage trickles in on this on the safe of Old Stars, but will it compare? 26% remains, and the damage just keeps on coming. Giaco and Emma are going to be doubling back specifically to deal with Reyes. There's the pinch, and that's what they needed. A little bit more damage trickles in on the safe. They came in just in the nick of time to get this defense. Tyrone is going to be able to get that kill as well, but Reliable will maybe deal that last bit of damage. Reyes has to be defended here by Tyrone and Emma. They need this pinch. Angel Tense has that super ray to go to tag up anyone, but he's not going to use it quite yet. Giaco wants some damage over here. Reyes is also very safe over here on the left side. Tyrone wants something. He has that super ray to go. He is going to be able to get the double kill, and Reliable keeps on trying to kill Giaco here, but Gassy Heal keeps him alive. 3% remains on the side of Old Stars, but it looks like it just might be too late. Tyrone doesn't have the super, and it's what he needs so badly, and the body blocks are so strong from the sides of FA Scarlet. And that is going to be the game going to FA Scarlet, and therefore the set as well going to Scarlet Stars. Great comeback here in Heist. It's going to take us into set number 4, but it could end pretty quickly still. 2 more games from the sides of Old Stars, and keep in mind we already talked about the mode that is going to be coming up here is one that is going to be a little bit more favorable for Old Stars. It's going to be Bounty actually night.
Yeah, we are going into Bounty now. Shooting Star, I am so excited for this. It's going to be 4 to 6 minutes of pure exhilaration. It's so interesting. I can't imagine what they would be using, honestly. And you have any thoughts?
I'm thinking, well, Nanny is pretty much ruled out. There's not going to be Piper, and there's definitely not going to be Tick. Now, there is the off chance that there will not be Bell, and then, of course, there is also the possibility of some crazy Max and Gene strategy. In fact, I think that's what everyone's going to run, or I think they're actually just going to run tanks the entire time because they're so useful on this map. But in the end, this map has such a diverse meta that is extremely difficult to predict what is going to be played.
Absolutely. We might see a little bit of the Mickey Mouse because Byron is not banned, so maybe some teams want to consider Pam, Byron, and maybe a Max or a Poco. And no, not Poco because Poco's banned. BB maybe. I'm not sure, but if they're smart and they know the stakes are this high, probably just go with a Tick, a Piper, and a Nani. and just play it like normal people.
Well, let's see what is going to be going on here. Oh man, they're playing it like normal people. This is exactly the opposite of what I was expecting. I said no Piper, no Tick, and no Nanny. What on earth is going on? It is the mirror match of these very unpredictable brawlers. It's okay though, at least we got reliable on the team. And of course, I'm not talking about reliable in terms of the picks. I'm talking about reliable on the Tick from the side of FA Scarlet Stars. He is going to be looking for that first kill, though. That blue star is going to be held by Emma and probably will not be leaving Emma's grasp for the rest of the game.
Yeah, there's Angel Chance getting... Oh, he barely misses the homemade recipe. That could have turned the game's tide here for sure. But it is going to be Old Stars pushing back up from the back end. First Nani getting Nani Super will be the playmaker, basically. And Tyrone and Angel Chance are pretty even down on that left-hand side. Emma might need to throw a few bombs over to help out. Giaco, though, is getting pushed out by Reliable. And the game has... a lot has happened in the first minute. That I can say for sure. But here comes the ticket. Oh, doesn't block the Nani head, but Nani head goes to the Oblivion anyway. Reliable's going to get hit. Oh, my goodness. Now Giaco's going to send a little bit of reflection over to Life Pool. And Angel Chance is low. Can he... He's too far behind the wall. 35 seconds left, but Old Stars is still ahead 1 star. Even with no kills, now the pressure is really on Scarlet Stars to get something done in these next 24 seconds. Otherwise, they could be in trouble. Giaco's starting to shoot his first 90 head. Where do you think it will connect?
That's going to be interesting. We'll have to watch it carefully. Giaco is going to get a little bit of damage on the life pool, but it's not going to guarantee the kill. Nonetheless, Old Stars are still in the lead. Just a few seconds left on the clock, and they are all alive and healthy. Missed homemade recipe. Life pool can't push in. Reliable wants something, but everyone's on full health. That is going to be Old Stars heading to the match point game. They are in a strong position here in Bounty. The consistency is key. The synergy was on point, and the mechanics were also immaculate. Good stuff for Old Stars, but unfortunate news for FA Scarlet Stars, as they gotta just match the enemy in terms of mechanics, or more importantly, they gotta get that blue start right off the bat. That was really the win condition for Old Stars in that last game.
Yeah, I mean, just getting that first star is so important, as we've said over and over. When you get that first star, you basically are forcing them to push into you, and that's the whole idea. And towards the end, they can just fall back and then chill out, and you win the game. I mean, it's not rocket science. If you are Old Stars here, though, you have a lot. No, Scarlet Stars has a lot of pressure on them right now, going into a possible. Yeah, this is match point. This is it. They've got to get that first star no matter what, or they're starting at such a disadvantage. Shooting stars so hard to come back from if you don't have that first star. You see like shooting star upsets from like social medias of like Brawl Esports every like 3 months. But other than that, no comebacks are made on this map. You start losing, you will lose the game.
Yeah, that is your fate is pretty much sealed, right? Because what has been made incredibly evident by what we have seen so far is that the mechanical skill advantage, right? This is a team diff. This is a roster diff in the hands of Old Stars. Hot Zone did provide some opportunities to come back. Heist did provide the ultimate comeback opportunity, the ultimate potential. But see, that was even just the first win here by Scarlet Stars. And they really just needed all of those kind of Mickey Mouse maps in order to get the win here. And now that those have all expired, they're out of Mickey Mouse maps. It is going to be tough to get that comeback. So, this is going to be a rough scenario. It's looking more like it's going to be a win by Old Stars than anyone else. Oh, here's the fun stuff. I think I said something about this, the BB and the Max, but I did not anticipate the mirror match of both of these comps. Both teams had the right idea, but will it be a Mickey Mouse or will it be a team synergy and roster diff?
Yeah, there it's the Mickey Mouse Brawlers. We have all three of Scarlet Stars trapped at the back here, it feels like. But they're up on that 1 star. They really took what I said to heart because they went for that first star. Life pool's disconnected. This is a disaster for Scarlet Stars. This is a game throw. They were ahead. Oh my goodness.
Oh, no.
This is the worst way to lose a game.
This is so unfortunate, and there comes up the sad pin, as Lifepool is now a bot, and hopefully he is able to use that super at the right time. It looks like he has reconnected, fortunately. He has that super to work with too, able to speed away from Taroni, hopefully lure him in just a little bit more, but he does pop the gadget, and that healing station is also going to keep him alive. Reliable will fall to Taroni. Taroni now is able to escape Lifepool, barely taking a little bit of damage from that bubble. Now 1-8. This is tragic, but it is how the cookie crumbles sometimes. But now we do actually get to see the offense here from Scarlet Stars. Taroni, though, is still going to be able to claim a kill. 30 seconds remain on the clock, and an 11-star deficit will be the ultimate enemy to overcome.
Yeah, Taroni is a beast here with the BB. He's making such great snipes with the bubbles that get like 2 or 3 hits of collateral. Oh, I jinxed him. There we go.
Oh, no.
12-1. And there's no way they can come back. With 10 seconds left, it's a 2v3 in this backside. That is the win for Old Stars. A complete underdog victory all the way through this bracket. They definitely deserve this win here.
Congratulations to Old Stars on their victory here in Trovo Titans. It has been a bitter, bitter fight that fought tooth and nail all the way to the top to claim their prize. Congratulations to Old Stars. Let's go, Old Stars, on their win here. They are going to be winning 900 euros as the grand prize here in Trovo Titans. Congratulations once again, and GG's to Scarlet Stars, who will be taking second place.
Yup, enjoy that 900 euros. Have some nice steak dinners tonight. That is for sure. Or buy some Brawl Stars Spike plushies. It is whatever you need to do with it. Congratulations to them. And hey, also congratulations to Scarlet Stars. I mean, hey, they did such a great job. Second place is still walking home with like 400 euros. So that is still plenty of V-Bucks. I mean euros.
Yeah, no V-Bucks here, just euros, but hey, maybe they can become V-Bucks if you want. Let's take a look at the bracket so we can really get a big picture of how these guys got here. Of course, they started off in the round of 16 versus One Piece over there on the bottom right side of the bracket, then versus F.A. Kozaki. Now, keep in mind, F.A. Kozaki, they took down Navi. Absolutely shocking victory there, but Old Stars still triumphed 3-0. And then, of course, in the end, they took down Scarlet Stars, who fought their way through the left side of the bracket and even took down Esports Empire. Such a well-deserved win for Old Stars. Well-deserved wins along the way for Scarlet Stars as well. But in the end, there can only be one 900 euro winner, and that is going to be Old Stars.
That's right.
Well, here we go. Here are our final results across the entire competition. Old Stars taking home 900 euros in cash. Scarlet Stars, though, not too shabby. 400 for taking second place. F.A. Kozaki and Esports Empire placed 3rd through 4th, so they'll be taking 200 euros. Everyone who unfortunately was eliminated in the round of 8 will be taking home 100, and everyone who was eliminated in the round of 16 will be claiming 50 euros apiece. Also, you might be noticing that TP, those are Titan points, which are used to qualify for those later Trovo Titans competitions. For the arcade modes, we do have 4 Trovo Titans. Of course, let's take a look at the next events coming up night in the Trovo Titans series. It's not just Brawl Stars, believe it or not.
Yeah, we've got plenty more tournaments coming up. And yeah, there's some Clash Royale events. We've got League of Legends events. We've got COD Mobile, PUBG. Oh, no, not COD Mobile. Yeah, there is. Never mind. PUBG Mobile, more Brawl Stars, actually. And we've got CSGO qualifiers. So whether you like PC games or whether you like mobile games, there is a little bit for everyone here at Trovo. So go to trovotitans.live and then learn about these details. Of course, if you're just a viewer, keep note of those dates as they will be streaming them on this channel in future days.
Well, with that established, get excited for our upcoming Trovo Titans series tournaments, a 35,000 euro prize pool across all of these events. It's absolutely colossal, but you know, at least for Brawl Stars, the 900 euro prize will be going once again to Old Stars. Congratulations to them. Congratulations to Scarlet Stars on their amazing performance as well. But with that, that is going to do it for this series of Brawl Stars here on Trovo Titans. Knight, you got any closing remarks?
No, I'm good, but thank you all for tuning in to this amazing event. There will be many more in the future, so we hope you guys join us on those. And yeah, we'll see you next time.
Yep. Guys, it has been an absolute pleasure being with you here. Thank you so much to our production team. Thank you so much to Trovo Titans for sponsoring the tournament. Thank you to our players as well, and to you, the viewers, for tuning in. Remember that if you have the mettle to succeed, if you have that determination and competitive spirit, you could be here too for the next Trovo Titans. Keep your eyes peeled. Exclamation point Brawl Stars in the chat if you want to know how to register for the next Trovo Titans tournament. And until then, we will see you later.